Happy Bathurst Day, everybody. It is race day for the virtual version of Australia's great race, the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series, Bathurst 1000. Good morning, everybody. Lockie Mansell here with you. Welcome to round number 9 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational A-Series. We had qualifying and the top 10 shootout last night, and today, starting at 9 o'clock, 161 laps around Australia's greatest racetrack. Joining me in commentary, it's a very good morning and welcome back to commentary for Steve Sandman Clark. How are you going, Sandman?
I'm good, mate. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Lockie. And it was a little bit dusty yesterday. We celebrated a little bit too hard with the grand final result, but nevertheless, here we are, Mount Panorama, 161 laps. Doesn't get much better than this in Australian sim racing, does it?
I don't think you're the only one who's feeling a bit dusty. By all reports, there's a few drivers who are quite big Collingwood supporters as well, so they were celebrating long and hard last night after Collingwood's first premiership in 13 years. But now we turn our attention to the real grand final, the grand final of sim racing, the Bathurst 1000. As mentioned, we had qualifying in the top 10 shootout yesterday, and it was James Scott in the 088 Synergy Sim Racing Commodore that he'll be sharing with Shane Van Gisbergen, who took the top spot in that top 15 shootout. And in fact, it's back-to-back pole positions because he qualified fastest at Sandown as well.
Yeah, it's the first tick of the box, isn't it? You know, obviously Mount Panorama, it's a big day, but you know what, you have little markers that, you know, if you just get yourself in a good starting position, obviously they've got that. It's the best starting spot on the grid, but you know, it gives them that run into the first corner, and they can really start thinking about how their race is going to start off, and obviously not get caught up in any dramas that could possibly happen behind them.
And interestingly enough, the two co-drivers of the cars that will start on the front row of the grid. So you've got Shane Van Gisbergen sharing with James Scott, and James Golding driving alongside Andrew Gilliam. So a couple of real-life drivers who are both going to be using this race as a valuable mental preparation for the real-life Bathurst 1000 next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen it's a valuable tool for them too, because obviously, you know, this track's laser scanned, and you know, like you said, these guys have got their biggest race of the year coming up next week. So, what better way to get some seat time and just get some of that muscle memory around this racetrack that could help them out for the 1000 next weekend?
Yeah, and not only that, but just from a mental perspective, making sure that they get themselves in the zone for maintaining concentration over long periods of time. That's the other area that will be valuable. We've got a couple of other real-life drivers in the form of Andre Heimgartner and Richie Stanaway that are going to be part of this race as well. We're going to do some driver interviews shortly, but while we're waiting for our pit reporter Scott Rankin to get down onto the grid and have a chat to some drivers, just want to raise a few points about race strategy. So it's 111 litre fuel tank in these cars. The fuel burn under green flag conditions, 4.75 litres a lap. That means we're expecting a fuel range of about 24 laps, which means that we're expecting, if it's a green flag race, for pretty much all of the teams to do 6 pit stops. But within that, there are the driver distances that you have to manage. It's a minimum number of 54 laps that must be completed by each driver, which therefore means that the other driver is not allowed to do any more than 107 laps. And getting that 54 laps is a little bit more tricky than it sounds, because if you think about the fuel range being 24 laps, 24 times 2 is 48. That leaves you obviously 6 laps short of 54, which means that if you've got a co-driver who's a bit slower than your primary driver, you're not going to be able to clear their minimum laps in 2 stints. So we're expecting all of the co-drivers to have to do 3 stints in the race today.
And I don't think that's a bad thing. You know, obviously they play a crucial part of this role about getting the result and doing their part for the team. So, you know, it's good that it doesn't quite finish off at where that fuel load is, because like you said, they have to throw in that extra stint. And of course, it gives them that opportunity to mix it up. You know, if they know that they have to do 3 stints, they might put him in the first one to get it out of the way, then put their other driver in to give them a bit of a break, and then maybe see how the race pans out. But yeah, obviously all the teams would be pretty keen to get, you know, that other driver to get that lap distance out of the way. But again, I guess we think about safety cars too, because we never know what's going to happen around Bathurst, and that really could play key as far as their strategy.
And it is, we will have safety cars today. There will be a random number of safety cars, anywhere between 0 and 4, that can be called at any time by race control. And in addition to that, the safety car will come out as required to deal with any on-track incidents. Critical lap number, again, taking into consideration that 24 lap fuel range is 137, so that's the earliest point at which you can take your final stop and make it home. Where it'll get interesting is if we get a safety car around lap 133 or 134, because it's probably a bit too early, but if you were to do some serious fuel saving, you might be able to stretch those actual extra couple of laps out of the tank. Or do you just go flat out and do a late splash and dash? Things will get really interesting if we face that sort of situation.
Absolutely. I know me as a driver, I was never one of the best drivers out there, but I didn't do well with trying to save fuel and go fast at the same time. It is a bit of a knack. Some people can do it, some can't. But I know for me, in this instance, if it was me, I'd want no fuel concerns whatsoever and to be able to drive as hard as as I can. So, obviously that does play part as, where the strategy rolls out and safety cars. Some people may need to take that gamble just to get some track position.
Yeah, and again, managing driver times as well. So it could be that we see some co-drivers starting the race. It could be that we see main drivers doing an early stint to get some track position and then put the co-driver in for a double stint. There are various ways that you can manage the strategy. Hearing that Andre Heimgartner, who's co-driving with Jake Burton in Carnarvon, is suffering some food poisoning, so that's not ideal for that team.
No, geez, you feel for him because it's never good at the best of situations. But when you got to find yourself sitting in a sim seat or a race car, thankfully it's not next weekend, I guess, in his eyes. But geez, you got to feel for him.
We're hearing that could appear to be grand final related, in which case I would suggest that he may not be the only one to be suffering from those sort of self-inflicted ailments. It could be that some drivers elect to sit out the early stints and just give themselves a bit of extra recovery time, rehydrate themselves the best that they can so that they're at least semi-race fit by the time it's time for their turn behind the wheel.
It's funny, isn't it? It's probably half the field that are probably suffering from this problem. Whether, regardless of if your team was in the grand final or not, it's always a good day, grand final day. And of course, for the rest of the country, the NRL one's tonight, and these guys don't have to worry about that one. So it's all concentrating now and just get the best drivers as best they can feeling for this race and see how it all goes.
In the podcast that you co-hosted earlier in the week, there were some drivers talking about their nutrition and eating dried fruit and also just how important it is to stay hydrated. We're hearing that a lot of drivers are making sure that they've got plenty of caffeine in their system this morning to try and keep themselves awake and alert. Yes.
And I thought that was a good thing because you spend so much time in this seat. You don't have that luxury of getting up and maybe getting something, whether it's a cold drink or little snacks and something to chew on. And I guess that probably helps them. Then they don't sort of feel that fatigue. But it was interesting to see how many people go about doing that. Obviously, the drinks is a big thing. I always had a bottle of drink next to me. So it's but the snacks, I never had snacks, but maybe that's where I went wrong.
I've just got some water alongside myself here in the commentary box, so hopefully that'll help me stay nice and hydrated for the big race ahead. Track temperature at Mount Panorama, 38.3 degrees. The ambient temperature is just over 27, so it is quite warm on the mountain. And we know that this race is going to go for at least 6 hours, possibly a little bit longer.
There's not many races. Oh, sorry to cut you off there, Lucky.
I was just going to say, it'll be interesting to see how the track conditions evolve over the course of the race.
Yeah, because I suppose one of the improvements that we've seen with this is that the track changes, the marble build up, all those sort of things come into fruition. So, it's always a big one, the 161 laps, and that track does definitely change.
So it looks like we do have a couple of drivers standing by with our pit reporter, Scott Rankin. We'll cross down to Scott, who's down on the starting grid. And Scott, I believe you've got our pole sitters, James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It's obviously another day in terms of the sim racing calendar right here, and with pole position yesterday, James was feeling quite comfortable. For you guys, it looks like you're opting to go with the lead driver, and it looks to be the way for quite a few teams up and down the field. Strategy playing, you're looking to get that co-driver role out nice and early, or is the strategy to throw that in a lot later?
I guess sort of in a good position. We've got two pretty fast guys, so it makes it probably a little bit easier for us than some other teams that have got sort of a pretty clear A driver and a B driver. So should make the strategy a bit easier for us.
In terms of things, we talked to you yesterday. You said, yeah, look, we're confident in both the quali car and the race car. All that changes obviously once the lights go out. How's the nerves right now? I think the nerves are always a big aspect of this event.
Yeah, I don't know, I've done a couple of these now, so not nervous or anything like that. But yeah, it'd be good to sort of get racing. Been sitting around for a long time. Early wake up this morning, so yeah, it'd be good to finally get some racing.
And for you, Shane, we were just talking to James yesterday. He said one of the biggest things was the experience level that you bring to the table, the real world crossover. Big effort today, big drive.
Yeah, hey guys. It should be. Hopefully we can put it together. There's obviously, the rules around what laps people can do and how many to the finish and stuff like that. But it's a bit early in the morning to work all that out. Whoever decided us to race this early needs to be slapped. But otherwise, it's all good, ready for a good day. And we put in a lot of prep, and I think we're pretty comfortable with the setup we finished on.
All right, we'll leave you with it. Thank you very much for the time, guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
In terms of things, I think that's about all that we're necessarily going to have time for at the moment, guys. Talking to a lot of the teams up and down the field, very, very relaxed. Relax was the key word I think we heard a lot of here today. Everyone's socializing, just feeling comfortable. So nerves, I don't think is as big a factor as we've seen in years gone by, and they all just look really good, really comfortable. Strategy, yeah, we'll just play it by ear. We're comfortable, confident in what we've got, so...
Awesome. Thank you for the update there, Scott. We'll let Scott get off the grid before he gets run over by a pack of supercars that are about to start the race. And we'll check out the grid position. So you've got James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen on pole. Andrew Gilliam and James Golding out of grid position 2. Back to Brady Myers and Ethan Warren from 3rd. Josh Anderson and Alexander Bird. Good qualifying performance from them yesterday. They'll go from 4th. Back to Madison Down, our championship leader, and Corey Shepherd out of 5th position. And then it's Jake Burton and Andre Heimgartner, Luke Rosella and Harley Haber, our Sandown 500 winners. Dylan Rudd and Griffin Gardner, Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane, and Robert Gibbs and Cameron Dance rounding out the top 10.
It doesn't matter where you start on this grid, does it? It's like everyone's just so grateful to be here. You could win this race from anywhere on the grid, and these guys are all pumped. They know they're not too far away from the start. The nerves will be starting to build now a little bit for some of these guys, and can't wait till this run into turn 1.
Jake Maloney and Joe Mugford out of 11th, back to Brenton Hobson, Richie Stanaway, Tom Freer and Jamie Stovall, back to Ethan Griggold and Ian Ford. Disappointment in the shootout for them yesterday. Wayne Burke and Forznell Narby out of 15th, Richard Hampstead and Michael Healy, Adam Briggs and Glenn Postlethwaite, back to Sean McNamara, Hayden Selmar, Cello Rivera and Brad Ryan, Matthew Bowler and Bo Albert completing your top 20. We're hearing that the Rick Kuznetsov Todd Haincar missed the grid formation session. They'll have to start at the rear of the grid. Also a few cars taking special dispensation from the stewards to start at the rear of the field after missing qualifying. They include the Brad Ratu, Hayden Harrison and Luke Mitchison, Justin Wallace entries. But we are getting set for a race start. It's race day for the greatest race in Australia, whether it's in real life or in the virtual world. Mount Panorama is a circuit that never fails to surprise and excite us, and we're set for 161 laps around the greatest 6.2 kilometres of racetrack in Australia. The revs rise, lights out, and away we go. The Bathurst 1000 2023 edition is underway. Good start from pole position from James Scott, a nice clean launch. Hill Corner, it's one of the choke points on the circuit. They need to make it through here nice and cleanly, and they need to sort themselves out as they head up Mountain Straight and into Griffin's Bend on this opening lap.
Oh, and the opening lap is huge key for the way this race is going to play out. Everyone obviously wants that clean start. And looks like everyone's doing it, giving each other plenty of room. Everyone's single file for the first lap around the mountain. Smart move. As I say that, though, there's a little bit of tussle back here. These guys will give plenty of racing room because they know it's such a long way around here. But looks like so far so good as we start lap 1 at the mountain.
And then to try and get themselves into single fire when they head into the cutting. That's one of the choke points, as we like to call it, on this opening lap. It's hard to run side by side through there. James Scott, Andrew Gillian, Ethan Warren has started in car number 22, so one of the co-drivers who's been installed for the opening stint. Ditto that for the number 51 car, which has got Alexander Bird at the wheel. And Corey Shepherd's in the number 77 car that he's sharing with Madison Downs. So the few of the teams inside the top 10 electing to install their co-driver for the opening stint. And we're hearing as well that there's already 2 black flags. That looks to be a couple of drivers falling foul of the start procedure. So car number 97 with Harrison Dengate has a jump start infringement, and so too does car number 13 with Luke Mitchison and Justin Wallace.
I reckon that all comes down to nerves. You're obviously, key to look at that start light, and then, they may have just jumped the gun a tiny bit, but that's all right. If it happens lap 1, that's okay. When you start to get these penalties, obviously they're not ideal, but if you're doing it at lap 1, you've got a long way to recover.
Yeah, exactly right. I 100% agree. If you're going to have dramas or if you're going to get penalised, better for it to happen early in the race when you've got time to recover from it.
That's the start too. Everyone's really single file up this. They're not mucking about. They are just sort of thinking about where they're positioning. But did you see the attitude just in those opening lap? When you see a couple of those cars getting on the throttle, we saw it was Scott for the first time up over the mountain, just the way the rear end stepped out of him. Obviously, everyone's just building up those temperatures and just getting those pressures right. But now everyone is just sort of sitting around and letting this race play out just for the early laps.
So starting with co-driver is one of the strategy options that we looked at. I was having a bit of a discussion with our pit reporter Scott Rankin yesterday about how you manage driver strategies, and starting your co-driver was one of the options you looked at. Basically, if you want to get your co-driver out of the way as soon as possible, you might even run them for a double stint at the start. You put your main driver in for a single stint, co-driver back in for a single stint, and then your main driver does a triple stint home. If you divide the race up into 7 stints, as we expect that all of the teams will do. But James Scott, we saw this at Sandown as well, where he had supreme pace in the opening stint and he was just able to drive away from the field. He leads ahead of Andrew Gilliam and Ethan Warren, and those top 3 cars have already broken away from Alexander Bird, who seems to be a bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment, sitting in 4th position, but under some pressure from Corey Shepherd and Jake Burton. There's a queue of cars starting to form up behind car number 51.
Yeah, I think at this stage, not everyone will be too concerned. Obviously, everyone would like to get some of that track position, but because of the, obviously the length of this race, we're going to talk about it all day, but here we go. These guys are starting to get a bit of slipstream now, so he's going to be a bit of a sitting duck. He's going to get those runs up the inside. Shepherd and Burton look like coming through, but at the end of the day, they're not too concerned about getting held up. Oh, nice bit of space here. Oh, it's a big dive. They're not going to go 3 wide already. No way. Oh, man, I thought that was going to be on there, but that's the last thing you want to try to attempt, a 3 wide this early in the race.
Luke Rosella was super deep under brakes there into the chase, and he really had to take a lot of that inside curb there to make sure that he didn't clout the rear quarter panel of Alexander Bird's car. But Bird, not one of the regular drivers, he's obviously one of the co-drivers, so smart driving there just to let those 2 other Trans-Tasman cars go through of Corey Shepherd and Jake Burton, and he'll settle back into his own rhythm. At this stage, like you said there, Sandman, you don't want to be battling too ferociously for track position. So if there's cars behind you that are clearly faster, rather than trying to defend at this early stage, given that we're only on lap number 3, you don't want to be defending, you just want to let them go and settle back into your own rhythm.
Absolutely. And, at this stage of the race too, if people are starting to get away from you, don't worry about it too much. If someone's faster than behind you, let them go, because you just want to run your own race. There's going to be safety cars throughout the race. So rather getting yourself all caught up in the fact that they may be starting to get a 4 or 5 second lead in front of you, forget about it. That's all going to bunch up a little bit later on. So just run your own race, get comfortable. And for some of these guys that don't do a lot of this racing, whether they're playing that co-driver role, it's all about just them hitting hitting their marks and bringing that car home as straight as they can.
Best lap so far, James Scott on a full tank of fuel, 2:05.0. He's got a lead of just over a second through Andrew Gillian. Nathan Warren at the best place or the highest place of the co-drivers at the moment, still sitting in third position. Then we go back to Corey Shepherd and Jake Burton, who are running pretty much nose to tail at the moment in the pair of Trans-Tasman Motorsport Commodores.
It's always a boost for the ego, isn't it, when you start leading this race and you look in your mirror and you can see that you're just slowly starting to pull away from the rest of the field. You know, you're going to be sick of me saying this, and it is early stages, but as we see a bit of a move back there, it looks like Bird was getting past again. It looks like Rosella got the job done, but how was that dive from Rosella? I didn't think he was going to be able to pull it up there. That was a good move. So you could see he was a little bit racy, probably felt a little bit frustrated behind Bird, but, you know, at the end of the day, they all just need to be sort of keeping in touch with this pack. Always a little bit of a lock break there, but so not get too flustered at this stage and just hit your marks.
Yeah, Alexander Bird just doesn't quite seem to have the pace so far in this opening stint. His best lap, the 2:06.9, compared to all of the other key runners who are running in the mid-fives at this stage. James Scott running in the low fives, and he's going to come under some pressure here from Griffin Gardner in the number 990, the all-black car. And also Corey McFarlane and Robert Gibbs in there as well, just at the fringe of the top 10.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what time Bird's doing, you know. All he needs to do is just be comfortable and bring, like I said, bring the car home. So I reckon the team will just be on the radio to him, just letting him know, hey mate, you're doing a good job. Don't worry about what the way the race is going. You know, you've got one job to do, and that's just to be as smooth as you can and just hand that car back to us, you know, as best you can. So don't get too caught up. I'm pretty sure there'll be an easier just saying don't worry about it and don't get too flustered.
We saw a move for position there as well with, that was Robert Gibbs getting around the outside of Corey McFarlane on the run-up into the cutting. And it'll be in this stage of the race as well where the drivers and teams will start to get a feel for how their cars are behaving. There are some subtle but important differences between a good qualifying setup and a good race setup, and this was the move from Robert Gibbs. So it was set up because McFarlane ran wide at Griffin's Bend, lost his momentum on the exit of the corner. Good heads-up driving there for him to realise that the position was lost and just to breathe out of the throttle to make sure that we didn't have a Greg Murphy, Marcus Ambrose style accident up there.
Absolutely, and that's it. That's the smartest thing that he could have done. Just roll out of the throttle and say, it's only one spot, don't worry about it. You know, let's push on. So, but you see just the way that car moved a little bit, got a little bit wide, and yeah, he knew he was a sitting duck. So, yeah, good, smart heads-up racing.
Here's one of our real-life drivers, Richie Stanaway, who's been called up to co-drive alongside Brenton Hobson. He'll be obviously co-driving with Shane Van Gisbergen in the real-life Bathurst 1000 next weekend, but for this particular race today, they're rivals in different cars. And Stanaway's had a solid start, currently running in 12th position, which is the position that car started in on the grid, and having a good dice at the moment with Wayne Burke.
Just as we were looking at that, you can see a couple of the drivers there flashing lights. It might have been Gardner, but how good is it that we've got some real-life supercar drivers in this race? You know, if you had told this 10 or 15 years ago that we'd be doing sim racing, we'd be doing a Bathurst 1000, and we'd have real-life supercar drivers and championship drivers in our thing, like, you'd be pinching yourself and say, no way. But, yeah, we're so lucky to have these guys, and it's not the first time that we've seen Stanaway join us in the series, and it's really good to see him having a crack.
Like I said, good mental preparation for these drivers ahead of the real life Bathurst 1000 as well, so we'll get their head in the game for concentrating, making sure that they can get through long stints without making any mistakes. This battle continuing. This is the contest for position 7 down to about 12th or 13th position, with Alex Bird still with a big freight train of cars formed up behind him, including Griffin Gardner, Robert Gibbs, Corey McFarlane, Joe Mugford, who's teaming up with Jake Maloney. Maloney, one of the drivers who we always see doing well here at Mount Panorama.
This is that battle that I saw when we were talking about Richie just before, is that, Gardner, he was flashing the lights and I don't know he's going to do it this time around. You can see the time difference. Just, he feels that, he obviously is being held up. You can see that in the times. The cars in front of him are doing 2:05s. They're in the, Bird's doing the high 6s. So it looks like he's going to make the move up there, the inside under brakes. Perfect place to get the job done. Gets up, move, and no problems there. So now it's just eyes forward. So a little bit of a cork in the bottle like you touched on, but it's not the end of the world.
No, so Griffin Gardner's now got a bit of clear track to get into his own rhythm. Turning our attention back to the race leaders, and James Scott just managing the margin back to the cars behind, so that remains at just over a second ahead of Andrew Gilliam, Ethan Warren third, Corey Shepard and Jake Burton continuing their duel for positions 4 and 5 at the moment. They are being caught though by Luke Rosella, so since he managed to get past Alexander Bird a couple of laps ago, Rosella has managed to make up a bit of time on the two Trans-Tasman cars. And then you've got quite a big gap now back to Griffin Gardner. It's almost 4 seconds back to Gardner, who's now got a bit of clear track to play with as he has negotiated his way around Alexander Bird.
Just about to say that all these teams have been breathing a sigh of relief that they've all pretty much got through this opening start of the race where they're unscathed. Yeah, it's a little bit racy down the back here, but no one's done anything silly. We haven't seen any major incidents, and that's exactly what all these teams, well, just as I say that, a little bit of a puff of smoke. That was probably just a little bit of a rub on the inside of the wall. But we spoke about that in the podcast, just to how easy it is just to go when you get the car turned in at the cutting. It's easy just to click that little bit of a wall and you get that little puff of smoke, but it doesn't look like there's too much damage from any of those cars. But you're going to see that where these guys are just taken out right to the edge. They're going to be up against the wall, but what they need to do is just make sure they keep the car straight, because towards the end of the day, the last thing you want to do is see crumpled panels, and we know that it does start to affect the aero. So if you can keep that car intact for at least the first 100 odd laps, you're going to give yourself a shot.
Biggest move that we've seen so far, Rick Kuznetsov. So that car had to start at the back of the grid after they missed out on the grid formation earlier on, and he's made up 10 positions. He's come from 37th on the grid up to 27th so far.
Oh no, they're in the grass! Oh, how did they hold on to that? I don't know if they were just trying to fight for a little bit of real estate on exit, but a little bit of a touch. Both cars went onto the grass. Lucky not to fire it into the fence.
So that was Damien Johnston, and I think it was Lachlan Capel in the Evolution Racing Team car that he's sharing with Sebastian Flock, coming out of Forest Elbow.
Oh, wow, just closed the door on him, and he had the nose alongside. So, man, that could have been absolutely huge.
What a save by both of those drivers. Anxious moment in the early stages of this race. Lachlan Capel was actually given the responsibility of qualifying that car yesterday, as we see the Trans-Tasman cars swapping positions, and in fact Corey Shepard will lose a couple of spots. So not only does he lose a place to his teammate Jake Burton, but Luke Rosella, opportunistic move to slip up the inside as well.
Yeah, tricky part of the racetrack. When you give up that position and you move just a little bit wide, it's really hard to sometimes keep the car on the line, the racing line. And that's exactly what happened, that gap opened up. Rosella was there close enough and he was able to snaffle it. But yeah, you don't want to do that later on in the race, because when those marbles start to build up, you're going to find yourself easily off into the fence there.
Riding on board with Glenn Postlethwaite, who just lost a spot coming out of Griffin's Ben Hayden Selwet around the outside of him on the run up towards the cutting. So Postlethwaite sharing with Adam Briggs, just getting shuffled back a couple of positions. There he is, heading down over Reid Park ahead of Michael Healy.
Great camera shot, that one. You can see the attitude on the cars and just seeing how really once you start up over the mountain, it's really single file for these guys. So it's all about just setting yourself up in a decent position just to get that run down the straight. You can see different lines there where people are trying to run that little bit of an outside line to cross over the inside, get that sneaky bit of a draft and see what they can achieve towards the end of the straight. But yeah, it can be frustrating at times when you're tucked behind a driver. You can see him just move it around a little bit, just trying to break that toe, because you can see that TTR Mustang just start to close up. He's obviously going to run out of real estate here. He'll think about possibly a move up the inside or outside with brakes, but no, but back there, someone else has done the move. He's getting up the inside. That's Freeman. So what we were talking about, what we thought we were going to see earlier, but that's what he's done. He's done that dive up the inside and pulled it off nicely.
And Rick Kuznetsov continuing his march forward as well. He's going to get another spot heading into Murray's corner. Up the inside. And that was Hayden Veld that he just passed. And Blake Warboys trying to take advantage of that, but didn't quite have the space to get the move done into Hell Corner.
Yeah, because next off, I'm giving that car, that paint job for... I'm giving that the best presented car. I'm a bit partial to that paint scheme. Looks terrific and good to see it in the series as he thinks about making a move up the inside. He's going to go on the brakes. No, just tucks back in. But, yeah, how good's that livery? I'm a little bit partial, a little bit biased, but that's a ripper. And look at that. As our team's just shown us, 13 positions at this stage. So he's obviously slid into that seat pretty quite well this morning. He's feeling a little bit racy and getting those jobs done.
Yeah, so showing good pace, but in the early stages of the race, it's about balancing your desire for track position with a bit of patience. So good that he's just picking off these cars one by one, but he needs to make sure that he doesn't have any contact or get caught up in any accidents.
Geez, I do catch my breath sometimes. You see these cars just getting close to the wall, a little bit of puff and smoke here and there from most of the field, but you know, everyone I think now has just got themselves into that rhythm. When you find yourself sort of lap 8, lap 10, you know, these guys say, oh, I see that car moving. Was that possible? Wait, that thing was sideways coming through there, man. And a little bit of puff of smoke. Oh, a little bit of a dive back there. Kuznetsov, was that going to make another one?
Yep, so that was a big send down the inside of Thomas Freeman into Forest Elbow, and he made it stick as well.
Look at that shake there. That was the old tank slapper there coming out of the turn. And yeah, good to hold on to that, but he's feeling a little bit of pressure there from the TTR Mustang.
So Postlethwaite, another driver who's got a conga line of cars forming up behind him at the moment. Michael Healy in there, so too Thomas Freeman, and here comes Rick Kuznetsov, who'll be looking to clear these next 3 cars as quickly as he can. Out the front, James Scott continues to lead. His margin is 1.3 seconds over Andrew Gilliam, with Ethan Warren holding down position 3. We're right on board with Kuznetsov coming out of Hell Corner.
Oh, here we go.
That was almost too easy there for Kuznetsov. I think that Michael Healy, Thomas Freeman might have just breathed out of the throttle there coming out of Hell Corner, decided that it wasn't worth fighting the position that hard this early in the race.
Yeah, and I'm sure the teams would have been in his ear just, oh, there's drama back there, can't contact into the wall. Oh, that's the first incident we've seen. We don't know if there was a little bit of contact there with getting wide. We talked about how tough it is through that corner. If you give some space, you do fire off to the outside, but major damage to the car there, boys. So
at Griffin's Bend, it's pretty much a one-line racetrack, and you can see that Warboys was out in the grade G. I'll tell you what, he was lucky that he didn't bounce back into the oncoming traffic there, because he found the concrete of Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, it gets sideways. You can see he moves out sideways and then gets that tag and hard into the fence. So big damage there. They're obviously getting time to get back to the pits, but man, that's really going to make things tricky. So gives some space, gets sideways, gets crossed up, nose into the first, into the barrier. Whew, big damage.
Yep, and like you say, they'll no doubt be limping back to the pits for some repairs. Here is our race leader, James Scott. His lead now out to 1.5 seconds over Andrew Gilliam. Ethan Warren, been a really solid performance from Ethan Warren so far. Let's not forget he is a non-regular driver, co-driving alongside Brady Myers, but he is staying right in touch with our 2 race leaders at the moment.
Yeah, and yeah, like we say, he's doing exactly what he needs to do. I think he's just sitting. He's not worried about pushing too much. And I think at this stage for these drivers, for the co-drivers, they're just waiting for those laps to tick over. You know, they know what lap number that they're going to need to meet. They need to get their stint over and done with. And if you find yourself just waddling around in P3, you know, that's not too bad of a job considering how deep this field is, and then all the dramas that can happen behind. So he's in himself in a nice position up towards the front. He's got no pressure from behind. He's just running his own race and just ticking those laps off.
Our pit reporter Scott Rankin is going to be keeping an eye on all of the strategies and driver distances over the course of the day, so we'll keep you up to date on all of that information right throughout the race.
Yeah, so just on that, I've just got a quick update. I've just gone through the field and done a check into percentages of co-drivers versus main drivers that have actually started the race. Very, very 50-50. It's about 55-45 in terms of the split. I think we've got 16, 17 cars. They've got the main driver in, and then 19 with the co-driver in. So currently it seems to be they want to get the co-drivers done, potentially a stint. I think all the guys with the co-drivers in will do a single stint here. They may do a double. If they do a double, they'll do a double for their co-driver, then they'll do a double for their main driver, they'll do a single for the co-driver, double for the co-driver at the end. That is a fatigue management strategy. The other guys will be looking to do a single probably with the main driver, transition over, get all their co-drivers hours out. Talked to a number of drivers, they said, fatigue is a problem. We definitely want to be managing fatigue, so I just don't think that you'll see a triple stint out of most teams. The WK and P entries were looking to try and do about 2.7 for their co-driver, so that was their number.
So 2.7, that's near enough to a triple stint. So that's basically, basically doing the least laps that you can while fitting inside your fuel window. So yeah, it could be that in some of the cases it will be the primary driver who will do a single stint. The co-driver will get in and do that 2.7 stints, and then the primary driver will return for the end of the race. But coming back to what Scott was saying about fatigue management, there will be other drivers and teams that will do more driver swaps to ensure that nobody's in the car for too many laps in a row.
Has that shot with Veld there on board. Man, he was keen to get the job done there, but man, that was getting very close on exit, got the position. But I like what Scott touched on as far as the fatigue thing. You don't want to be triple steering. Oh, just seen on exit there, car a little bit wide there, but they've managed to hold it all together. You don't want to fatigue your drivers, especially if you've got your A and your B driver as such. And if you think one's a little bit faster, you want to try and save some of that little bit of energy towards the end of this race, because it's a long day in the seat. Watch through this corner again. So it looks like that TTR Mustang just up on the curbs, loses a spot there. But yeah, that turn is starting to be tricky already, and we're only sort of around a lap 11.
Just been given the update as well from our pit reporter Scott Rankin that car number 63 with Blake Warboys is massively down on straight line speed, which is not a surprise after that big accident that we saw at Griffin's Bend. Interestingly enough, they've chosen not to come into the pit, so they're going to persevere with it until their first scheduled pit stop. Based on a 6-stop strategy, the earliest... that's a very sideways moment for Hayden Veld. But based on a 6-stop strategy, the earliest that you can come in for your first pit stop is lap number 17, assuming that there's a 24-lap fuel range. So if you come in on lap 17, then it's another 6 24-lap stints to get you through to the end of the race on lap 161.
Well, I guess obviously we talk about safety cars. There are going to be safety cars, whether it's an incident on track or whether we've got, a random safety car. We have no idea what lap that's going to be. Neither do the teams or drivers. So, they may be just running around and they know that they've got a little bit of a margin before they go a lap down. So they'll stay out there as long as they can. And you never know. We may snag a safety car in the next 5 or 10 laps. Who knows?
What will make it interesting is if we get a safety car where it's between pit stops, because then you are likely to see a variety of strategies. There might be some teams that will elect to come in under that safety car and top up with fuel, whereas there'll be others that will choose not to and maintain their track position. So the safety car in between pit stops is where things can get really interesting.
Yeah, and of course, teams will take into consideration too is that driver swap time. So you're obviously going to take up a little bit more time when you're in the pits when you do the driver swap. Whereas if you're going to stay in the car and just do a quick, I say a quick splash of fuel, splash of fuel for an endurance style race, you can save time on the track as far as not doing that driver swap.
That is true, because a driver swap does take you some extra time. So it's to do a driver swap, it's 30 seconds. Now, you can do that at the same time as fuel and tyres, of course, but if it's a shorter pit stop, then you can potentially cost yourself some time by doing the driver change. So that'll be a factor that the teams will have to consider.
Not much has changed up front, has it? Scott just looking really comfortable, just running his own race. That margin has pretty much been around sort of 1.5 to 2 seconds for the most of the opening laps. So he's not too concerned. He knows he's just hitting his marks, and you know, he can keep a look in the rearview mirror just to see roughly where everyone else is. But there's no pressure from these, you know, top 5 or top 10 drivers at this stage. They're all just sort of getting themselves into a rhythm. And I think when you get to this point now, you do sort of start to slip into sort of auto driving mode a little bit. You know, you've already got a bit of a feel for the car. You know, you're starting to get into that rhythm as far as, you know, hitting your marks and that muscle memory. And of course, these guys have done so many laps coming into this weekend. They know that now, a little bit of a touch on the outside wall there for our leader. So a puff of smoke, but no damage. But, you know, these guys have done so many laps around this place, and, you know, they may have even done the race a couple of times in other series. So, you know, now they know that if there's no pressure around them, the heart rate can go down a little bit, and depending on how much the car slides up close to the wall. But the heart rate will go down and they'll just find themselves in a rhythm. And the guys and the drivers that can do that, they'll obviously make that rhythm a little bit smoother, and they'll find time on the racetrack without even thinking about it because they're just so smooth.
Let's have a look at the big movers and shakers so far in this race. So we've already talked about Rick Kuznetsov. He's up 17 positions from 37th on the grid up to 20th. Hayden Veld, he's made a big charger as well, up from 33rd on the grid to 22nd, a gain of 11 positions. Wayne Burke up 5 spots from 15th on the grid up to 10th at this stage. Jordan Ross has made up 5 spots. Conversely, a few drivers that have lost a lot of positions. So Alexander Bird started 4th on the grid, but he hasn't quite had the pace in this opening stint, and he slips back to 12th position. Michael Healy on board the car that he's sharing with Richard Hampstead, down at 10 spots from 16th to 26th. And Blake Warboys, after that crash at Griffin's Bend, has fallen from 24th on the grid back to 35th.
Yeah, I think what they need to do now, obviously they're at the back of the pack and they've got that damage. They just need to sort of keep their chin up, and, you know, you never know how this is going to play out, but obviously it does sort of make their day just that little bit trickier. When you lose that straight line speed, obviously a lot of damage, but they'll be able to fix a little bit of that. But unfortunately, all that speed and, you know, that loss of straight line speed, not all of it will come back, but the car will get a little bit better. So hopefully they can start working on that soon. But, you know, hey, early days, you don't have to worry about it too much at this stage. I think the most important key for all these drivers is staying on the lead lap.
Yeah, staying on the lead lap, and as you mentioned a couple of times during the podcast, it's all about buying a ticket to the last hour, as Neil Crompton likes to say. Probably the other cliche is that you're not going to win the race in the first stint, but you can very easily lose it. Yeah,
absolutely. Now we can see a little bit of pressure here. Burton's getting from, you know, Razzello. He's keen to push on. You know, we saw this at the start where he was making up positions, and now that he finds himself on the back of Burton, it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do, whether he just moves over and lets him go. But a decent little battle. We go back to a replay here of Bo Albert. Is this going to be a dive up the inside? Oh, it was a late one. Oh, lock up on the brake, and now he's run wide. So he thought about it, got in a little bit deep, pinched a brake, and, man, lucky to rejoin without nailing that wall and cause them more drama. But it didn't take much to upset that car, and as soon as it pinched that brake, he was just a passenger and just had to run wide.
Yeah, in the end, though, a good job to rescue that and just to run out through the grass rather than trying to pull the car up, trying to make the corner, potentially spinning out and involving other cars. We ride on board with Ian Ford at the moment. He's currently sitting in position 15 on board the car that he's sharing with Ethan Grigault, who was very unhappy with his run in the top 15 shootout yesterday, but much more confident in his race package. And we saw at the Sandown 500 that these guys just chipped away at it all day and ended up finishing in the top 5. And I'm sure they'll look to do a similar thing again today.
Yeah, as much as everyone wants the glory of, you know, starting on pole and you know, doing the shootout and taking that P1, you know, it's always a good bit of fun. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about being, you know, like you touched on it, you're buying that ticket to the end and just making yourself in a position where it doesn't matter where you start. Obviously, it's nice to start up the front and out of trouble. But, you know, we've seen guys win this race from back in the pack. It's such a long way. And, you know, so many things can happen with, you know, other cars getting caught up in incidents. We talk about safety cars and things like that. And you know, I think thankfully at the moment these guys don't have to worry about rain and weather and stuff like that. But man, that's going to be a massive change when you know, that obviously comes into fruition. But you know, at this stage, everyone just finds themselves, you know, just running their own race, not getting too caught up that they're down towards the back. And you see a little bit of a move up the inside here. Oh, he's going to get it done. Oh, again, look at that, running the outside. Now, we've seen this a couple of times today. We've touched on it. How easy is it for these guys to get themselves caught up? Just with that moving wide, it's lost a couple of more spots, and that was just because you're out of the racing line.
So basically lost 3 spots as a result of that for Joe Mugford. So he was 14th, but he's been pushed back to 17th. It is very much a single-line racetrack through Griffin's Bend because of the camber of the road there and the build-up of marbles off the racing line as the race progresses. So you only have to be half a car width off the ideal line and you can find yourself being hung out to dry, just as Joe Mugford did there.
Isn't it funny how we've seen how much of an impact that's already made? And of course, you know, you touched on with the marbles, like we're going to see that get worse and worse as the day goes on. So for it to already be an issue this early in the race, that's something that these teams are going to need to be mindful of and make sure that their drivers are aware that, you know what, that corner's just a little bit more treacherous at this stage of the race. So to have it happening so early in the race, that's really something they need to be mindful come towards the end.
Riding on board with the youngest driver in the field, Rehan Leonage. Very early retirement from the Sandown 500 after a crash early on, but he's made a solid start to his Bathurst 1000 campaign. Currently sitting in 18th position. He's gained 3 spots since the start.
A little bit racy too. I'm thinking he's probably going to look for a move up the inside here, Mugford. No, he just thinks better of it. So, yeah, looking racy, and it looks like he's just holding on, running good pace. He's been a good peddler for the year and a great addition to our series. And, you know, we've seen some of his onboard camera shots where you see him behind the wheel, and it's a little bit of a shock sometimes when you see how young he is, but he's a pure talent and really going to be a driver to watch in the coming years.
He sure is. He's got Dylan Carrera alongside him for the Bathurst 1000. He's right in the slipstream of Joe Mugford. You'd expect to maybe just be a little bit more cautious through Griffin's Bend this time around after what happened on the previous lap. Indeed he is, and just behind this pair you've got Hayden Sell in the car that's running that Alan Grice livery as Leonage goes for a move up the inside into the cutting. And I'm still being side by side as they approach the top of the hill into Gumtree, and he's pulled it off. Nice move from Leonage there.
How good was that? We'll check out the Logitech replay. He just makes that dive. He's so committed. The car looks good, gets on the brakes. Probably took him by surprise. He was like, I wasn't expecting that move, but got the job done. A little bit side by side through there. And then, man, that was brilliant, but no one was expecting that.
No, especially not this early in the race. And we do often see that there's some consequences with moves gone wrong into the cutting, but Leonage got away with it there. So Mugford relegated back another position. James Scott marching on. His lead now out to just over 2 seconds from Andrew Gilliam, and we've got a crash for Michael Healy. That's in the dipper.
This will bring out a safety car, I think. Man, he is hard up against the wall. He doesn't look like he's trying to pull reverse to try and lodge himself out of that wall, but I think his day might be done. He looks like he's lodged there and just, he's trying his hardest. Heartbreaking stuff so early. Lap 17 of 161, and Healy is in the wall doing his absolute darndest. We're just waiting to see if we get a safety car for this one, because looks like he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
It's actually caught on top of the wall, so try as he might, he's stuck there and he cannot get moving.
Yes, all eyes are on race control now. There's our Logitech G safety car. So here we are, lap 17, and we're looking at a possible safety car. So all these teams will start thinking about whether they dive down pit lane. Surely these teams would take this opportunity, even if it's just a splash of fuel, you know, just to make sure that they get that stop done.
Well, we're in the window. We are in the window now for the first stop, lap number 17. I said that this is the earliest opportunity that you come in for a six-stop strategy, and we're right there. So if there's a safety car, I reckon you'll see the whole field come down pit lane.
Update from race control, they're happy to leave it right now. They're monitoring the situation, nothing called in. They're just going to leave that car at the moment. There has been a notification that there needs to be caution at the exit of the S's, but that is all.
Yeah, that's
okay.
tricky.
We've got an update now. They're looking at safety car right now.
Yeah, that onboard shot that we were riding on, and Scott, when he came down the mountain and that car positioned where it was, that was a really, really tricky spot to leave a race car. So I wouldn't be surprised if they see as a safety car
Has been released right now. So we've gone to safety car right now. In terms of the strategy, Lockie's 100% right. We're on the leading edge of the window to do a six-stop here. There is enough hole in the tank to get your driver swap out and not have to stay static in the box for no additional updates to that car. So I expect the entire field in here, expecting the lead drivers to do a swap. Remember, we've got about 50-50 out of the field. I expect co-drivers, if they're in the car, to probably stay in the car.
Yep, so busy time now in the field. So everyone has darted into pit lane. The safety cars all by his lonesome, just waiting for these teams to tick off these stops. Everyone taking fuel and tyres.
So literally everybody is in. There's nobody who's chosen to stay out and run the gauntlet, and that's because of what I said about the pit window situation.
Yeah, you'd be absolutely shooting yourself in the foot staying out. So, and it's going to be a drag race. So, there we go. So a lead change.
Indeed. So James Golding, in the car that he's sharing with Andrew Gillian, has been able to jump ahead of Shane Van Gisbergen, and so too has Brady Myers. So all of those teams have swapped drivers. So Golding now in car 201, Brady Myers now in car number 22. So they have done a swap. So the co-driver has not stayed on board. It was just a single stint for Ethan Warren. That car now handed over to Brady Myers. Shane Van Gisbergen has replaced James Scott in car 088, and Andre Heimgartner now in car number 8. Madison Down has taken over from Corey Shepherd. Harley Haber, Dylan Rudd, Cameron Dance, Dylan O'Shea. Wayne Burke has stayed in car number 89. Richie Stanaway stayed in car number 88. So the majority of those teams at the front of the field have elected to do driver changes under that safety car. So while we're under safety car conditions here at the Bathurst 1000, we'll grab a quick break here on Race Stars TV. We'll be back with the resumption of play very shortly. This is the Logitech G Pro Invitational A-Series Bathurst 1000, and a few updates for you while we're under safety car here, our first safety car intervention of the race. So the Michael Healy Richard Hampstead car's engine blew, and that's the reason that they ended up against the wall there on the exit of the dipper. That car is now back in the pits and their day is done. Also, we saw Blake Warboys and Scott Gamble come into the pits. That car was heavily damaged after the crash at Griffin's Bend. They were in the pits for almost 3.5 minutes repairing that damage. However, I believe that they are actually still on the lead lap, so yes, the safety car has been a good opportunity for them to come in and get that damage repaired. Interesting to see that Kurt Stenberg's come into the pits as well under this safety car just for a quick splash to top that car up with fuel under safety car. We're seeing some replays there of Michael Healy's incident there at the dipper, and unfortunately that is our first retirement from the race.
It's so easy for that to happen. I mean, you know, drivers would have done that in practice, you know, numerous times. You know, the car just gets a little bit sideways and unfortunately got away from him, nose on into the barrier. You can see he's just coming down the mountain there, gets turned in. As we know, we're going back to, this is a replay of Stenny. He's coming through to where the incident took place. And as he sees his teammate just darted off into the fence. So, yeah, it's a tricky part of the racetrack. You know, the car unsettles a little bit, gets sideways, and once it was nosed into the barrier, unfortunately, he was stuck. And that's an early shower for those boys, unfortunately.
Going to be an interesting race start here because we've got new drivers in the car, so it's almost going to be like starting an entirely new race. The interesting thing for me is that the pit stop for the James Scott Shane Van Gisbergen car was a bit slower than the two other cars in the top three. In fact, they lost over 3 seconds to both of those cars during the pit stop, and I wonder if that's just because of the fact that the 201 Gilliam Golding car and the 22 Myers Ethan Warren car were able to do a bit of slipstreaming for part of their stint, if they were just able to save a bit more fuel during that first stint compared to 088 that was out in front right the way through.
Possibly, may have even just overshot his pit bay a little bit, so he might have had to just pull reverse and quickly pull it up a little bit, so that may have been the fact. But yeah, 36.4 seconds was their stationary stop. So nevertheless, I don't think they'd be too concerned. I think Van Gisbergen's, you know, I think he's not a bad steerer around this joint, and you know, he spends a fair bit of time on iRacing, so I don't think they'd be too concerned. But how's that top 5? Golding, Myers, Van Gisbergen, Heimgartner, and Down. So it's going to be an absolute cracker as we see the safety car pull away from the field. He'll start to dart towards pit lane, and we'll be able to get this race started. But I know we're biased, but that's a good-looking safety car, isn't it?
It sure is the Logitech G Aston Martin safety car, which is being driven back to the pits as we speak. So at this restart, 3 out of the top 5 drivers are real-life supercar drivers, so it is going to be on for young and old. We've seen that the real-life drivers are just as competitive on the sim as they are in the real world as the safety car pulls back into pit lane. So it'll be up to our race leader James Golding to control the pace of the field at this restart in the Altus Australia 201 car that he is sharing with Andrew Gilliam. Altus Australia basically forming out of the Pursuit Sim Racing team, which has been disbanded or merged, as it were, with the Altus Exports operation, which has had a long and illustrious reputation for developing sim racing talent both here in Australia and on the world stage. But back underway in the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000 at Mount Panorama.
It's a good start from Golding. Nothing too crazy, you know, especially at this point of the race. You know, he knows he was just going to get off to a cruising start. Probably not leave too much of an opportunity for Myers, but he's looking a little bit racy as we come off turn 1, and he's going to make this run up the straight. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a little bit of a toe here and probably thinks about a dive up the inside, but Golding will be open to that. He'll probably know that he's probably thinking about that move. Will he bother to shut the door on him? No, he's just going to let him go and say, you know what, if you want to start to pace this race, off you go.
Well, Myers is
don't go wide.
Myers
Sorry.
is a private driver up against a whole bunch of co-drivers at the moment, so this is Brady Myers' opportunity to make some hay while the sun shines. And he wasn't wasting any time. He wanted the track position and straight down the inside of James Golding at Griffin's Bend, went through to the race lead. So Myers, Golding, Van Gisbergen, Madison Downs made the move through on Andre Heimgartner as well. So Madison Down gaining a spot at the race start as well.
If you tuned into the podcast, but we spoke to Burton and he said that, we spoke about and said, how his teammate and Heimgartner was preparing for this race. And he said that, unfortunately Heimgartner had been busy and had duties to commitments and didn't have much time in the sim. So it was only as of a couple of days ago where he first got his backside trackside. So, he's doing all right at the moment to be there in touch with the top 5. Obviously Burton got them there, but I think he'll do a good job. He'll just hold on. There's probably a little bit of a block there. I think that's why Down was pretty keen to get the job done on Heimgartner, because he probably is a little bit of a cork in the bottle back there. But how's this up front? We can see now Golding's got some pressure from Van Gisbergen and Down's all over the back of Van Gisbergen. Van Gisbergen's making a move up the inside. Oh, it's going to get side through there, but Golding's just let him go because you don't want to put up too much of a fight. And I think Down will be pretty quick to do the same thing on Golding as well.
So Van Gisbergen up to position number 2. And James Golding restart in the lead, but he's going to be back to 4th position by the time they complete this lap, because Down slides on through at Murray's corner to move up to position 3. Andre Heimgartner's lost another couple of spots as well, because Haber, Run and O'Shea have all gone through, so Heimgartner back to 8th. More shuffles for position happening a bit further back. There was Grigolt getting up the inside of Richie Stanaway. Nathan Grigolt has taken over from Ian Ford on board car number 7. This is what I said, it's like starting a new race. You've got some drivers in there who are having their first laps of the day under race conditions. Tom Freer just having to brake a bit early. Who's that on the outside there? Oh, somebody running very wide there. They were alongside, that was Cameron Dance in the car that he's sharing with Robert Gibbs, another driver who's fresh aboard. Just getting a feel for the grip levels out there at the moment, a feel for how fast and hard they can drive these cars. This is actually the first couple of laps after the first round of pit stops, particularly when you've just had a safety car situation. It's one of the highest risk stages of the race because of the fact that you've got fresh drivers who are turning their first race laps of the day, and you do have the field tightly bunched together as a result of the field compression due to the safety car.
And for some of them, they may not be, some of our more experienced drivers too. We talk about that these guys in the series, they spend so much time in these simulators, and, depending on who they get paired up with, sometimes they may not be as strong as their lead driver. So, you've got different mixes of driver talent throughout up and down the field. And see Golding's get a little bit of pressure here, so Rudd's going to get the job done on the outside. O'Shea looks like he's going to try and follow him through. So I think Golding will just crack the throttle a little bit. You don't want to put too much of a fight up here, although he's going to hold his own around the outside, but that's exactly what he does. Just go single file again and just push on. Oh, it's close on exit there. Rivera, I was worried that he was going to just get a little bit of nose to tail there, but again, there's a Stanaway back there. So, the little bit of pressure here from these guys, where these guys are feeling a little bit sort of racy, but Dance there looking possibly for a move here. So Stanaway not quite come up to speed a little bit here, but, these guys will just start to settle themselves into a rhythm and not do anything too silly at this stage.
Battles on for 2nd position, so Madison Down has ranged up behind Shane Van Gisbergen. Brady Myers has cleared out. He's leading the race by almost 3 seconds, so he was able to take a big advantage of getting to the front early after that restart, and like I said, making hay while the sun shines, taking advantage of the fact that there's cars battling behind him at the moment.
Interesting battle, this one, isn't it? Obviously with Van Gisbergen, he's one of our best in the real-life supercar series, and Madison Down, because he's one of our best in the supercar series too, so in our online series. So it's really good to see these guys going toe-to-toe. Obviously a lot of respect between these two, you know, but to see them both battling on track and tackling the mountain, this is really cool to see. They won't be too concerned that Myers has got that gap out to 3.2 seconds, but just, you know, Down obviously a little bit racy now, and, you know, it'll be interesting to see whether he's happy just to sort of sit behind Shane. Obviously, Shane's not, you know, really going to be holding him up too much. We know that he's a pretty good steerer around here, and you know, I think maybe the Down will just obviously just sit and probably think about maybe using an opportunity to save a little bit of fuel at this stage.
Yeah, it was one of the points that was raised in the podcast during the week, wasn't it? That early in the race, it can be beneficial to use the slipstream to do a bit of fuel saving, because it will save you time in the pits later in the race.
Yeah, and if you've got a close nose-to-tail race with someone, that, you know, extra, you know, half a second or second in the pit stop might be all you need just to jump them in that pit stop. So, yeah, it can be crucial, but there is a fine art to go fast and save fuel at the same time. Oh, a little bit of action back here. Oh, it's going to be tight. Oh, they're just trying to get the move on Heimgartner. He's run a little bit wide. Oh, he's trying to check up on the outside there. Didn't want to run off into the gravel. So these guys now get a little bit racy, but unfortunately, it looks like Heimgartner has just not quite come up to speed, and these guys all trying to pounce on him at this stage, but trying to keep it as clean as they can.
He's had his ears absolutely boxed since the restart, Andre Heimgartner. He was up inside the top 5 when the race restarted, and he's been relegated all the way back to 15th position. As we say, James Golding also, that's another driver who has struggled since the restart, and he's just lost another couple of positions at Griffin's Bend.
Oh, I tell you, it's heart and mouth stuff when I see those drivers run a little bit wide through there. We've already seen how tricky that can be, but yeah, Heimgartner now back to 19th now, so it's really pressure on for him at the moment. But what he needs to do is just not get himself caught up in an incident. Look at these guys going side by side through. That's not ideal. We touched on this at the start of the race. It's pretty much single file across the top of the mountain, but these guys are going side by side. Look at it.
Oh, this is intense stuff, isn't it? So, like I said, it's still very much a high-risk stage of the race at this point. And there is Heimgartner just ahead of Hayden Sell, who is still on board the 951 car. Back to 19th, as you said. This will be a bit frustrating for Jake Burton, who will now be watching on from back in the pits.
Oh, he's run wide.
Oh, he's run wide at Forest Elbow. That checks up Hayden Sell behind, and it's going to give an opportunity to Matthew Bowler to tuck into the slipstream as well. Chases across the road, Andre Heimgartner. That's actually a bit naughty. That's a couple of direction changes in a straight line. And they're going to go almost 3 wide into the kick. And now it's a braking duel between Hayden Sell and Matthew Bowler into the chase.
Oh, these guys doing a good job side by side. The car's moving around a little bit, especially when you get up on the curve there. It's so easy for the rear just to line up a little bit. They've gone single file, and then a bit of a change up back here too. But man, yeah, you can just see how much Heimgartner is just struggling a little bit at this stage. But have a look at these guys. Look at this. Heimgartner just runs that little bit wide. Does he make contact? No, he keeps it off the wall. That's the most important thing. He's still got a straight race car. Yes, he might have lost a couple of spots, but he can just push on now. And what they'll be thinking about doing there is now getting his laps out of the way. If he's struggling to come up to speed with these sim races, what they want to do is try and get that allocated laps that he needs to do, and then they'll be able to push on, and Burton will be able to chase down.
So yeah, they might look at doing effectively a triple stint for Heimgartner at this stage to get his laps out of the way as soon as possible, so that they can get Jake Burton back in the car for a nice long run to the checkered flag to recover as many of those lost positions as they can. Here's our race leader, Brady Myers. He's the lead now out to almost 4 seconds over Shane Van Gisbergen.
He's having fun too. Look at him. Just the way the car moves up over the top of the mountain. Love seeing shots like that. But he's just in autopilot at the moment, hitting the old cruise control. He knows he's got no pressure. But, you know, when he start pulling away from the field there, it's obviously a pretty good feeling. But, you know, at the moment, it's nice when you don't have that pressure from behind.
So 13 cars left their starting driver in the car during that first round of pit stops. Everybody else did a driver change. one of the drivers who stayed in the car is Richie Stanaway, so he's staying in for a double stint. So that's, if we go back to my strategy notes, they've basically gone for, at this stage, what I described as strategy B, where you run your co-driver for a double stint at the start, you put your lead driver in for a single stint in the third stint. Co-driver gets back in for one last stint before your lead driver doubles a triple stint home as Maloney goes for a move down the inside.
I don't know if there was contact there, but man, oh man, that was really close. A little bit sideways there. I thought he was going to go for the move up the inside, then sort of faked it like he wasn't going to, and then made the dive. But man, that was close.
So Jake Maloney, one of the primary drivers who's now in his particular car. Oh, that was super close, wasn't it? Kobe Jones.
There might have been contact there, or if it's just catch it from a different angle, but it did look like it might have been a little bit of nose-to-tail action there, not sure.
Here's Dylan Rudd sitting in fourth position ahead of Dylan O'Shea. Harley Haber, who has taken over from Luke Rosella, and Wayne Burke. So Harley Haber was up in fourth position, but he's lost a couple of spots in the last couple of laps.
He's got some damage to the right side of that Commodore too, so you can see the scuff mark up the right side there. So hopefully that's not affected him too much. Thankfully it's not on the nose of the car. Obviously that's where you start pushing the air. So if he can keep the nose of the car clean, then he's okay. I think we're going to see a couple of cars with that scuffing. You know, obviously everyone gets as close as they can to the walls there, but whether it's a little bit side-by-side contact, I don't know. But you know, at the end of the day, it's not putting him out of the race, but you do want to try and keep these cars as clean as you can.
It was such a physical restart, wasn't it? So much jostling for position, so not a surprise that there are now some cars that are sporting some minor panel damage.
And I guess we see that when we got, like you said, you know, when co-drivers or there's a driver change where, you know, there's, you know, throughout the field it's a little bit mixed up. There's some teams that have left their driver in that have already they already feel warmed up, but then you've got other drivers that jump in that haven't been in the car since probably yesterday. So, you know, it does, it does mix things up a little bit. And we see Heimgartner now looks like another spot that'll be losing here, but Briggs is looking for a move up the inside. I don't think Heimgartner will put up too much of a fight.
Best lap that we've seen so far since Heimgartner got in that car is a low 8, whereas all of the front runners are lapping in the 5s and 6s. So just goes to show how much he's struggling for performance at the moment. And yep, you're right, he's going to lose at least one, possibly two more spots here at Murray's Corner.
Just a reminder on that car, remember Andre's actually suffering from food poisoning as well, so they've got a really, really big job to do with Andre Heimgartner today. Most everyone else in the field, in terms of strategy, when they sit down and think about it, it's just a slight little bit of fatigue management. For Andre, they've got to, I don't necessarily, based upon that pace, I think he may only be capable of a single stint in that car at a time.
Yeah, which that's a problem, because it means that you're going to have him back in the car later in the race doing battle with primary drivers, and that's not ideal either. So, yep, they've got some work to do to try and balance out their strategy for the rest of the race. And for Jake Burton, like I said, it's a bit of a frustration because we know that he's got the pace of being right up the front, but if Heimgartner's losing all of this track position and all of this time, every time he's in the car, it's going to be difficult for them to fight their way back to a front-running result.
I'm glad you reminded us of Scott. I'd forgotten about that he wasn't feeling the best, and you know it's never much fun when you're not feeling great. You know, thankfully he's not in a real race car, but you know even doing these sim races, you know you still got to keep your wits about you, and if you're not feeling 100%, it's so easy to be distracted by it all. So hey, you know at the end of the day, he's just got to push on, and you know if it's only single stints, then so be it.
Here's Josh Anderson lining up for a move on James Golding down Conrod Straight. Good exit from Forest Elbow. They'll be side by side into the King. Golding decides that discretion is the better part of valour and just gets out of the throttle so that Anderson can move up into 11th position. So here's Harley Haber sitting in 6th position at the moment, still under some pressure at this stage from Wayne Burke. And now Ethan Grigault, who's been on a charge. In fact, since the race start, Grigault's been one of the faster drivers on the racetrack, and he's made up a number of positions since that safety car race start, as we see Burke up the inside of Haber into Griffin's Bend. Runs wide on the exit though, but he will be on the preferred inside line when they get to the cutting. And up the inside, Ethan Grigault. Oh, there's not a lot of space there. He's anxious.
There's still not much space.
You hold your breath through there. They're still side by side as they exit the cutting. In the end, Grigault decides to tuck back in behind.
It was heart and mouth stuff, is it? You knew when Burke made that move and sort of, run a little bit wide, you always knew his teammate was going to check up for him a little bit. So that put Grigault in a little bit of a tricky position, but thought about the move up the inside, but thought better of it. So it was nice that, obviously everyone's still pushing on. You don't need to be too racy at this stage. Obviously, when you see an opportunity in front of you, all these race trial drivers, they just want to I think he'll probably thinking about a move up the inside here. No, he's probably a little bit too far. And of course, Haber just covers that off. So here he'll get a decent run, but race drivers, they see an opportunity, they want to take it straight away. But I think you'll find now, if he can get a little bit of a toe here, he'll probably think about a move up the inside. So he's got that toe. He's not going to be quite close enough for a dive. And that's the perfect spot there, isn't it? You see drivers that get that toe and then at the last minute make that strong dive on brakes up the inside. And if they don't get the job done there, it's always a second opportunity here where you can see he's just positioning his car. And we've seen sometimes where drivers will sort of fake that move. They'll go for it. But yeah, looks like it's all line astern here. He'll hold on for another lap, but not too concerned at this stage.
James Golding losing another couple of spots. So this is at the chase. So Richie Stanaway has already got past him at this point, but Jake Maloney and Kobe Jones have both been able to get through as well. So Maloney down the inside into Murray's corner. And Kobe Jones and Hayden Bell were both able to slip through, as well as Grigault makes the move through on Harley Haber at Griffin's Bend. So carbon copy of what we saw from Wayne Burke on the previous lap, and that moves Grigault up into 7th position.
There's no substitute for seat time in sim racing, is there? We see the likes of, Van Gisbergen, and we see that Stanaway's racing and Golding and, Heimgartner struggling. Obviously these guys know that they know how to race and they do it great. But, it's obviously different kettle of fish for them when they get into the sim, and if you haven't had that regular seat time, it does play a bit of a role in this race. But as we've been seeing on the screen, who's running pacey, and that's Van Gisbergen. Look at that 5-0, so good 6/10 quicker than down. So yeah, he's putting in some decent laps and maybe thinking about that gap that's between him and Myers. He's probably thinking about that and saying, you know what, maybe it's time to push on a little bit.
Yeah, the Scott Van Gisbergen car is still in a good spot, because Shane Van Gisbergen, keep in mind that he's part-timer and a co-driver up against a bunch of primary drivers in this particular stint, but he's been able to maintain that car's track position. So providing he keeps his nose clean and continues to run at a decent pace, that car's still going to be in a very good spot when James Scott gets back in a bit later on. But right now, Brady Myers continuing to build the margin. It's now over 5 seconds that he leads the race by.
Strategy update coming your way, guys. Just spoke to Jason Bentz and Brian Borg in the 017 car. They actually just came to the pit lane on that most recent lap. They were getting caught up in the chain in behind Andre Heimgartner, and they said, hey, let's have a crack on the strategy. We know that we can run faster than this pack. They're looking to grab those spots in a virtual sense, in that they're going to undercut right here and look to go as hard as they possibly can. They're backing Bentz in to be able to do his job in this car right now, and they think that they can grab some spots out of this move.
It's an interesting strategy, but the problem that I have with it is that they're probably now going to have to make an extra pit stop for a total of 7 stops, because that's too early to be making your second pit stop to then get home on the same number of spots as everybody else. So yes, it might have got them some clear track and the potential undercut benefit, but when you do the maths and you think about fuel range, it might work out to be a disadvantage for them a bit later on.
Yeah, they're not 100% confident on those numbers, but they're relying on some safety cars, I think, in the middle of the race is what their real target is. So right now they just said, yep, look, where we are, we're going backwards, basically. So let's try something. Effectively, they're saying, we're out of control of our own destiny, let's grab it, and let's at least take this back under our control.
Oh, well, hats off to them having a crack at it.
I like it. I reckon it's good that there's some teams out there prepared to roll the dice because you just don't know how this race is going to play out. You know, we may see where, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth get involved in an incident and the rest of the field get caught up and there might be a big 10-car pile-up. The chances of that happening are pretty slim. You just never know, you know. So, hey, roll the dice, and if you find yourself in a bit of a situation, it may pay out in the end. And, you know, if you haven't got too much to lose, like, let it play out and see what happens. It's only lap 30, still an absolute long way to go. But like you said, yeah, they will have to sort of think about that consideration and as far as, you know, possibly having to do that extra pit stop.
This is a good battle at the moment. So we've got Richie Stanaway, Kobe Jones and Hayden Veld. Contest for 13th, 14th and 15th position. Stanaway's done a good job. Remember, he's in the second part of what is a double stint, and he's not one of the regular drivers. He'll be handing the car over to Brenton Hobson a bit later on, but getting a lot of his laps out of the way early, and he's been able to maintain a pretty solid pace right the way through.
Not too shabby, making up 18 positions too, Val. Like, to see where they're at the moment, obviously the car's very pacey, but speaking of pace, it's Ethan Grigalt too. He's showing that he's actually got pace now. He's got past Burke. We saw that battle that he had with Haber, and now he's chased down Burke, got the job done, and now he's got eyes forward, and so he's got himself now in a position where he's got some clear air, and he'll be able to make the advantage of that pace that he's got on board.
Absolutely. It's another 2.5 seconds up the road to the next car of Dylan O'Shea, so he can put his head down and focus on banging out the fast and consistent lap times. And in terms of lap speed at the moment, a 2:06.4 for Ethan Grigalt, and that was with the passing manoeuvre on Wayne Burke, so he is one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack at the moment.
Always great as a driver when you find yourself in a rhythm and you've got good car speed and you can see that the times are just slowly starting to peg back, and you know the team's behind you, and you know you're feeling good about your run at the moment. So, and now that he knows he's got that clear air, you know he'll be feeling like $1 million, and you know just he'll be looking at the times and just see that they're slowly starting to close on him. Of course, you know they find themselves as drivers. You'll come out of a corner, you'll see the car in front of you, and you'll just slowly start to see that car getting bigger and bigger, and it's a nice shot in the arm.
So this is the contest for second position. Van Gisbergen still holding down P2. Madison Downs just been content to sit there in behind SVG and save some fuel. And then you've got Dylan Rudd and Dylan O'Shea just behind having their own battle, and I reckon Dylan O'Shea might be doing a bit of slipstreaming and fuel saving as well.
Just got an update in. I went and checked in with the War Boys car. They said they were just really upset. They weren't happy with themselves with that mistake early on. Plan for that car was originally to do a double stint anyway, so this lines up strategy-wise. The car's responded now. They started off with about 5.5 minutes worth of damage. They're now back to around a minute, so that safety car worked out really, really well for them.
The best thing about that safety car for them was that it allowed them to stay on the lead lap while they were getting that damage repaired.
Yeah, and that's critical to their strategy. The goal for them is keep ticking away at the repairs, keep the car on the lead lap. That's their only goals now for today, and if they can scrap some points away, well, I mean, it's been a long 1,000 for them, so they'll take whatever they can get.
See, Stanaway's having some fun there. Look at that car just getting sideways, a little bit of damage up the side of it, but again, nothing too concerning at this stage. So yeah, he's just what's he going to find himself in P13 at the moment. A little bit of pressure there from Jones from behind, and again Veld, we spoke about how many positions Veld's made, and I don't think it'll be too much longer before he pegs off another couple or two. So yeah, Stanaway still hanging in there, but just slowly slipping down the order a bit.
James Golding about to lose another spot here as well. So he's another driver who has really drifted in this stint, so he's not had the pace. Remember, he was leading at the race start, and he's going to fall back outside the top 20. Oh, gets pitched up on the curb, and there's contact on the exit of the chase as well. With Adam Briggs, Lachlan Capel wants to take advantage of this as well. Dives to the inside at Murray's corner. Down the inside of James Golding, who opens the steering at the last minute and gets forced wide. And Adam Briggs will now be up the inside of Lachlan Capel as well.
Yeah, so we ended up losing 3 spots here, quite possibly. That was just door-to-door contact there. Lucky to get away with it. They both kept going straight, but man, the pressure's on there. But looks like, did he lose another one? No. Where's he gone?
There he is. So he did. So he fell back in behind Todd Hayne as well. So lost another 3 spots there for James Golding. He's back to 23rd position.
There we go. So that's that move up the inside where Haynes he's had that momentum and been able to capitalise and make the most of the move up the inside. So yeah, it's easy, isn't it? You know, that one decision there, and then he's lost 3 spots. But he'll find himself now, obviously you can see behind, he's got a fair bit of distance behind him now, so he'll be able to just sort of push on, not worry about looking in his rearview mirror and just hit his marks.
I'll tell you what, the likes of Jake Burton and Andrew Gilliam, they're going to have a lot of hard work to do later on in the race with this lack of pace for their co-drivers.
Things interesting here with Van Gisbergen down. You can see Rudd and O'Shea really starting to pull up to the back of Down. I think we saw a little bit earlier where sort of Down had gapped them a little bit, but you know, possibly now they're feeling that a little bit more racier now compared to Van Gisbergen, and so there's going to be 4 cars that will be covered by a blanket in just a few seconds because you know they are really making grounds on the back of Down.
Expecting the next round of pit stops to happen around about lap 41 for most of the cars in the field, based on a 24-lap fuel run from when everybody stopped on lap 17.
Just on that, Lockie, just because of the numbers of laps on the safety car, that window might push out a little bit. I'm expecting, I think the leading edge of the next window will probably be about lap 43 because they would have saved enough fuel. I'm thinking maybe some teams, depending upon where they were, whether or not they got bottled up, whether or not they got a draft, you may get to 47, 48. That's a real big save though, so I'm expecting 43 to 45.
Okay, thanks for the update and good point about teams saving fuel under that safety car.
Wonder a lot of these teams are probably thinking that now, where they find themselves like Down, Rudd, O'Shea, how they find themselves behind Van Gisbergen. And we touched on it at the restart, whether we thought Down would just sort of sit behind Van Gisbergen and possibly fuel save. Whether that's what they're doing or not, who knows? But, now that they've got a little bit of a 4-car train going, that's probably something that they'll start to think about now. Just not that they, I guess if you want to start saving fuel to go that extra lap or so, it's a big ask because we touched on that in the podcast. Burton said it's a big ask to save about 4 litres around here doing for a lap. So, you need to do that pretty early on if you want to have that massive fuel save, but every little bit counts. So if they find themselves in a position where they can't really get the job done, they will probably just start to save that little bit, because we touched on it that if you can save that tiny bit and be a little bit quicker in that pit stop, it might be enough just to leapfrog the car in front.
Exactly right. And one of the other key points which Scott has just raised is that because that first round of pit stops was pretty much what we predicted to be the earliest possible opportunity on lap number 17, there's not a lot of flexibility left in your pit strategy for the rest of the race. So if it runs green to the end, the teams are going to have to run pretty much right to the end of their fuel load for all of their remaining stints to ensure that they can make it to the end on 5 more pit stops. So I think unless we see more safety cars, it'll be very similar laps that people will be pitting on for their remaining stops. Brady Myers has got really good pace out in front at the moment. His lead's now over 6 seconds over Shane Gisbergen. There he is. He's got the track all to himself at the moment, Brady Myers. It was a really good job by his co-driver, Ethan Warren, in the first stint. And Brady Myers was able to get track position very early after that safety car restart. He's been able to use it to his advantage.
It's a good feeling as a driver and as a team when, you know, you're just running your own race and you've got, you know, zero pressure around you. Obviously, it's still, you know, still a long way to go. You're going to be sick of hearing me say that, but, you know, that is the case. We don't know how the rest of this race is going to play out with safety cars, but all they know is that they're just running their own race and they don't have to worry about anything. They just sort of think about, you know, they'll probably be thinking in the background about their pit strategy and what sort of they've got under their sleeve, you know, as far as if this race continues to go green for a longer amount of stint, you know, they know that they've got that 6.3 seconds of margin to start thinking about, you know, what they're going to do and when they're going to pit and all the rest of it. So, you know, a lot to play out, but I wonder now here is if Down is continuing to be sort of happy to stay behind Van Gisbergen, or if he wants to think about getting the job done, because he's looking a bit pacey here, obviously pulls up a lot through the draft. Does he think about a move up the inside? No. Looks like he might be quite content. He's stayed there, hasn't he? He really hasn't made too much of an attempt to get the job done from this green flag restart.
No, as we see him move here. So this is Tom Freer applying the pressure. In fact, I think he's just been passed by Josh Anderson there into the chase. So Josh Anderson moving up into 9th position. We saw that Anderson's co-driver, Alexander Bird, struggled a bit for pace earlier in the race, but Josh Anderson's now starting to claw some of those spots back. The other one who has drifted a bit, obviously not to the extent of Heimgartner and Golding in this stint, but Harley Haber, he was very quick in the Sandown 500 when he was driving with Luke Rosella, but so far in this race he hasn't quite had the pace and he has fallen back a few spots since he took over that car at the first round of pit stops.
The race actually feels quite settled now at this stage, doesn't it, Lockie? Where everyone's just sort of, I guess they're just ticking laps over it at the moment. They know sort of where they're at with fuel strategy, and when they know their pit stop's going to start to happen, I guess they're just sort of seeing how the race is starting to unfold. Whether we're going to get a safety car, whether they some teams may have damage throughout the race. But I think everyone, you know, at the moment are just sort of quite happy to sit and just play these laps out.
And certainly feeling a lot more settled than it was just after that safety car restart, where it was on for young and old and we had lots of shuffling and jostling for position. Certainly in much more of the rhythm now. We're hearing that there was a crash for Kenneth Latter at McPhillamy Park on lap number 33. And that car's now back in the pits as well, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's our second retirement from the race. Here, so he got out on the curb and bang! Gee, we've seen that plenty of times, haven't we, at Mount Panorama, where you get out on that curb at McPhillamy Park and it unsettles the car, you overcorrect and end up in the inside wall.
So easy to do, just up on that curb, bang, and so lucky that everyone behind him, like, he held that really well up against the wall, because that could have easily involved another 3 or 4 cars.
So that car back in the pits, and we're imagining that car's day is probably done, or else they'll be in the pits for a very long time getting the damage repaired.
Jeez, it was a decent hit, carrying a lot of speed there, but hopefully they can get back out. But yeah, mate, it's a hard one, isn't it? And so easy to do. Like you said, we see it so many times, whether it's in the virtual world or in the real world of that part of the racetrack. It's so easy to get up on that curb and get the car sideways.
So Richie Stanaway's finally been overtaken by Kobe Jones. He was applying some pressure to Stanaway for a number of laps. He's finally found a way through, up into 13th position in the car that he's driving alongside Jordan Ross. So let's have a look at the performances of some of the teams so far in this race. So Synergy Sim Racing having a strong run because they've got 4 cars in the top 10 at the moment. So it's been a solid start to the race for them. Trans-Tasman, they always go well here at Bathurst, and once again they've got 3 cars inside the top 10. The 9-5 Sim Sports team having a good run as well. They've got the cars of Wayne Burke and Harley Haber running inside the top 10 at this stage. And the Evolution Racing team of Ethan Grigolt inside the top 10 as well.
Well, change of position there. It looks like Haber's just lost a spot there to the 51. So, as we think about, he's close nose to tail, but Henderson just managed to get that position. Didn't look like there was too much fighting. I think he was just happy quite really just to give it up. But again, Rivera here now, he's trying to capitalise, make that move up the inside. Smart driving there. Just backs out of the throttle and says, you know what, let's just go single file. We've seen how treacherous. You can see the marbles building up on the outside of that turn, and that's just going to get worse as the day goes on.
Yeah, they're very much a single groove racetrack by the time we get to the end of the race there at Griffin's Bend, that's for sure. Josh Anderson's been pretty quick so far this weekend. We saw a really good performance from him in the top 15 shootout yesterday and demonstrating some pretty good race pace at the moment as well.
Interesting point of the race, isn't it, where everyone's just sort of getting themselves basically just sort of line astern here, and they're just sort of waiting to see what's going to happen. And you know, I love hearing the way the cars are up over the mountain and these guys up on the throttle. Look at those marbles there just on the exit. Look at that. You can see that's exactly what we were talking about, and that's the last thing you want to get yourself into, because as this race goes on, that's going to get worse and worse. This is only lap 37 of 161, so imagine what it's going to look like at the end of the race.
Here's Matthew Bowler up behind Richie Stanaway, working towards the second round of pit stops, which is probably coming up in around 5 or 6 laps time for most of the drivers and teams in the field. And he'll get up the inside here into the chase, Matthew Bowler. Stanaway didn't fight that one too hard, and he's now in an Evolution Racing team sandwich with Hayden Veld just behind. And actually, no, Hayden Veld is coming into the pits now. This is a bit earlier than we probably expected for that car's second pit stop.
This will give some work for Scotty. Let's find out what that was all about. But yeah, I didn't expect him to fire into pit lane.
No, so going off strategy. Oh, this is tight here. A bit of overlap with Marcello Rivera getting up the inside of Harley Haber. There was only just a car width of room on the inside there. But Haber saw him coming and gave him some space to make the move through. So that puts Rivera up into 9th spot, Haber back to 10th.
So a couple updates on that 53 car. They've done a driver swap as well. So I think one of the key factors for them was getting their co-driver in nice and early. Looking for an undercut, looking to get them out of sequence as well is definitely important, and they're looking to change the strategy up. We also talked earlier on about how important it was now that we've hit that pit window. 17 laps into the race, we got a safety car leading edge of the pit window. Just talked to a couple of drivers. They're really concerned about that marker. Strategy's going to be bog standard if we go green all the way to the end. So they're trying to get off sequence with that Josh Thomas car. I think the guys with lead drivers in the car that have done a double to start off with, they're going to have to do something like this. I don't think you just leave your lead driver in the car all the way out to say 43. So a little bit of an undercut, but you've got to get your co-driver in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think about, and this is no disrespect to co-drivers, but, you know, obviously you think that your lead driver is, you know, obviously in some circumstances going to be a little bit quicker. So what I would do is I would tend to, as I guess from a team's point of view, is that you'd want to get those co-driver laps out of the way, because then any sort of hurt that you take throughout of the race, you know, with that lack of pace, you can make up, you know, at the end of the race. So you don't want to leave that too long where you have to try and chase down the leaders.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a big marker. The problem is if your co-driver's done a double here at the start, you're asking a lot of them now to get their laps done and get all the way out. And the other thing is they're still going to have to do another stint somewhere. You can't go 80, 80, because then you'll still have to do one more lap. And that just doesn't work mathematically in terms of the strategy. So the strategy to get your co-drivers out of the way hasn't opened up yet. So the teams are still going to have to do some finicking. Just spoke to the 269 car. They just said, yeah, just look a little bit of a mistake. But they're confident. And the reason that they said they're confident, well, they've got Jamie McKnight at the wheel and literally just called himself the lap down specialist. So if anyone can get back on the lead lap, apparently Jamie McKnight can.
Yeah, you're going to be pretty tall order from 4 laps down, though, to get all of those 4 laps
look,
back.
have confidence, have fun. I mean, you know, if you go out there and you're just dragging your heels for the rest of the day, I mean, at least they've got the right wit to go about it, so.
Oh, well, we wish them all the best. If they can finish the race maybe 2 laps down, I'd be impressed. If they can get 2 of those laps back, I reckon that'd be a pretty good effort. But coming back to your point about co-drives, it really does demonstrate the value of having a high-quality co-driver, doesn't it? Because if you've got a co-driver who can do lap times that are very similar to your primary driver and maintain track position, as we're seeing from Shane Van Gisbergen at the moment, as we saw with Ethan Warren in the first stint, it can really help set you up. Whereas, conversely, if you've got a co-driver who's a bit slower, like we're seeing at the moment from the likes of James Golding and Andre Heimgartner, it can set up some strategy challenges for you later in the race. Just a bit of a clarification as well. Brenton has just pointed out, Brenton O'Brien from the Evolution Racing team, that there are waiver rounds at every safety car. So if we get 4 safety cars, then all of a sudden the 269 car will be back on the lead lap. So that's not something to discount either.
And the other thing about that comment as well is look at how early we are in the race. We're literally on the second fuel stint and we're expecting 7 stints effectively. So if we get 1 safety car every fuel stint, if we get 1 every second fuel stint, that's still 3 laps back. Unfortunately for them, we've already had our first safety car, so they only get 2 laps back. So that doesn't necessarily work out. I mean, they've got to try something. They're still out there. They're still in the race. There's still points on the table. If they're sitting in the pit lane, day's done. You can't do anything about it. So.
Yeah, I think there's an issue for the 143 car. Jordan Ross and Kobe Jones is tumbling down the timing order. So, there we go. There we go. Car number 143. It stopped on the exit of the chase. He was battling with Richie Stanaway at the time, but that car has ground to a halt on the exit of the chase, and this could well be our second safety car intervention if they can't get that car rolling.
Downshift. I just went back and had a quick look. They blew the engines on the downshift, so that is a blown motor. Day done.
Oh, that's heartbreak. But that's what McKnight will be going, all right, let's have another safety car, because that's another lap that we were just talking about they could get back.
And remember, that car only just rolled off a pit lane too, so is that a symptom? Is that saying Jamie McKnight's capable of summoning a safety car at will?
Well, we're just waiting to hear from race control, but man, that's hard luck, isn't it? On those downshifts and you lose a motor. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going anywhere. So we'll see what race control do about that. Yeah, safety car on standby by the looks of it.
Has been called. Has been called.
There we go. So there is another safety car. So this is where we'll see teams fire off into pit lane. And of course, McKnight does the old happy dance and gets one of those laps back.
So the first safety car was right on the fringe of the pit window. This second safety car, if anything, it's probably a fraction early, but Brady Myers is still going to dive straight into the pits, and I expect most of the other teams will as well. I'll tell you what, if it runs green from here to the end of the race, there's going to be some pretty serious fuel saving that's going to be required to get through on only 4 more stops, but everybody once again will come in and take this safety car given how close it was to them getting ready to make that second pit stop.
Stenberg all over the back of the car. He's still racing because they know all these teams are going to be firing to pit lane. Doesn't want to do anything silly there, so smart heads up racing there. Just getting the advantage of that toe, but all these teams and drivers will be heading straight down to pit lane, and they'll be doing this another stop. So it's probably, like you said, it's come out at a tricky time, isn't it? You know, you said that it was right on the fuel window for first time round, but it's definitely going to mix things up a little bit. Here we are for lap 41.
Okay, so update on that stint. For anyone who pit and did do driver swaps, and indeed in terms of strategy, that stop right there was 23 laps from the start of the previous safety car, so 23 laps effectively out of that stint. They would have had about 3 to 5 sort of laps left over in the tank at most, so it wasn't quite a full fuel stint. And you're 100% right. This one is fractionally too early to hit the pit window, so this one will still qualify for giving us a splash and dash at the end again if we go green from here, but at this stage I'm no bets on that one.
If you're a bit further back in the pack, you might do another pit stop on the next lap and top the car up with fuel, because you just never know. That extra lap of fuel could come in very handy a bit later on. We saw Kurt Stenberg do it under the first safety car. He actually came in first, but then he tops the car up with fuel with the second pit stop later on in the safety car period. Now, there's been some more driver changes. So, again, pretty much all of our front runners have just swapped drivers. So, Ethan Warren back in car number 22 at the moment. Corey Shepherd has taken over from Madison Down. Corey McFarlane, they've had a quick stop there. Once again, a bit of track position lost for the Scott Van Gisbergen car. They've slipped back into position number 4. They were second when they came into pit lane with James Scott back on board that car. Dylan Rudd, Ian Ford, Forsnell Nabi, Jamie Stovall, Brad Bryan and Alexander Bird rounding out the top 10. Richie Stanaway finally gets out of car 88, so after what was a 40-lap opening stint, he has handed the car over to its owner, Brenton Hobson. So Richie Stanaway only has to do another 14 laps to tick off his minimum number of laps. And interesting as well to say that Andre Heimgartner has got out of car number 8 and handed back over to Jake Burton. So Heimgartner managing that food poisoning issue, like we suggested. Only a single stint for him. He'll do a bit more recovery time now, and Burton will try and claw back as many spots as he can. James Golding, though, has stayed in car 201, so Golding will do a double stint in the car that he's sharing with Andrew Gilliam.
Another update coming through from this pit cycle, the 53 entry. Remember, we saw them in about 5-6 laps ago, not all that long ago, looking to go on strategy. Did not come in. They've gained a ton of spots in that car. They are all the way up to 13th currently. So that strategy, in terms of where the safety cars have now fallen, that has actually brought them a long way forwards into this race. So drivers getting brave with their strategy to jump out of the train. I think there'll be a few eyes on that car now going, oh, should we maybe undercut here by a couple of laps? Well, strategy from here, it's not clean stops to the end, so I think you're going to see a couple more bobbles in terms of the strategy. This has opened things back up again in terms of the strategy.
I agree with you, because this safety car has, like I said, it's fallen at an awkward time. To get through the race from this point with 4 more pit stops, you would need to do some serious fuel saving.
Other than that, lads, I think it's back to spreadsheeting time. I've got some numbers to go crunch. The strategy's about to go wild, so I'll see what I can pull for you.
No worries, we'll let you get back to that.
Good time for the drivers to take that well-earned break too. You know, they'll be thinking about how this race is, you know, starting to settle in, and with driver changes, they'll be taking those opportunities to sort of stretch the legs, have that little comfort break, have something to eat, and then to obviously cheer their teammates on. And then there'll be people that are inside that team just crunching the numbers, you know, thinking about where they're playing out at this part of the race. So
for the 269 car of Jamie McKnight and Ken Latter, we joked before about getting laps back. Well, they have just got one of their laps back, so they're now just 3 laps down. So retirement so far, Jordan Ross and Kobe Jones, and Richard Hampstead and Michael Healy are both out of the race. Now, I've just noticed as well that James Scott has moved up to 2nd position, so I just wonder if that's to do with the pit exit. Maybe he was actually ahead when they exited pit lane, so he's been allowed to recapture that position under safety car, or been directed to do so by race control.
Yes, can confirm. There was actually some questions voiced on the in-race radio about the positioning on the pit lane exit. So yes, race control have been in contact and working with that one. So it was definitely questioned.
Okay, so...
Yep.
So this is what we're looking at on the replay now. So James Scott left... Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he's in P2 at that stage.
Yeah.
And then you'll see the car sort of dart round. Oh no, so he's in P1, yeah, dart round the outside.
So because James Scott was close as a pit exit, basically he couldn't accelerate up to race speed as quickly. So obviously race control have made the call that he be allowed to restart in P2. I would surmise from that. He was ahead of the green cone. So there's a green cone at the end of pit lane, which is the judge of fact zone. So there it is. You can see it there at the top of the shot. So Ethan Warren gets going, but now it'll be the green cone is where the position's judged. So we can see that the nose of James Scott's car was ahead of the green cone before Corey Shepherd or Corey McFarlane got there. And that's the reason that race control have decided that James Scott be allowed to move back up into second position. All sounds fair and reasonable to me. So we'll go for a restart this time around.
Final strategy update, just before we go back to that restart. You did say that there was strategy going on in the background about some people double pitting under a safety car. There is one car that has done that this time by, and it's just Drake in, I think, what's that, the 97 car, I believe. So there is one taker on that. So just the one again, and I think you'll see that each and every time if you're at the back end of the train. So basically what's going on there's two ways that you can play your strategy. You either go for track position or you go for strategy advantage. Well, that car had no track position, so may as well go for some strategy advantage. That's what they've done.
Yeah, you're not going to lose any track position if you're already at the back of the field anyway, so you might as well take the extra fuel and perhaps give yourself the opportunity to extend the next stint and save yourself some time in the pit stops a bit later. But this will be an interesting restart because now it's a majority of co-drivers that are in the cars, except for James Scott. So Scott's going to be a primary driver now up against a bunch of co-drivers. So now it's really James Scott who has to try and get some track position, quickly get ahead of Ethan Warren and then open up the gap. So back underway, the second race start in the 2023 edition of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Supercars E-Series Bathurst 1000. Back underway, we have completed lap number 42. And it's Ethan Warren who leads the race ahead of James Scott. Corey Shepherd backs to Corey McFarlane, Dylan Rudd, Ian Ford, Fosnell Nabi, Jamie Stovald and Brad Ryan as your top 10.
It's always a good feeling, isn't it, as a leader when you restart this back to green, because you get to run the tempo of the race. You get to start where you want. You know, you don't have to worry about someone probably trying to jump you. But it looks like it was a pretty good start there from Warren. And now he knows it's just he can just start to get himself into a bit of a groove.
So a few other primary drivers to watch out for who will probably be on the move in this stint. So Dylan Rudd sitting in position 5, he's a primary driver. Luke Rosella, we saw that when Harley Hayden was in the car, he lost some spots, but Luke Rosella was in 10th position, so he'll be on a charge you would expect. Brenton Hobson has finally relieved Richie Stanaway in car number 88, and he's a bit further down the order after the rather slow stint from Heimgarten, but Jake Burton is now back in car number 8, albeit down in 23rd position at this stage.
The benefit for him now is that, obviously the field has closed up that little bit. So with Burton, yes, he's a little bit further down in the pack, but it'll give him that opportunity to sort of run and make up some positions. And he won't be too worried about it at the moment. Just doesn't want to get caught up. It's so easy, especially back in the pack there when you obviously want a bit of clear air around you. So he'll be mindful of just trying to keep the car straight, not get himself in any situation. But can we go to a replay here just on exit? Nice and close up against the wall. Oh, I was waiting for the 77 to nail it there. Got themselves a little bit of a draft train going on here at the moment, haven't they? They're starting to just pull out that gap a little bit, but everyone here just nose to tail, just making the most of this restart. A little 5-car train just starting to develop. Well, it could be a 7-car train before you know it.
Here, and Ethan Warren's holding his own at the front of the field. It certainly hasn't been a cakewalk for James Scott to be able to get past. Top of the mountain, they fly. We saw that the number 22 car with Brady Myers at the wheel was able to gain a big advantage in the last stint, but Nathan Warren's being shadowed by an angry pack of cars at the moment.
I think he'll find himself in a position where, if he feels like he's getting that too much pressure, he will let him go. But I think he's holding his own at the moment. I don't think he needs to be worried too much at the moment. But, all these teams up and down throughout the field have been pretty good in this opening part of the race. And you'll only get to some certain point where the drivers won't give up position as easy. But I think at this moment, if you are starting to feel that pressure from behind, the teams are pretty keen to sort of let the quicker guys through.
Hey lads, I've just managed to go ahead and grab away Jordan Ross at the moment. Jordan, it's been a tricky race thus far. Safety cars have gone a little bit each way. How are you guys sitting in terms of the strategy?
We're out. We were the car that blew the engine, so unlucky for us. But for SSR, we've got plenty of cars still in the race and lots of good cars still in the top 10. So we'll hopefully one of the SSR cars gets the W.
Mate, in terms of things, I mean, obviously, you come for 1,000, you've made it just shy of a quarter distance, 250 kilometres in the books. That was interesting, that last stint. It was no one was settled, everyone was out of a groove and everyone was trying to find themselves. There's a lot of strategies going each way at the moment. Yeah,
it's an interesting part of the race. There's a few different ways you can run the strategy. And so it pits the co-drivers against the main drivers, and you're seeing a bit of that at the moment, a bit of a mix-up. Obviously, at the end of the day, you'll see all the main drivers in, but that's why you're seeing cars drop, and some cars drop and some cars come up the field. Is just depending on who's in the car. But yeah, interesting part of the race, and it's pretty cool watching this battle up the front between Brady and James, and see how this plays out.
Mate, Lockie, Sandman, have you guys got any questions for Jordan at the moment?
I suppose the main one for me is what caused the blown engine there at the chase. Was it a missed downshift?
It didn't appear to be. We had one or two in practice during the last couple of weeks, just random. And we went back and watched the downshift. It didn't look like a zinger, so I don't know. But it's, yeah, obviously we're just cruising along, and you don't want to grenade an engine this close in the, you know, this early in the race. But that's how it is. So
how was the race going for you up to that point?
we started 23rd, and I think we're up to the 12th or 13th or something like that, and we're just cruising and trying to, you know, we were going to run A, B, A. Just Kobe was going to run a triple, and then I was going to run a triple to home. So we were just sort of trying to get in the groove, and the hot part of the race is sort of now. So we're just cruising around and buying a ticket to the end, but we didn't. So I don't know.
So it's just play cheerleader now? What's the plan for the rest of the day? Obviously, you didn't want your race to be as... Oh, how the contact on the replay there. So we saw that Thomas was slow, sorry, just as he was under the bridge, but that's the contact that, man, lucky to keep it out of the wall there too.
Yeah, so it was Alexander Bird that he had contact with. Coming back to your question though, Sandman for Jordan. Oh, we've actually, before we get to that though, we've actually had another incident with Justin Wallace. So the chase has been the action zone over the last couple of laps.
Thankfully, both those cars got away with no damage. So, you know, that they were able to push on. You know, obviously it's a little bit of a setback, but they can push on. But yeah, do you play the cheerleader role now, or do you sort of go off and do your own thing? What's the plan for the rest of the day?
I'll bounce around in the team and see if they need me or where they need me, and just help out wherever I can with whatever I can do for the team, and then we'll go watch the Broncos win later.
Lots of people were watching the AFL Grand Final last night, and tonight, once this race is done, a lot of people will be tuning in for the NRL Grand Final. There's no doubt about that. A few hot contests happening on the track at the moment though, so we saw a couple of incidents at the chase, but Ethan Warren continuing to lead the race. James Scott has not been able to find a way past, and a few fast drivers coming through from a bit to the back as Rick Kuznetsov makes a move up the inside into the chase, gets the into Murray's corner, gets the job done, and Jake Burton is charging his way up through the field, and we've got an incident at Hell Corner with Sean McNamara going straight ahead up the escape road, just managing to flick spin the car before he made it into the concrete barrier there. There was a car on his inside, and he ended up with his right wheels in the grass when he got to the braking zone.
Oh, 3 wide. Oh, no, that was actually contact there. So there was contact that made him fire off onto this. So he was sort of an innocent bystander. Those two cars came together, and of course that's what put him off onto the grass. So lucky to get away with that.
That was, I think, Robert Gibbs and Jake Burton were the other cars. So Jake Burton was charging his way up through the field, but that contact is obviously going to cost him a bit of momentum.
Oh, how lucky was Burton as well too, because obviously he went off, but kept it out of the gravel trap. But wow, yeah, 3 into 1 doesn't mix, but thankfully they got away with it.
We're interested to see how that is viewed in race control by our driving standards observer Thomas Randall and our other officials in race control.
Yeah, this is getting juicy, isn't it?
Front, yeah, it certainly is. So James Scott, again, he's been content not to try and make the move on Ethan Warren, but just to sit there in the slipstream at the moment, keep Warren under pressure, save fuel. Corey Shepherd right in the lead pack as well, as Corey McFarlane, Dylan Rudd, Ian Ford right there as well, and so too Forza El Navi. So you've got the top 7 cars separated by just over 2 seconds.
Contact there as well too. So 51 the... Oh my goodness. Oh, that's teammates. What are you doing there with teammates fighting like that? But man, lucky to get away with that. Side-by-side contact there. Up on the curb, not quite, but yeah. Man.
That's a couple of incidents that Alexander Birds had there in the chase, because it was Josh Thomas who he came into contact with a few laps ago as well. works to the advantage of Brenton Hobson and Rick Kuznetsov. They were both able to shoot through on the inside and make up a couple of spots as a result of that.
We've seen a change in this race, haven't we? Just over the last few laps after that safety car, people are starting to get a little bit more racy now. I know it's still lap 48, but I think it's getting to the point now where people are probably a little bit sick and tired of the old give and take, and probably people are starting to make those dives and thinking about making those moves. So interesting that there does feel like that tempo has changed a little bit now.
Yeah, there's a bit more energy in the racetrack at the moment. And I think probably the other thing is in the first couple of stints we saw that the car that was in the lead was able to pull away, but we're not seeing that so much in this stint. You've got this 7-car drain in the lead pack at the moment, all running nose to tail, all slipstreaming one another. But Ethan Warrer doing a really good job to maintain that track position over James Scott. You've got a part-timer leading the race and one of our full-time regulars, one of our full-time championship contenders sitting right behind him at the moment. Here's Forza El Nabi in 7th position, the last car in that freight train, just in behind Ian Ford.
I do like how racy it is for these guys. Sorry, I cut you off again,
I was just
Lockie.
going to say, yeah, the fastest driver on the track at the moment is Luke Rosella, so he's actually a bit further back in 8th position, but he's got clear track at the moment, so he's using that to his advantage to punch out some quick lap times.
That's a good shot there. Just look at the sun. You can see down under the Fuso sign. It's nice and bright sunshine back on that part of the racetrack. But of course, this part of the racetrack here, it's all cloud cover. So the track going through a little bit of a change there. So that's actually a really interesting shot just to show some of the changes that this track can go through. And of course, such a long racetrack. And, you know, that will definitely sort of play into these teams. You know, obviously the cars change a little bit with the cooler conditions. So they do love a cooler racetrack. But interesting to see now, you can see that part of the racetrack is now starting to cool off. So when you start to see the bright sunshine, as we see on this part of the racetrack, these drivers do go through that change and the car does feel different when you got on the brighter side of the racetrack when you go to the other side where it's all shady.
I was talking before about Luke Rosella being one of the fastest cars on the track, but the fastest car on the track at the moment is actually the Jake Burton car, which is down in 20th position, but a 2:06.4. He was almost half a second quicker than the race leaders that time through, so he had that bit of an incident on the way into Hell Corner a couple of laps ago, but pushing on hard to try and make up some spots.
He'll be licking his lips a little bit because you can see the cars that are in front of him now a little bit bunched up. So yes, he's back in 20th, but if he's got sort of 4 or 5 cars in front of him, you know, he knows that if he can get the job done, that's easy to pick off a couple of those cars and then he can start trying to think about the charge forward.
Yeah, the pace of the leaders at the moment, they're all lapping in the high 6s, so not a lot of pace in the racetrack at the moment, and I think, like we've said, these front runners, they're all content not to battle each other too hard for track position, but just maintain their rhythm and, importantly, try and save as much fuel as they can.
What do you reckon, Lockie? Do you expect to see Scott try and make a move, or do you reckon he's quite content just to sit up here behind Warren and save fuel?
I think he's happy just to sit there and save fuel at the moment. I think if he was going to make a move and try and drive away from the field, like we saw from Brady Myers in the previous stint, I think he would have done it already, but he hasn't really shown the nose anywhere. He's happy just to sit in behind Ethan Warren at the moment.
I think at this stage they probably don't really have too much to gain too, because if they find themselves, you know, we've seen leaders that have had, you know, 6 and 7 seconds up the road, and, you know, a safety car and the way this race changes and everything, you know, everyone's back to, you know, within half a second of each other. So, yeah, I guess at this point of the race, they don't really have too much to gain. They're probably just, you know, a chance of tearing up their equipment or wearing the driver out. So, yeah, it's probably on face value. He'd be happy to sit and enjoy the show so far.
The interesting thing for me, though, was thinking about co-driver laps. So this is Ethan Warren's second stint in the car. So Warren already did 17 laps earlier on, and he's now adding to those laps, whereas Shane Van Gisbergen's only done the single 23 lap stint so far. So the car that's in the lead with Ethan Warren and Brady Myers, they're going to be closer to getting their co-driver laps out of the way at the end of this stint than the crew in car 088, which will have to put Van Gisbergen in the car for longer later in the race. So in terms of working towards a position where you're going to be able to get your primary driver in a bit earlier for the run home, I do think that the 22 car was probably in a slightly better strategic position in that regard. But like we've said, there's driver fatigue and some other factors that have to be managed here as well. That's why maybe it was a good idea to not have a big night last night and to make sure that you've got a good night's sleep so that you're fresh for today.
Oh, I'm getting close on exit there. Easier said than done, mate, when your team gets up and wins the grand final. It's hard not to get too excited, especially for the old Pies fans waiting 13 years since the last one. So I was guilty and getting a little bit too excited, and unfortunately couldn't join you for qualifying last night. But yes, and no doubt there'll be a few sore heads tomorrow morning for the NRL grand final tonight.
Yeah, battles happening a bit further back in the pack, and a few cars that are carrying some battle scars as well, including the entry of Kurt Stenberg and Colin Warwick.
Geez, if Borg's going to keep this pace up, he might think about diving to move up the inside of Stenberg. Oh, Stenny will just shut that door. Oh, I hope he does. Oh, it's getting close.
Seeing as well that Alexander Bird has a 5-second penalty coming his way for one of those incidents at the chase a few laps ago, the incident with Joe Mugford, so that'll be a 5-second addition to his stationary time at the next pit stop. This is Josh Thomas running very wide at Griffin's Bend.
Wow.
He was lucky to get away with that one without slapping the wall with the rear of the car.
So Burton now, he's got 2 spots. He's now finding himself in 18th now. So I touched on it before, where he's taken this opportunity while the cars are still bunched up to make up some of that ground. Obviously, we touched on that Heimgartner wasn't feeling all that great today, and never much fun when you're not feeling good. But when you're committed to taking part in an event like this, I guess the thing that he can take away from it is that thankfully it's not next weekend that he's feeling this way. So, but Burton, he's making the opportunities count when he can, and you can see that he's in touch with a few cars here. So hopefully he'll pick off another couple, and then again, maybe some more safety cars. That'll all play out. But then of course Heimgartner's still got quite a few laps to do in this car.
Yeah, well, again, Andre Heimgartner's only done the single stint at the moment for 23 laps, so they still need to get another 31 laps out of him, which will take a couple of stints to achieve. Bang!
Into the wall. That slide started and he was just out of control because he was already committed. It didn't look like there was contact there. It looked like he just went a little bit too deep, got sideways, and then, he was just a passenger there. So good little battle. Burton was trying to get the job done, but I don't know if he pulled a gear and it just got sideways on him, but man, that stepped out, and once he was gone, he was straight hard into the concrete.
I think the only good news there for Brad Rahu was, did he hit was it the concrete or was it the tyres?
The tyre area, yep.
It was the tyres, so hopefully the damage is not as bad as it would have been if he made the concrete. So we're hearing that incident at Hell Corner back on lap number 47, where we saw Jake Burton getting tangled up with the McNamara car. And that's been deemed to have been a bit of net code happening there, so no penalties will be applied to those cars. Good news for Jake Burton, as it doesn't seem to have done a lot of damage to his car in terms of its performance, because he's still punching out some of the fastest laps of any car on the racetrack. This was the incident. So just a little bit of an overlap there, and unfortunately Sean McNamara was the one who was on the outside who got squeezed into the concrete wall.
Good heads up driver and look at that replay from McNamara, because that could have been ugly. Like if he didn't get that car sideways to spin around the way it did, it could have been hard contact with the concrete barrier at the end of that, and that could have made his day a lot more difficult. So yeah, unfortunate incident, but thankfully got away with not too much damage.
Turning our attention back to this laid-back train of cars. All 7 of them still covered by just 2.5 seconds. Luke Rosella gradually reeling them in as well, so Luke Rosella is now only about 2.5 seconds away from joining in onto the back of this freight train as well.
Righto, lads, you ready for a little bit of a race strategy update? I've just been punching some numbers away. Good thing is, we've got spreadsheets these days, because if I had a calculator, I think it would have melted by now. There are 4 teams at the moment that have completed 40 laps for their co-driver hours, and that is quite significant. So for those 4 teams, what they've done is they've started their co-driver. Most recent safety car, they got them out. I actually think that's a really, really good strategy. They're in a really, really good spot. They've only got 14 more compulsory laps for that driver. The other thing is, in terms of fatigue management, they're in a really, really good spot because their co-driver's already done a double, about an hour and a half worth of racing. You know, they're in a really, really good spot from there. From here, they swap over to their main game driver. That'll run them through. They're probably looking at a double stint for their main game driver, about 48 laps from now. So we're looking about 88. I think get their co-driver back in for a single stint and a double stint to the end for their main driver plus a splash. That strategy, really, really good for fatigue management. So the guys that have done that are in a great spot. Those teams are the 205 Fishy Motorsports entry with Michael Angus and Michael Whiting. Michael Whiting's already done 40. Sebastian Flock and Lachlan Capel in the 84 Evolution Racing Team entry, 40 laps for Lachlan Capel. And critically, Hobson and Stanaway. They've done a 40 lap stint. Let me just double check my math on. Yeah, so 40 laps for Richie Stanaway. Great spot. I think they're one of the best cars on this strategy. The other one's the 951 between Sean McNamara and Hayden Sell. So those are the 4 cars I think that are ahead of the curve in terms of their strategy play at the moment.
Awesome, thank you for that update, Scott. And yeah, so that was one of the strategies that we talked about, where the co-driver would start the race and do a double stint. So they're the teams that have elected to go for that strategy option. And then there's the other group of teams that had their co-driver start the race. Main driver did a single stint, the co-driver got back in. And one of the cars on that strategy at the moment is the number 22 car, which leads this race with Ethan Warren at the wheel. So the deeper he goes into this stint, the closer he goes to getting his co-driver laps out of the way as well.
Really interesting hearing Scott peel off those names and teams that, you know, that are sort of on top of their co-driver numbers. Obviously that plays a big part, but you know, lucky it's. We talk about you know, co-drivers coming into these races. Obviously, it needs to be someone that isn't officially part of the series, and so it's always that deal to go out and try and find the best co-driver you can. And yeah, that can play a massive influence on this race. You know, you see about how some teams will be up towards the front, and then their co-driver may start to slip down through the field. But that's something that all these teams need to take into consideration. But if you're lucky enough to get somewhat of an A driver as your co-driver, you know, that's where the teams start to sort of thinking about you know, the possibilities of the outcome of this race.
I think it's really, really critical what you just said there, Sam, and have a think about what we're seeing out on the track. today compared to what we'll be seeing next weekend for real. You're going to see the bulk of the teams next weekend is so important to get their co-drivers in early, and they'll look to start the race with their co-drivers. When I was talking to people prior to the race, there was a lot of practice starts going on for the co-drivers, so we're very, very worried about getting that off the line and getting that first stint out of the way nice and safely. You know, the bulk of the field effectively have had both drivers in within those first 2 stints. They wanted to cycle things. They're going to be an interesting sort of strategy. Where they go from here, I think Ethan Warren, I think, is probably looking at a double to a triple here. Minimum of a double, definitely. I think probably aiming for maybe a triple, but that's still a long way home. That's a lot of fatigue. That's a lot that you're asking from these guys. James Scott, I think, might be fuel saving just a little bit. I think what they're looking to try and do is extend this range, because if they can do so, all of a sudden they're right in sort of a really, really golden era in terms of pit stop windows. And the other thing is safety car windows. Have a look at where the 2 safety cars have fallen. We were 5 laps short on that second safety car, and 7 laps short on that first safety car. So the safety cars are falling in the back half of the fuel stint. So Scott could be doing 2 things. One of them is fuel saving, the other one might even be tyre saving.
Yeah, that's right. And it's interesting, isn't it, when we talk about safety cars, because we knew that there was going to be some random safety cars throughout this race, but these have been actually incidents on track, so it's totally out of race control's hands. But it's just interesting the way that's played out. And I think the thing that's really interesting too is over the years, in real life and in the sim world, this race is now a sprint race for 161 laps.
Yeah, well, I mean, sprint race with management, it's not an out-and-out sprint race, but I 100% agree. The pace of the race has come up significantly in the last sort of 10, 15 years. In the real-world terms, I think that has changed in the sim. Obviously, a little bit shorter time frame than the sim, but I definitely agree. I think most teams, even when you look at the 24-hour races now, at a professional level, they are 24-hour sprint races.
Yeah.
Still battles happening on the track, so this is the one for position 23 at the moment. Rob Carmichael versus Christian Smart. Still got, incidentally, 34 cars on the lead lap. A couple of safety cars that we've had have kept a lot of cars on the lead lap for a long time. And those 34 cars are separated by less than a minute, so we're deep into this race. We've completed 55 laps, but still lots of cars that are well and truly in contention.
That's the beauty I love about endurance racing, is that there's such a long time for the race to play out. So many things can happen, whether they're in your control or out of your control, and you just don't know what's going to happen. And that is just something that's such a huge attraction. And we touched on with just before with Scott was talking about 24-hour races. You know, so many things can happen throughout a race, and I think that's what really makes these things interesting. And watching this today just makes me so fired up for next weekend to watch the real 1000. This is a good way to get the blood flowing to get ready for this week.
It sure is. And some of our real-life racers, Van Gisbergen, Heimgartner, James Golding, Richie Stanaway, are using it for that purpose, to get their head in the game for the real life thing next weekend. Just noticed that we had a change in position. I think that might have been Forzen El Nabi getting ahead of Ian Ford. He'd been lining up for a while and finally makes the move through up into 6th position. So it happened down Conrod Straight by the looks of things.
Wonder if he missed a gear or if he just let him go, because it happened quite early on exit, didn't it?
It did, and very easily as well.
Guys, update, safety car has just been called. Safety car has just been called. I think this is one of the random ones. So these guys have obviously dodged that, so the safety car, they'll have to do another full lap. There's a bunch of drivers diving to the pit lane right now, and this is indeed one of those random safety car moments. This throws the cat amongst the pigeons, boys. Have fun.
Lap 57 of 161, and of course it happened at the point where the leaders have already crossed the line, so these teams back here a little bit further down the pack, they're actually getting into the lane now. So you're going to find the teams that miss pit lane entry, they're all going to be firing across the top of the mountain as quick as they can to get into pit lane. And of course there's our gorgeous Logitech G safety car just waiting at the pit lane and waiting for the leaders.
If people pit under this safety car now, then Yeah, it's basically going to force a complete recalculation of the strategy, because the first two safety cars that we had were close to the pit window for the first and second pit stops for a 6-stop strategy. This one is not. This is right in the middle of a stint. So I think, well, we're going to see pretty much all of our contenders making more than 6 pit stops today. I think that much is clear. And B, it's going to require some pretty serious strategy recalculations in terms of driver lengths in particular, driver stint lengths.
On that perfect pickup, we are on lap 57. The window for a 24-lap stint opens on 65, so we are 8 laps shy of that. You will 100% have to take a splash and dash. Think about those guys now that have got 40 laps out of the way out of their co-driver. If they can stick their co-driver in here, I don't think they will. I think that's too much to manage for their main game driver, so I think their main game driver will do another single stint from here, co-driver back in for a single. Those guys are in a really, really good window. This even works more into their favour.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Here we go. So again, all of our leaders in. If you were a bit further back in the pack, would you choose not to pit and take the track position?
Oh, I wouldn't. Oh, drama! This is under safety car. The 51, Alex Bird, made heavy contact into the wall.
What on earth has happened there? He just went straight ahead at the dipper. Was that a hardware problem, or was he tangled up with somebody else? Because that's a very unusual place to have an accident like that. No, he's locked up.
Oh, he made
He's
contact.
done on his own.
Yeah, he hit the inside wall, and that fired him straight to the outside. Bang. Oh. Heartbreaking. But under safety car conditions too. I mean, I know everyone's pushing to try and get back to pit lane, but man, it'd be interesting to find out just what damage is. You know, obviously that car's going to have damage. That was a decent hit, and so he's going to fire straight into pit lane. But yeah, heartbreak for them. That was a decent click.
So Corey Shepherd has stayed on board car number 77 and actually made it back out in the lead of the race. Forza Nabi has also stayed in car number 89, moves up to second position. They had quite quick pit stops. Ethan Warren back to third position. Corey McFarlane, Shane Van Gisbergen back in car 088. Griffin Gardner, Ian Ford, Harley Haber, Brad Ryan, Bo Albert. So all of the top 10 cars have now got co-drivers on board, not primary drivers.
All right, perfect opportunity, Lockie. While we're under safety car, let's take a short commercial break. We'll be back to Mount Panorama as this race continues, but certainly spicing up with this safety car. We'll be back after this short commercial break.
When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing True Force was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
True Force is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. True Force force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tyres and the steering wheel. The True Force algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second. It will even use the game's audio engine and pass it directly on to the driver.
We spend a lot of time as audio designers trying to make each car sound unique and as realistic as we possibly can. Being able to integrate the audio into the force feedback is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and True Force enables us to do that. And the ability to send the audio to the wheel, to have it respond and vibrate with the loss of traction, really increases my ability to give that immersion to the player.
You can sense the changing surface of the road. You'll be able to feel if the back end of the car is losing grip.
The first time we had it running in the build, could feel the wheel humming and vibrating as we revved the engine. Our immediate reaction was it really adds another level of immersion.
The first thing you're going to feel with a True Force wheel is the engine note. The minute the engine starts in the game, you will know exactly which car you are driving. True Force is the beginning of something new. This is now the foundation for all wheels that we'll produce in the future. This extra level of information gives everyone all the information they need to learn how to control their car better. True Force benefits any racing fan looking for a more realistic driving experience.
Because winning is all about feeling.
Hi, I'm Ethan Grigolt, driver of the Evolution Racing team and the Logitech G Racing Hyundai XL. Before I got into real racing, sim racing pretty much taught me everything I know when it comes to racing lines on the track, car control, racecraft around other cars, just everything to do with racing I learned on sim racing first. When I jumped into the real car, it was a bit of a wake-up call. There's a lot more sensations in a real car than you get in the sim, but once you get past that, pretty much a lot of the techniques are exactly the same, and if you're good in the sim and you're not afraid too much in the real world, you should be able to translate it easily.
This is the Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series Bathurst 1000. Great to have your company. It's Steve Sandman Clark, Lockie Mansell in the commentary box, Scott Rankin down in the pits at the moment as well. And we have just completed Well, we are currently on lap number 59 under safety car conditions. We've had 3 safety car interventions so far in the race. This was a random safety car, and a heap of pit stops taking place under safety car conditions, and it is Corey Shepherd in the number 77 car that he's sharing with Madison Down, who is leading the race at the moment, ahead of Ethan Warren, Shane Van Gisbergen and Corey McFarlane and Griffin Garden at the top 5. One of the interesting things that happened under that safety car is that the Forza Nel Nabi Wayne Burke car came in for another pit stop. So they pitted twice under that safety car. I don't really understand what the second pit stop was all about or why they made it, because they had great track position. So I don't know that if they were topping up with fuel, if the benefits of that were worth losing all of that track position for. So that'll be one for our pit reporter Scott to chase up.
Already got the update on it for you, so we're all over this one at the moment. What happened was that they got a pit lane exit penalty. They crossed the white line because they were side by side with the 22 car. They had a penalty to serve, so they didn't really have a choice. Their only options were either come down and serve the penalty or be disqualified from the race. So unfortunately, with safety car pit stops, everyone stacks up, everyone side by side in that pit lane exit. That's part of the parcel.
Wow, well that's buried them in the field, and obviously because the field is bunched up, it's put them a long way back, all the way back to 30th position, back underway, and it's Corey Shepherd who now leads the race. So another different race leader with some positions chopping and changing under that safety car. The bulk of the cars in the front running order have now got co-drivers on board. Shepherd ahead of Warren, Van Gisbergen, McFarlane, Gardner, Ford, Haber, Brad Ryan 8th, Bo Albert 9th, and Jamie Stovall rounding out the top 10. Best of the primary drivers, I think, is Brad Ratu, and he's a bit further back in 16th position at this stage. Andrew Gilliam in at 19th position as well. He's taken over from James Golding. He'll be on a bit of a charge in this stint. And we kind of touched on it before the ad break, but with that safety car falling where it did and the bulk of the field taking the pit stops, it now means that pretty much everybody is out of sequence in terms of green flag stints for the run home, based on a 24-lap stint lengths. We haven't actually had a full green stint yet. We haven't been able to see what the absolute fuel economy of these cars is, because all of the stints so far have been polluted by safety cars, and everybody has just pitted every time there is a safety car. So we've been talking about 24-lap stints all day. We haven't actually seen one yet because it's safety cars that have dictated the pit strategy.
Yeah, it's making the team managers and drivers scratch their head a little bit, but us in the commentary box quite enjoy it because, Scotty's probably sitting there scratching his head too. He's got the calculator going overtime, but it certainly does change things up a little bit because, here you are thinking that, it's going to be a straight set forward. We'll pit here, we'll pit here, we'll pit here, we'll be fine. But then, Spanner throws in the works and then we get that unexpected safety car. So, yeah, here we are, lap 60 of 161, and it's Shepherd over Warren.
At this stage, I really think for the co-driver, it's all about staying out of trouble, trying to save fuel where you can, and making sure that you hand the car back over to the primary driver in one piece. I think that is the absolute priority for all of the co-drivers that are on board at this stage of the race. There are a few cars, and I'm thinking in particular about Andrew Gilliam a bit further down the order in car 201, who will try and make up some spots in this stint. If we see another big move up the inside from the number 51 car with Alexander Bird at the wheel. We saw that car into the fence quite heavily at the dipper just after the safety car was called. So they'll now be on a bit of a charge to try and recover some of those lost positions.
Yeah, I think they took that opportunity to, obviously they had that damage, so under safety car fixed whatever they could. So thankfully it doesn't look too bad, but yeah, they've got their work cut out for them to bounce back, but it could have been a lot worse. They could have been out of the 1,000. So yeah, it's heart and mouth stuff when you see stuff like that happen.
So Shane Van Gisbergen so far, he's done 23 laps, so he'll have another 31 laps to tick off, which means I think he'll probably be in for a double stint before he hands that car back over to James Scott for the run home. Corey Shepherd and Ethan Warren are both a bit better off in terms of driving time, I think, so look for those guys to maybe get out of their cars a bit early. Still a lot to play out, and because of the awkward timing that these safety cars have fallen at as well, That means that it's going to be a little bit trickier to get to that critical lap number that we've talked about, lap 137, the earliest point at which you can pit for your final pit stop and make it home on fuel.
Watching a little bit of a bottleneck there. Of course, Heimgartner back behind the wheel trying to make the most. This is his second stint now. We touched on that he just wasn't feeling that great coming into this race, so he's had his difficulties. So here they are back in 17th place. So they've been sort of up and down throughout the field. Burton did a great job to make up some of those spots, but Heimgartner just needs to hold on now, which is probably a little bit better than in this point of the race than he did earlier. So hopefully he's feeling just that little bit better, but never much fun when you're not feeling that great.
No, what he needs to do now is just get into a bit of a rhythm and try and take advantage of what he learned in the earlier stint. At least he now has had a stint in the car, so he'll be a bit more familiar with understanding how it's performing, so it'll probably be a bit easier for him to get into a rhythm this time around, and also potentially a bit of extra recovery time to rehydrate himself as well. That was a big move from Andrew Gilliam, who's on a bit of a charge at the moment.
Excuse me, getting a little bit too excited there, but all the cars stepped down on Freeman, so it looks like Gilliam will get the job done here. But yeah, I sort of held my breath there. The camera moved away and I wasn't sure what was going on, but they've got the position done here. So yeah, it's yeah, got my attention, that's for sure. So I apologise for screaming down the microphone.
So also I believe that the number 89 car of Wayne Burke and Forznell Narby may have come back in as well. So they've actually now done 4 trips through pit lane. So they had the penalty, then they did an extra stop, and Wayne Burke's now back in that car, but they're further back than fullback. They've actually drifted. They're now 1 minute and 55 seconds off the lead of the motor race. There they are, all out on their own. So it's actually, they're going to have to be a bit careful not to go and lap down here, and they're going to need more safety cars to get back into the game because of all of the time that they've lost with that penalty.
It was interesting just looking at that sheet, the McKnight. Now it looks like they're down to, I think they're only 1 lap behind now going by that leaderboard. So they've done an incredible effort, just obviously making the most of safety cars. So to rack off a couple of more laps off the sheet, that's not a bad effort. There's still plenty of way to go for these guys. They said they wanted to get back on the lead lap, and I reckon, you know, we're definitely probably going to see at least one more safety car, you would imagine. So yeah, let's see how that all plays out.
Oh, it's congested down here, so Heimgartner still finding himself with a bit of a battle on his hands. He covers to the inside at Murray's corner, and now he moves back across to the inside of the road to try and defend his position up pit straight on the run to Hell corner. Andrew Gilliam, the big beneficiary of that. He was able to make up some spots while Heimgartner was being attacked by his rivals.
It's like blood in the water, isn't it? It's, you know, these drivers see an opportunity. Look at them all bunched up. So they're side by side through here. We touched on a little bit how you really want to be single file through that corner. But look how many cars are there, all nose to tail. And they can see that, you know, Heimgartner's struggling a little bit. And they really want to pounce at this paint. But, man, look at it. Oh, look, someone's trying to make a move up the inside there too. That's hard work in the cutting. You just got to make sure that each other give each other plenty of space. But, man, hold your breath there. This is where and see how quick he wants to go straight back into single file, because you just don't want to be outside. But you can see these cars moving around. They get up on the curb, and you can see how close they get up, straight up near that wall. And we've seen, you know, a couple of cars already make hard contact with that at this point of the race. But really good when you have those slow-mo shots just to see how much those cars move around.
This is definitely one of the benefits of being towards the pointy end of the field, is you're not in the cut and thrust of the mid-pack where there's the high probability of getting caught up in somebody else's accident.
And the tricky bit is with the mountain too, where it's, you know, single file up over the top. You know, if there's a bunch of cars here, then one of them has a let's see, McNara, they're going to go through side by side, give each other plenty of room here into the braking zone, but it doesn't take much for a couple of cars to come together, and if it's a single file part of the racetrack, it can jam up that track pretty quickly, and then you can have a multitude of cars into an incident.
Just noticed as well that the Wayneburg Force and El Nabi cars back in pit lane. They must be dealing with some sort of issue in that car, so that was one of our leading contenders in the opening stage of the race, but they're now back in the pits and they've fallen a lap down. So hearing that he has had a disconnect. So a technical problem for Falls and El Nabi, and that'll be a great disappointment for him and Wayne Burke. And they had the disconnect in the middle of serving penalties, so what a frustration for them.
Talk about from bad to worse. That's unreal.
So the car, because they had the disconnect when they were serving their first penalty, they had to then come back into the pits because they hadn't served their penalty properly. But now they're back in there again, and it looks like their day is pretty much done as far as being in contention for any sort of front-running result in this race. So one of our front-running contenders bites the dust, sadly.
Hard to swallow too. It's easy to throw the toys out of the cot when something like that happens, but yeah, I guess, you know, not so much the penalty, but the disconnect. It's just like, I guess that's our version of the 50-cent part. You know, you don't have any control over that, and unfortunately that's, you know, thankfully we're at a situation now with esports and online racing that it doesn't happen as much as it used to in the early days, but yeah, it does occasionally happen, and unfortunately that's bit them today.
Ethan Warren looking racy up on the back of Corey Shepherd. Shane Van Gisbergen right in touch with these two as well. Still a lot of quality cars that are right in contention in this race. And it's building up very nicely, isn't it?
Absolutely. Oh, contact there. Yes, it's gone round fishy. Oh, look, someone's off onto the grass as well, man. That had a recipe to have multiple cars involved in that. Absolutely unbelievable that everyone got away with that pretty unscathed. Unfortunately, Mitchelson lost a few positions there, but thankfully they're all pointing in the right direction.
That all started when Michael Angus was trying to make a move up the inside of somebody else into the chase. They had contact, and then as he swerves back to the left, he banged into the door of Mitchelson, who ended up on the grass on the left-hand side of the road. That could have been a lot worse, and there could have actually been more cars involved, but unfortunately, well, thankfully there were not any more cars involved than just those couple.
And they'd be breathing a sigh of relief that they're all pointing in the right direction as well. You know, obviously no one wants it coming together, but they'll all just be thankful that no one went round and no one got damage out of it. So, heart and mouth stuff.
By the way, guys, I'm only halfway through logging the information at the moment, but the trend that's starting to pop out of the data is that just about everyone at the end of this fuel stint will have their co-driver hours done. There's a couple cars that have got their main game driver back in at the moment, and those will be the cars that started with that 40-lap run at the initial portion of the race. Those guys will not have their co-driving laps done early. They will be a little bit deeper into the race before they can get those done, but everyone else, it just means it'll be a very, very big ask of the drivers at the back end of the race, the main game drivers. I expect it's going to be a lot closer to 50-50 in terms of the driver splits when we get towards the tail end.
It's a little bit over risk over reward, isn't it, Scott? We talk about the fatigue and stuff like that, and you don't want to wear your main driver out because you want that pace towards the end of the race because you just don't know how it's going to play out. But you've really got to play your cards as they lie. But it's really key. If you could have a fresh driver in towards the end of this race, that's got to be worth half a second.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we're looking at 324 lap stints, the pit window to get that open, so you're 72 laps, so you're looking at 89, I think, to get your main game driver back in and can run to the end from there. That's another good point on track at the moment. It's Marvel's getting offline fatigue. So now the mistakes from a fatigue point of view get a little bit bigger as well. You run a little bit offline, you pick up those marbles, you just keep sailing. So the risk factor keeps going up. We've hit the high point in terms of track temperatures for today. We're about 10 minutes away from 2 o'clock sim time. So that'll start to come down a little bit. So I would be targeting lap 113 for me is when I want to get my main game driver back in. If we get a safety car anytime after lap 100, main game driver straight back in. We'll do a splash and dash.
Good job, Scott. Loving that he's keeping his finger on the pulse and he's keeping us well up to date, and so much going on, especially in these races when there's so much to take into consideration. And of course, you've got double the drivers taking part in this race, and then there's so many things that we've got to think about as far as, you know, their driver stints and how many laps they've done and what the strategy could be and how safety cars can play out. But that's what makes endurance racing awesome.
So just wanted to clarify on a couple of cars though. So you mentioned that there will be a lot of cars that will have their co-driver stints out of the way, but by my reckoning there are a few co-drivers that will probably have to stay in for an extra stint at the end of this fuel run, and one of those is Van Gisbergen, because he's only done 23 laps so far, minus the laps that he's doing in this stint.
Well, don't take that Van Gisbergen number. I haven't got the data in for that guy yet. So,
Okay, no
I'm
worries.
working through on numbers at the moment.
Yep.
That car I don't have full data on at the moment. That will be one of the next couple ones that I do. They're in a great spot. The biggest worry, I think, is actually Rehan Leonage. So Rehan did the first double stint. He did 40 laps. So for me, that car's got to get to lap 112. Remember we just said 113 for fuel stint? They've got to get to 112 now before they can take their driver out of the car. I think Sorono and Michael Talianchich are actually in exactly the same boat. So that means it'll be double for main driver, triple for co-driver, triple for main, or double and a bit for a main driver to the end of the race. So they're targeting, if they can stretch those couple cars, if they can stretch their fuel mileage out on one stint at 25 laps, bingo, right on the fuel window. Otherwise, their main game driver will have to do 25 laps in one of the two last stints. That is something you do not want to do in those last two stints. So be on the co-driver to actually save some fuel.
And we're hearing that Michael Angus has, is that a drive-through penalty? No, so it's a 5-second penalty for Angus, and then it was a drive-through for somebody else. So a couple of penalties being handed out. So that was the Angus incident there at the chase that we saw. So he's got a 5-second time penalty coming his way for that little contretemps.
I think the beauty about the numbers we were talking about with Van Gisbergen and the pace that he's got on board, I don't think they'd be too concerned. Obviously, you do want your main driver in towards the end because he's obviously got the seat time. But we know, you know, Shane's no stranger to this series and other series as well with this car. And, you know, he spends a lot of time on the sim. So, and he's keeping in touch with the top three too. So, you know, I don't think they'd be as concerned with his laps as far as some of the other drivers that are struggling. You know, we talked about with Heimgartner not feeling that great. So, you know, he's obviously in a position where they've still got plenty of laps to make up as well.
That's true, and as we've discussed, that's the benefit of having a high-quality co-driver. Ethan Warren falls into that category as well. We've seen that he's been very, very quick in the car that he is sharing with Brady Myers. This is Andre Heimgartner, so he's just lost another spot on the run down into the chase, so still struggling a little bit for pace. That was Carmichael. They got through in contact and Heimgartner's gone.
Oh, that was a change. That was a... I think it was a bit of a victim of circumstances. There was a car that sort of had a moment in front of him and he checked up a little bit and then just got a little bit of nose to tail contact. I think you'll see, yeah, the car in front's just gone a little bit wider. He's checked up, just that nose to tail. And of course the two Logitech cars, they were sort of nose to tail. Everyone was trying their best, but unfortunately there was that contact. But thankfully Heimgartner didn't make contact with the wall.
Yeah, actually got out of that pretty lightly, all things considered, because he very easily could have whacked the wall on the right there, but he clamped the brakes on and that managed to stop the car before it made contact with anything else. But that's, as a result of that, that's lost him a lot of time and track position, all the way back to 33rd position now for car number 8.
You feel for him because he was just a victim of circumstances in that. Unfortunately, it was just a chain reaction. It was just wrong place at the wrong time. But you know, it might do him the world of good. You know, he's not feeling that great. We've touched on that, but he's got no pressure around him now, so he doesn't have to worry about cars behind him and all the rest of it. So he can just sort of knuckle down, just try and stay on that lead lap, and you just never know how far away we might be from a possible safety car. So, you know, it's not all lost yet. How's Hayne? 25 positions. I was just looking at that. Like, Todd's really having a good run at the moment. They have really done a terrific job at this stage. The car looks terrific, but 25 spots in P12. That's not too shabby at all.
No, I have to say that it's been Rick Kuznetsov who's done most of the heavy lifting in terms of making up the spots, but when Todd Haynes jumped in that car, he has maintained its position, so he's been very solid as well. And they're now knocking on the door of the top 10 after starting right at the back of the grid due to not gridding up in the grid session earlier this morning.
Interesting part of the race is that we start looking at the numbers. So we're lap 69 and we start thinking about the halfway mark of this race, and then it feels like it's the downhill once you get to the halfway mark. You know, these teams have still got a lot for them to play out, and they know what's ahead of them, but psychologically, you know, once you start to get to that halfway mark, you know that, you know, you start thinking about, you know, obviously where you are on the racetrack, and as far as who's around you and what sort of you know, stops you may have in front of you. So, you know, it gets to an interesting part of the race now, and I think all these teams are sort of now just sort of happy with the way it is at the moment, especially up the front, but still the action happening back through here. These guys, oh, you just got to hold on. You don't want to go. We touched on it before. It's always single file through you. You don't want to take that risky maneuver and have yourself firing off into the wall.
So we're expecting the next round of pit stops to happen at around lap 82, maybe 1 or 2 laps later, depending on how much the teams were able to save under that safety car. But if you pit on lap 82, 24 laps after that is lap 106, 24 laps after that is lap 130, 24 laps after that is lap 154, which means that you've still got 7 laps to get home. So, like I said, it's not a clean contact at the cutting. Oh, wow. That was awkward. Looks like they're all able to sort themselves out and drive away after that.
The amazing thing about that is that no one made any contact with the wall. Usually if you get turned around in that part of the racetrack in through the cutting, you're going to fire off into the concrete, but no one actually touched the wall there. So incredible.
No, and Christian Smart's just driven away. Pretty much everybody's just resumed in the positions that they're in, as we see that Josh Thomas has got a 15-second penalty for the contact with Heimgartner. So race control have obviously deemed that he could have done a much better job of avoiding that incident on the exit of the chase, and they've whacked a penalty on him.
So this is a replay again with Heimgartner. It's a tricky one, isn't it?
I think the bottom line there is that Josh Thomas could have got out of the throttle with that one. That was an avoidable accident.
Yeah, stays like today, I'm happy I'm in the commentary box. So it's never an easy. Oh no, we talk about the marbles getting outside. He's going to make contact with the wall, not quite, but didn't make contact with the wall, but did lose a couple of positions there. So that was heart and mouth stuff there for McNamara. But man, oh man, that is getting more treacherous as the day goes on.
He's been in the wars today, Sean McNamara. We saw him up the escape road at Hell Corner as well when he got involved in that tangle. That also involves the car of Jake Burton. Back to our lead pack, so Corey Shepherd maintaining the ascendancy. He's got a half-second lead over Ethan Warren. Shane Van Gisbergen in 3rd position. These cars have been pretty much line astern since the safety car restart. Corey McFarlane in 4th, Griffin Gardner in position 5 at the moment. Ian Ford, it's all status quo. Those top 6 cars separated by just 2.5 seconds. Brad Ryan, Harley Haber. Bo Albert doing a really solid job. Although in saying that, he's just been passed by Richie Stanaway. So Bo Albert falls back into 10th position. Stanaway making the move through on Colruyt Straight. Stanaway has actually gained a few spots during this stint. He was 13th at the restart, but has now worked his way up to 9th.
Yeah, it might be a rhythm thing too. Like he's got himself comfortable at the moment, and yeah, it's always good when you start plucking off a couple of cars, and now he's got a little bit of clear track in front of him, so he'll enjoy that. Although there is another car a little bit further down the road, but yeah, that's Haber in front of him.
Andrew Gilliam has made up lots of spots since the restart. He's now up to 12th, and he's one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack at the moment. His lap times lately have been a bit polluted by traffic, but he's made up a lot of ground since he got back into that car. Go aboard our drone cam for a look at Griffin's Bend, and Scott's got an update for us from pit lane.
Well, we've got 10 main game drivers in at the moment. They're looking to make the most that they possibly can. One of the big issues, one update on that is that Todd Haynes actually to make that 9 main game drivers in at the moment. So they're that Triple 8 car, they've had to do some shuffling because remember they started at the back. They elected to put Kuznetsov in for a lot of the early running and look at the ground that they gave out of that. So then it was up to Todd Haynes to just sort of hang on to a little bit of that. Now they'll start to press on a little bit. They've sort of clawed them way back into contention. We're looking at 9 drivers in out of the main game drivers. The bulk of the field to say right now we have to clear those co-driver numbers. So it's really basically what's happening right now is everyone's clearing their co-driver numbers. For the guys that got their main drivers in, they're fuel saving. They're just trying to extend this margin out. They're going to come under threat. So those guys are the guys that are definitely up position in terms of strategy at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem, particularly for this 201 car of Gillian and Golding. They've put Andrew Gillian back in the car to try and make up some positions and try and get back some track position, but at the end of the day, they are going to have to put James Golding back in that car later on, and he will find himself having to do battle with the primary drivers.
So with that car, I think they're in a little bit of a hole in terms of things. James Golding is coming into this very, very underdone. When we talk about practice and preparation for this race, I think Golding only found out the last couple of days he was actually doing this event. Something happened to Anton Bidasquale. I believe he was actually supposed to drive this car. I believe that may be another food poisoning related event, but that was earlier in the week.
Unbelievable, isn't it? The number of real life drivers getting food poisoning this week. Well, just being thankful that all get it all out of their system before the real life Bathurst 1000 next weekend.
So does it mean next time you come around to this event this time next year, sorry Sam, and you go, oh, maybe I better look after the food that I'm eating for this week?
I wonder if food poisoning is actually code for some other instance of not feeling that great the next morning.
Well, with Anton Di Pasquale, it was because it was an event midweek, and I think it may be footy related. May have been celebrating something. So, but that's away from the footy grand final. So, yeah. I don't know. There's a little bit more going on with that story, and I don't have the information on it. Sorry, guys.
All good. It's interesting though, isn't it? And yeah, I'm sure all the drivers that are tackling the mountain next weekend for the real life 1000 will be a lot more careful in their preparation in the lead up to the big race. But yeah, this just how I touched on it at the start of the broadcast. This just builds the excitement for us for next weekend. So looking forward to the Mount Panorama and the big race. And yeah. And then we've got our own one unfolding here, and we still don't know who the winner is because it could be anyone at this stage.
And Andrew Gilliam, he's working his way through the field, but he does have a 15-second penalty for contact with Joe Mugford on lap number 69. So this is the incident. So he's coming down into the chase. He was... he got the back of Mugford heading into the braking zone for the chase.
That fired that Mustang off.
Wow, yeah, Mugford took a big excursion out through the gravel trap, so yeah, nose to tail contact is not looked upon fondly by race control, and that's the reason that Gillian has a 15-second penalty coming his way.
Oh, it's a worse spot. Look how much of a job he did to hold on to that and not to fire that off in the fence. That's one of the fastest parts of the racetrack, and you get nose to tail contact there. You're just a passenger, so absolutely awesome that he was able to get away with it without hitting the wall, but that would have got his attention. Have a look at the wheel work. Oh my goodness. And not to drill the back of the car in front of him as well. Oh my goodness.
That was a big save from Joe Mugford. Actually did pretty well because he didn't actually lose that many spots out of that either, so not a bad recovery considering how bad it could have been.
Just get the heart rate down and come in for a fresh pair of shorts, I think, and then he'll be right to go.
So we're reckoning probably around 9, maybe 10 or 11 laps before the next round of pit stops, and the race is really just settling into a rhythm at the moment as far as the front runners are concerned. All of these cars have got their co-drivers on board, and they're all just ticking off laps, saving as much fuel as they can, extending the stint as far as they can. A bit further back in the pack though, there is action aplenty because you've got a few drivers and teams who've had dramas earlier in the race who are trying to make up time and make up positions to recover from those setbacks.
Love those onboard shots, especially when we're on board with McNamara there. You can just see how your vision is limited over the top of the mountain, because if you're nose to tail like that, you've got that big spoiler, the rear wing in front of you, and it really takes away a fair bit of your vision. So, you know, it's for these guys to hit their mark lap after lap and to be tucked up underneath these cars, it does make it tricky. But you see a little run on here. Oh, he's going to make the move up the inside. Postlethwaite's going to hold off on the outside. They're going to go side by side. It's the last of the late breakers. Tricky to get the job done. Oh, lucky to get away with it, though.
Difficult to make it stick around the outside there into the chase for Alexander Bird, because as you get into the uphill braking zone there at the chase, the corner does tighten up. So if you're on the outside, it's difficult to run side by side through there if you don't have the move fully complete by the time you get to that braking zone.
You can see Bird, he's flashing his lights, he's showing his displeasure, but you know, he doesn't really have to move over it. I think he probably felt that he got enough of the job done, and if he just probably wanted him to roll out of the throttle, but doesn't have to do that. At the end of the day, they are racing for position, so yeah, it's just game on for these guys.
Corey Shepard's done a superb job in this stint. In fact, all of those front-running co-drivers have been exemplary. They haven't put a foot wrong. They've been churning out consistent lap times, saving fuel and doing everything they need to do to make sure that they hand the car back to their co-drivers in one piece. Now, something's happened to the Cameron Dance Robert Gibbs car. Remember, this was a top 10 qualifier.
Oh.
That's wild. All four wheels off the road at Philamy Park. And here is Andrew Gilliam continuing his march forward. This is the move for 9th position on Richie Stanaway, who doesn't fight that one too hard. He will no doubt be kept informed by the Synergy Sim Racing team. They will have informed him that the primary driver is on board the Altus Australia car, so he elects to not fight that one too vigorously.
Coming up to that point of the race where all the co-drivers are excited because they're almost at the point where they're just going to hand back the keys to the car and say, you know what, I've done my job for the day. Oh, a little bit of nose to tail here. But yeah, these drivers, just see if you can get the job done here. Haynes going to pull it off up the inside. Nice job. Oh, hasn't quite got away with it yet. Oh, contact at the end. Oh, they both nearly fired off into the fence. Didn't quite clear him on exit, and that could have been big drama for both of them.
And not really necessary there. I really think that Dylan Pereira should have just accepted that the spot
give it
was
up.
Lost, because Hayne was well up the inside at Hell Corner. Rather than trying to stick it around the outside there and get forced out into the grass at Hell Corner, Pereira just needed to breathe out of the throttle there and let Hayne go through.
Yeah, it cost themselves a couple of extra spots that they didn't need to, but man, lucky not to touch the fence though.
Indeed, because yes, both Brad Ratu and Thomas Freeman were able to get through, so they've fallen back now to positions 15 and 16, Pereira and Hayne.
I've been lucky enough to do this race a couple of times. And I always felt as a co-driver, like I was saying before, you know, you get to this point of the race and you feel like, you know, you've ticked off the box, you've done your mandatory laps, you can hand the car back, and if you've done a good job, you can walk away and have a bit of a smile on your face and just sit back and enjoy the rest of the race and just see how your team goes. But and that's where we're not too far away from. For these points, you know, there's obviously still a couple of drivers there that still have some work to do, but we're almost at the point where a majority of the field can tick off that box, and yeah, now we just get to enjoy the rest of the show. This earlier was a bit of a nose to tail. It's still nose to tail for, what have we got, the top 4 or 5, 6 cars there. So this is a point of a race where they are all in touch with each other. They're pretty happy with the way their race is playing out. They know that they've still got a number to meet before they make those pit stop. But you'll find that the drivers that are behind here with Shepherd, they're quite happy for him to lead at the moment, because what they want to do is make the most of where they are, and they can roll out of the throttle, save that little bit of fuel. And we talked about it earlier, that if you're in contention and you nose to tail with these guys, if you can save a little bit, that might be enough that where you don't have to carry that over into the pit stop, and you can leapfrog the guys in front of you. So that's something that'll be playing on their mind, and no doubt taking the opportunity. It's like, if Shepherd, if you want to, you know, break the air for us and we can save some fuel, then go right ahead.
So these top 6 cars all still separated by just 2.5 seconds. And they've been that way ever since the safety car race start. Bit of a gap after that. About another 3.5 seconds back to Brad Ryan, who sits in 7th position, just ahead of Harley Haber. Andrew Gilliam up to 9th position. And Gilliam is the fastest driver on the racetrack. He's pushing on hard. He knows that he has to get as much time as he can now, because they will have to put James Golding back into that car for some more laps. And they've also got that 15-second penalty to serve. So it is pretty imperative that that he keeps pushing on and making up as much time in as many positions as he can. James Golding, I believe, so he's done 39 laps so far, James Golding, so Golding will have to get back in, but he can do one more stint in that car to tick over his minimum number of laps. And car number 888 we're hearing is getting a 5-second penalty. That's the Hein Kuznetsov car. That's for the contact at Hill Corner with Dylan Pereira. That's an interesting decision for mine, because A, he redressed it, but B, I didn't really think it was his fault in the first place. So here it is at Hill Corner. I really thought that Hein had that move done at Hill Corner, and that he should have been given a bit more room. Maybe the overhead shot tells a bit of a different story. So here we go. This is it. So at this point, the move is done. Hain's well up the inside. Pereira's on the outside.
And guess
what happens on the exit that's going to be the interesting bit.
Yeah, you still got to give that driver a little bit of room, but obviously the nature of that corner, the car is obviously going to drift wide. I don't think he purposely shut the door. The nature of that corner is that your car does push wide. So I'm with you. I think the 79 should have probably just got out of it. You know, the job was done, but look, it's easy to be, you know, armchair professionals and sit up here and all the rest of it. But yeah, nevertheless, unfortunately, they're going to get that penalty.
Scott's just observed that had the number 79 car of Dylan Pereira been able to stay side by side with Todd Hayne up Mountain Straight, he could have potentially got a better run and got the spot back. Anyway, that's the decision that's been made by race control, and incidentally, they have actually just swapped positions again, so Todd Hayne now has been able to clear Dylan Pereira from what is position 15 in the race. Corey Shepherd, your race leader. We're working lap number 78 of 161, so rapidly approaching half race distance. This is the Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000 coming to you live on the Race Stars TV network. Lockie Mansell, Stephen Sandman Clark in the commentary box, Scott Rankin in the pits, bringing us all of the updates on pit lane activity. Next round of pit stops coming up in the next 5 or so laps.
Update on the 269 car. They've just lost their ignition. They just said they've lost their ignition.
Oh, there we go. That's McKnight. He's backwards too. So this is a tricky part. If some people don't have a button for their ignition, they're going to have a heck of a time trying to get this thing restarted. So this could be a safety car.
And yet again, the safety car is going to come a few laps earlier than the teams would have wanted if that's the case. It's been the pattern of the day all day. Let's have a look at what happened to Jamie McKnight coming down into the S's.
Oh, got away from him. I think he might have had more problem with ignition. That looks like that's might have done a motor as well. So I don't know if they've got too many concerns about trying to get that thing restarted, unfortunately. Have a listen.
It sounded like they grabbed first gear for a second there.
So yeah, this is going to mix things up a little bit. It's going to keep everyone on their toes, isn't it? Here we are thinking that we know when, you know, that still got a few more laps before they start thinking about a pit stop, but then
Watch
we
the
may
steering
see
wheel here. Yeah, first. So, okay, well,
Ah.
that'll be the issue. So they accidentally,
Good pickup.
Jamie McKnight accidentally downshifted to first gear. So then that would have obviously caused a massive compression lock with the rear wheels. It would have gone vroom and fired it hard into the fence. So that'll
Good
be their
pickup there.
day done. So the
Well done.
safety car is out on the circuit, and as expected, there's now a hive of pit lane activity. But yet again, we have not been able to say a full green flag stint because the safety car has come out, what are we, 21 laps into this stint. Everybody last stopped on lap 57. This is lap number 78. This will be the 4th pit stop for the majority of the field. We were talking obviously about it being a 6 pit stop race if we ran green all the way through. I can tell you quite categorically that there is no way that anyone's going to be getting through the race on only 6 stops.
Just watching that getaway from Van Gisbergen, I don't know if he stalled it, but it looked like he went to go and then he didn't end up going anywhere. So I don't know if I just misread that or what the deal was, but lost a couple of positions because it looks like he was off the jacks and ready to go. And he's just not going anywhere. So possibly had to restart it.
Yeah, it was a slow getaway, and that's cost him a couple of positions for Shane Van Gisbergen. The other interesting thing about the timing of this safety car and these pit stops is that for a lot of drivers, it's still too early for the co-driver to get out. So by the looks of it, in the vast majority of cases, the co-driver has had to stay on board for an extra stint.
So 2 notes that are coming out of that, and very, very importantly in terms of the strategy, nobody is going to come up. So maximum concurrent driving laps will be 80 laps. No one's going to hit that. We've all had enough stops and swaps now for them to get that out of the way and get co-driving hours out of the way. So we can put a line through that being relevant in terms of this race. I think what will happen for the bulk of the field is this will be the final co-driver stint. So I would expect... I'm looking through names and I'm seeing just a couple. So Rehan Leonage, Hayden Veld are about the only primary game drivers to be back in because this should be for the bulk of the field. And indeed, if you have a look at the top 10, it's everyone's a co-driver.
Good pick up there, Scott. So while we're under safety car conditions, what we might do is we might go for a quick break here on the Race Stars TV network, and we'll be back with a race restart very soon.
When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing TrueForce was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modeling.
TrueForce is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. TrueForce force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tires and the steering wheel. The TrueForce algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second.
Lights are out on the Logitech G Aston Martin safety car, and we are ready for a race restart in the Logitech G Pro Invitational Supercars E-Series Bathurst 1000. 4 safety cars we've had so far, and all of our leading contenders have come into the pits under all of the safety cars that we've had. However, the Glenn Postlethwaite Adam Briggs car elected not to pit under that safety car, so they've actually gone for track position and they found themselves in the race lead. However, they've probably only got about another 4 or 5 laps of fuel on board before they will have to come in to the pit. So a bit of an interesting strategy for this car to get themselves out of sequence.
The thing that's got for them now is he gets to predict the start of the race and off he goes. So, yeah, I think he'll struggle a little bit probably with not having that fresher tyres, so he may be a bit of a sit and duck. I think Warren will be pretty keen to get the job done on him, but like you said, it's a roll of the dice. You just don't know when, you know, we could possibly get a safety car straight away. Who knows? But look, even if one did come out, oh, sideways, there's some drama back there, backwards. Oh, how many other cars are involved? There's 2, 3 caught up in it. This could be big damage. Thankfully, no one else rolled out to the track.
James Golding, the Altus Esports car, big damage, and another car spinning at the back of the pack. There's Bo Albert as well with huge damage. That car's been in the top 10 all day, but the tough day for Andrew Gilliam and James Golding has just got a whole lot worse with that car now heavily damaged in contact on the exit of Hell Corner at the race start.
I was just about to say, even if we got that safety car, you know, the rest of the field wouldn't pit. So, you know, they'd still have to pit and they'd be all by themselves and go down to the back of the field. But, man, that's a bit you hold your breath about, isn't it? These restarts where all the cars are bunched up, and unfortunately there was just a bit of a chain reaction, and then a couple of cars there with some heavy, heavy damage.
And Glenn Postlethwaite's already lost 2 spots after the safety car race start. Ethan Warren has got past, and so too has Shane Van Gisbergen. So both those cars getting some valuable track position ahead of Glenn Postlethwaite, who is out of sequence on strategy Let's have a look at the replay. So it was Richie Stanaway up the inside of James Golding. A couple of the real-life drivers coming together. And I think, there's Bo Albin into the fence as well. I think Stanaway will take a penalty for that one, I'm afraid. He was not far enough up the inside of Golding for that move to be on.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's just, yeah. Here we are, the halfway mark of this race, and then it all starts to go pear-shaped for him. But, wow, lucky that not more cars were actually involved in that, being that it was a restart and everyone was so bunched up. So easy in that part of the racetrack for more people to get involved. But thankfully, no one else was involved, but it just makes their day a lot trickier.
Postlethwaite's getting hung out to dry here. Griffin Gardner gets up the inside of him on pit straight. And coming into the pits is the number 51 machine of Alexander Bird. We ride on board with Hayden Vell for the run up pit straight. It looks like both Gardner and Corey Shepherd were able to get past Glenn Postlethwaite there on pit straight. So the number 72 car losing another couple of positions. Oh, and he's on the inside. Oh, that's very awkwardly positioned there for Corey McFarlane. Brad Ryan gets up the inside, so too does Ian Ford. You do not want to be on, we've seen it all race long, you do not want to be on the outside of Griffin's Bend.
And it's amazing how early that happened too, you know, like it was in the first couple laps we saw how treacherous that corner was. And like we said, as this race goes on, the more and more marbles go down, that's the last place you want to be, especially towards the end of this race.
It's all about getting these co-driver laps out of the way. As our pit reporter Scott Rankin pointed out, because we hadn't got to lap number 81, it was too early. Even if the co-drivers had completed their minimum number of laps, that safety car fell too early for the main drivers to get back in, because you can only complete the maximum of 80 laps in succession. That might have been one of the reasons why Glenn Postlethwaite elected to stay out, because he can now come in for his pit stop in a couple of laps time and put Adam Briggs in right through to the checkered flag.
So just doing some research up and down the field, there are 4 cars with primary drivers currently behind the wheel. The 888 has Kuznetsov at the wheel, the 79 has Leonage, 53 has Haydenveld, and 444 has Sebastian Vandel. There's an issue for one other car. They will not clear their minimum co-driver numbers in this stint, and it's the Jason Bentz car. Jason Bentz and Brian Borg car. Jason Bentz will need to do from here to lap 1110, and they are targeting 113 to get their main driver in for a clean double to the end.
Oh,
Very wide into Hill Corner. This is an anxious moment here.
And while all that was happening and Scotty gave us the update, we saw Stanaway was in a penalty. He's served that right now, so he's taken that drive-through penalty, and this is the replay. Just didn't quite get there. Turned him around, and then, of course, we saw everything else that happened there. But, yeah, so served that penalty. That Stanaway's got that over and done with now.
Yeah, incidentally, James Golding's still out on the racetrack, but he's fallen all the way back to 30th position, and that car is now heavily damaged as well. Richie Stanaway has re-emerged in 32nd position after that penalty. It's a shame, because that car has been running on the precipice of the top 10 all day, but there's now going to be a lot of work that Stanaway and Brenton Hobson are going to have to do to fight back into contention. Ethan Warren, your race leader, by just on 1 second from Shane Van Gisbergen. Griffin Gardner, Corey Shepherd, Ian Ford, Brad Ryan, Corey McFarlane, Harley Haber, Glenn Postlethwaite and Rick Kuznetsov rounding out the top 10. Postlethwaite due for a pit stop in the next lap or two. So again, because of the timing of that safety car and the fact that everybody has come in, the bulk of our front runners have all done 4 pit stops. We're expecting 3 pit stops to get through to the end from here, but one of those pit stops will be quite short. They won't have to put a full fuel load in for their last pit stop to get through to the end.
I did quickly catch up with the Kuznetsov car as well. They said that their target for this stint was to get inside the top 10. They've already achieved it.
They sure have. So Rick Kuznetsov now up to 7th position, but Todd Haynes going to have to get back into that car at some point. Otherwise, Kuznetsov will exceed the maximum consecutive laps, and here comes Glenn Postlethwaite right on cue for what will be a scheduled stop.
Oh, sorry there. I was having heart failure there, thinking that these guys were going to have some contact. It's not over yet. They're still fighting each other here. Need to give each other a pretty bit of room on exit. Everyone's managed to do so, but man, you can see the wheel work that goes into these cars when they come off that corner. It's hard enough there when you're single file, but when you're fighting around with a couple of cars there, so many people just fighting that steering wheel, trying to get that power down. Beautiful day, Mount Panorama. This view really giving you an indication of how these guys really need to be single file up over the mountain. It's the fastest way across there, because the last place you want to do is trying to fight someone across here side by side. It's treacherous enough when you're trying to go through there by yourself, but when you've got a couple of angry cars, oh, look, I see a little bit of contact there. That could have been disastrous as well. You really need a lot of give and take over across the top of the mountain. It is single file, but man, oh man, that could have been an incident. That nose to tail stuff really gets your attention when you're up there. We'll go to a replay and you'll see, oh, just up on the curve and upsets the car. And so you can see Veld, he was just very conscious. He knew how that car was going to move across, gave him some space, and they both push on.
So just thinking about some strategy numbers at the moment. So the bulk of our front runners all pitted on lap 78. So 78 plus 24 gets you to lap 102, and then another 24 laps gets you to 126. Another 24 laps after that gets you through to lap 150. And so, like I said, it will be 3 stops from here, but one of those stops at some point will have the potential to be quite short.
Yep, so just running the calculator for you now, Lockie. I think these guys have saved in the realm of an extra 2 to 3 laps under that safety car. So that pushes us out to about 104, 105. Their target window to get home on a clean 2 stops in terms of green flag running is 113. We've seen a lot of issues at the back end of this stint. I think everyone from here, what I would be doing is, if I've got the pace and I've got the potential, obviously I don't, that's why I'm in the commentary box, I would be sitting around that top 5 and just saving. I want to go as far as I can on this fuel stint. If I can get to lap 108, think about the fuel stop.
So car number 72 was off sequence because they stayed out under that safety car. So they got to lap 83 before taking their next pit stop. Yeah, they still need to do some serious fuel saving though to get through on only 2 more pit stops. To get to lap 113, they'd have to just get 30 laps out of the tank. Well, I'm not sure that that's quite achievable, but what they might have is the chance to make sure the pit stop a bit later on, and they've also now got their primary driver, Adam Briggs, in that car for the rest of the race.
So with that car, if they can do 3 26-lap stints, they get home just. But they will be they will be in there squeezing out their sweat rags into the tank to try and get that far. It's not possible. I just don't think the pace of the race has been too quick. We've seen in the last sort of 2 stints the pace has come down just a fraction. That allows for that fuel saving. I think from here you're going to see the thing just go nuts. These guys are not going to get off the gas now. So in terms of things, I think they're too far out. But again, have a crack. They were P nowhere. Now they're P somewhere with a question mark.
Another point that I want to make, we've seen a lot of time penalties that have been imposed during this race so far, and now the rules are that you can serve the time penalty during a pit stop, but you can't serve it under a safety car. So because all of our pit stops up to this point have been taken under safety car conditions, nobody's been able to serve those penalties. So there's still quite a few teams that have got outstanding penalties that they'll have to serve when we either get green flag pit stops at some point, or they'll be added onto their time at the end of the race. So we probably need to try and make some notes somewhere about all of the teams that have been penalised. To be frank, I've actually lost count because we have seen quite a few penalties imposed.
Good pick up there, Luke, from, you can see those marbles still building up as this race goes on. You think about it, 161 laps around here with all these cars. And Scott's just got through to us saying that there's still 5 penalties to be served. So, yeah, that plays a huge role in it, doesn't it, Lockie, as far as, you don't want that weighing on your mind towards the end of the race.
No, I mean, it's obviously preferable to get these penalties out of the way during race conditions so that you've got the chance to recover from them. But if the safety cars keep coming out and coinciding with pit windows, then it's not going to be possible. So some of those teams with penalties, they'll be praying for green flag pit stops at some point. Side by side into the chase, a couple of cars. That was Sebastian Van Del being overtaken by Forzen El Nabi. Forzen El Nabi and Wayne Burke, that last safety car has brought them back into the game. They lost a lot of time with those penalties and the disconnect as well for El Nabi, so the technical issue there, but the safety car has got them back onto the lead lap, and El Nabi's now charging on through, back up to 20th position.
So Heimgartner, he's still finding himself slipping back now, back in 30th position. So it's him and Stanaway down the back of the field at the moment. You can see Stanaway's pretty keen to get the job done on Heimgartner too. You see he's flashing his lights. He obviously feels he's a little bit more pacier. We saw him up the front and he was having a good stint. You touched on it earlier, Lockie, that, I think his first stint he wasn't that pacey, but his second one he was starting to pick off cars. So, and of course, unfortunately, he's been involved in that incident where he's now had to serve his drive-through. So, it's going to be close. He's going to go for that dive now. I didn't think Heimgartner was going to... I thought he was going to open up the door for the first part of the corner, but then it closed really quickly. But thankfully, both of them were pretty smart about that, and they could both go on to see another day.
So Andre Heimgartner still a bit further back in position number 31. For them now, it's all about just hitting the fuel number that they need to hit and getting Jake Burton into that car at the earliest opportunity. Which, if you work backwards from the critical lap number of lap 137, we could see people back in for another pit stop as early as lap number 89. If you stop on lap number 89, that gives you 2 more stops after that to then get home. So for teams that have been struggling for co-driver performance, that could be an option for them to take another early pit stop. The problem is that it will be quite a long stop because the driver change time is not going to be covered by the refueling time.
Just got another update coming through, Lockie, as well. Car number 12, so that's the Bowler Albert entry for ERT. That's it, race done. Too much damage to continue, won't get it fixed, won't get themselves back in contention. I think from that perspective, if that car and that incident had happened 30 laps ago, they would have hung around and still tried to grab the safety cars to get themselves back on the lead lap, but from here it's just too much. That's a big whack in both corners and then front end. Nothing they can do from there.
And that is such a shame because they were looking like a top 10 runner up until that point. So yeah, that's hugely disappointing to get taken out as an innocent victim in that incident at Hell Corner. And yes, unfortunately, that is day done for that Evolution Racing team car.
It's really, really interesting. I want to keep in the back of our minds an eye on the guys that have got their main drivers in. Have a look at Leonards. So remember from Sandown, only got a couple laps in, really didn't get, and this is the biggest thing. We're at the biggest stage of the year, we're at the biggest moments of the year, and this is your least experienced car. So for him, coming off of Sandown, imagine the confidence levels, they'd be through the floor. whilst I'm sure the guy's probably done a ton of laps around here, how much Bathurst 1000 experience has he got? The heat, the fatigue, the driving, the not making a mistake for 6 hours throughout the race. Yeah, sure, some of it's not going to be your driving, but that is so critical. Not making a mistake. You will make minor mistakes. There's no way to get around this track without them. And when you come in underdone in your first go at an enduro season, just imagine the nerves that are on his shoulders. Alternatively, the guy could be as comfortable as anything. He could be so happy, so calm, so confident in that car right now and be in a really good spot. And this will be a really, really important confidence builder for him as well. Being up against these co-drivers, this fills him with confidence going into that final stint.
Yeah, and he's currently running in 9th position, and his co-driver Dylan Pereira has been solid in this race so far as well. They are a bit off sequence though, because I believe Pereira will have to get back into that car for another stint at some point. There are a few other cars in that category, so the Rick Kuznetsov Todd Hayne entry, which currently runs in 6th position with Kuznetsov at the wheel. Todd Hayne will have to get back into that car for another stint, otherwise Kuznetsov will exceed his maximum driving time. So the cars that have got primary drivers on board at the moment, co-drivers will have to get back in at some point.
Yeah, so for those cars, remembering that's Kuznetsov in the 888, Leonage in the 79, Hayden Veld in the 53, and Sebastian Vandel in the 444. So, and then just keep lurking in the back of your mind, keep half an eye on that 72 car, because again, they are cleared in the race. Yes, they'll still have to do a splash. They're not quite, they're fractionally outside of their pit window, and it's too much to do, but their splash is going to be really, really small. If they get a safety car now, they are in a great spot, because their next pit stop will be very, very short compared to the other cars around them.
That is true and well picked up. So we are starting to get into that stage of the race where we might start to see a few differing strategies. Because of the frequency of the safety cars in the first half of this race, it's had the effect of keeping everybody's strategies pretty much the same. So if we can get some long green flag stints, that's where we might start to see a bit of differentiation in terms of race strategy. But I think it's fair to say that in the next round of pit stops, all of the teams that have got their co-drivers on board at the moment will be handing back to the primary drivers for the run-through of the checkered flag.
Mate, in terms of things, all I can think of in the back of my mind was I'm pretty sure it was last year's Bathurst 1000 where I just watched all the support categories. Think of all the safety cars that those guys do. So just because we're seeing it sitting here and on a single side of things doesn't necessarily. Have a look at this move that's now on for the 89 car. Leonage is getting aggressive. This is lovely. This is, sorry, it's El Nabi, my apologies. Gets aggressive, gets two, because the car ahead's just going to run wide, unfortunately, for the 033 with Smart at the wheel.
So El Nabi up the inside of Dance, and yeah, Christian Smart, a mistake there, so that puts El Nabi back up to 16th position.
And that's a recovery drive and a half, because they were last on the lead lap at the end of that last safety car. So for them to come from 34th, effectively all the way up to where they are now in 16th, they've cut their way through 18 cars. And that's with El Nabi at the wheel. Look how fast, look how confident he is. And that's a driver with a host of experience at the top level. You can't really get that in terms of a co-driver. From, yeah, look, I mean, you've got your Van Gisbergens, you've got your Stanaways, you've got those guys who've got that real world experience. But from a simulation perspective, Forza El Nabi is one of these supreme co-drivers, and they've been very, very lucky to pick him up. Oh, Brady Myers just tagged the wall. Brady Myers in the race lead at the dipper, just tagged the wall.
And that has allowed Shane Van Gisbergen to make up a huge amount of ground on him coming down the hill. So it's actually Ethan Warren in the car at the moment, but look at that. He's now got Van Gisbergen all over the back of him. There's the witness mark on the driver's side of car number 22, which has been driven superbly all day. But has that done any damage to the car that's led the race? And Van Gisbergen closes right in as they get down to the braking zone for the chase. We're hearing as well that there's been another incident up the top of the mountain for the number 777 car of Michael Taliancic and Teo Sorrento. That must have happened a couple of laps ago, because that car is back in the pits for repairs, and it looks like their day might actually be done altogether, or they're definitely a lap down as a result of that. But yes, Nathan Warren, he's been faultless all day, but finally a mistake under pressure from SVG at the top of the mountain.
And critically, it was to the right front corner of that car, right? So it wasn't necessarily at the dipper itself. It wasn't on the left-hand front corner as you go back through the left hand, but it was as you transition across to the right hand. So he's found grip. Track temperature just starting to crest and come down. And I'm wondering whether or not Ethan Warren's gone in there one lap and gone, yep, I've got slightly less grip. He's applied the same amount of steering wheel, and all of a sudden he comes around the next lap, track's dropped a degree. And all of a sudden he's got that fractionally extra grip, and that's why he's tagged the inside wall. He's very, very lucky to pull that up. And the 777 car is back in the lane. Sorry, my apologies.
Yep. So he's now pressing on Ethan Warren, so obviously to try and make amends for that mistake. But actually, these two leaders, so Ethan Warren and Shane Van Gisbergen, they've both extended now a 3-second margin over Griffin Gardner in position number 3. So in the last stint, we had the top 7 cars all running nose to tail, but the 2 leaders in this stint have been able to break away from Griffin Gardner, Corey Shepherd and Ian Ford.
And did you see that the key thing that I saw on that most recent lap from Ethan Warren versus Shane Van Gisbergen? Van Gisbergen got there, lifted out, got there, lifted out, got there, lifted out. He's fuel saving. He's fuel saving massively. Could you imagine if that car gets 25 laps out of this stint, they're not quite within the window, but all of a sudden they're slightly better poised. They're getting closer and closer and closer. If they get 26 laps out of this fuel window, that is in the realm of 8 litres, 7-8 litres less that they have to add in their final splash and dash.
And that's valuable time that they'll save in pit lane. It might not save them a stop, but it will save them refueling time in pit lane, and that's what they'll be thinking about. One of the things about Shane Van Gisbergen is that he has what I like to describe as a very high racing IQ. He's very good at understanding what the overall strategic picture of the race is and driving accordingly, and that's what he will be doing at the moment.
Right, drives like a Fernando Alonso, doesn't he? He's very, very aware of the entire race picture. I can guarantee you that anytime Shane Van Gisbergen goes to a racetrack where he can see a viewing screen around the track, guarantee you he's checking it every lap. But Justin Wallace is doing... You wouldn't say this is bad drive from Justin Wallace. They're in position in this 13 car. They're crawling around. I was actually talking, remember I said the Bents and Brian Borg entry in the 017. I was actually talking to those guys earlier on. They said one of the key things is, yeah, look, maybe we don't actually have the outright pace in our main driver, but what we do have is we have a co-driver that matches those lap times. So when they were actually thinking about this strategy earlier on in the race, that's one of the reasons they pulled the trigger. They said we can perform well. We're in a really, really good window. So right now you're looking at these co-drivers doing their job, and some of these guys will hand over to the main game driver. Might actually go backwards.
So we're at that stage of the race where you start working backwards from lap 161 and thinking about when you need to take your stops. Remember, lap number 137 is the critical lap number. That's the earliest that you can stop to get your fuel on board for the run to the checkered flag. But a lot of teams will run deeper in these stints because the longer you run now, the shorter you need to stop for later on. So that's why a lot of these teams are stretching out and try and stretch these stints as long as they can. But it could be, if we don't get another safety car, it could be that this will be the longest stint that we've actually seen in the race. I think up to this point, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but I think the longest stint that we've had so far is 23 laps. The other stints have all been less than that because of safety cars.
Yeah, so 100%, 23 laps was absolutely the longest one. Out of green flag pit stops, I think we've seen about 3 or 4 green flag pit stops in terms of things. So we've been just shy of making it into green flag pit stops. Interesting call to make. When you consider where does this get us to in terms of the overall race scenario, if we run 24 laps here, we get to 103. But we came in on lap 79, so if I'm a betting man, I'm betting there's probably another safety car to come. I also kind of get the feeling with just how spread the field is at the moment that our safety car chance is starting to plummet. And that for me says all right, well, if we're going to play it by that book and we need a splash anyway, let's make sure that all 4 of these stints are equal in length. So I think our critical lap number for a lot of these guys now becomes 140 in terms of when they want to pit. And I'm expecting in about 7 laps time, we're going to start to see pit stops. Because if I'm in the middle of that pack and I'm one of those guys that's following someone, undercut. Let's go. Let's pull that trigger.
Yeah, and also not only that, but it's about now getting your co-driver out, getting your primary driver back in for the run home. In a lot of cases.
Yes, and the other key factor is the back end of the tyres is where all the drama has been as the tyres wear down on the car. So it's been sort of those last 4 or 5 laps of the stint has been the risky zone for a safety car. So let's get an undercut happening. Let's get cracking on terms of that one. If you pull the undercut and the safety car comes out and nobody's in the zone, that's actually okay. You're not too bad with that because you're in exactly the same window as you were before, but you've had a crack at an undercut. The only reason a safety car is a free pit stop in terms of sim racing is because you get to the field condenses again. It's not like real world racing where you have to slow to a minimum speed. That's margin whereby your pit stop delta gets removed. It's actually about the condensing. So in that mindset, a green flag pit stop in these conditions is equal to a pit stop on a safety car, Lockie.
It's been a superb job from both these drivers at the front of the field, Ethan Warren and Shane Van Gisbergen, and they've been exemplary today. At Sandown, we saw an uncharacteristic error from Van Gisbergen after a safety car restart where he collided with Forza El Navi at Dandenong Road Corner, but today he has been majestic.
It's been a lot more clean, a lot more concise, not flustered. I think is it's very, very difficult to sit down and say, yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen flustered, but that's what it looked like. You know, I said it was uncharacteristic, and we said, you know, maybe his mind's gone elsewhere. Well, you know, he's back, and he wants to prove that to everyone, and he wants to win this thing. I think is the key thing. If he wins this and he wins 1,000 next weekend, I think he'll be the only driver ever to do that: win a sim racing Bathurst 1,000 and win the real world thing.
Yeah, on back-to-back weekends as well. You know, they're a fantastic way to sign off here in Australia before heading overseas, that's for sure. But Ethan Warren, he's been a star as well. He was very fast in the opening stint when he was up against a couple of main game drivers, and apart from that brush with the wall a couple of laps ago, he's been pretty much mistake-free right the way through as well.
It's been clean. It's been, I think it's concise. I think just smooth, in control. There's been the blip on the stint was that contact with the wall about 10 laps ago. So, I mean, he's cleared that out. He's very much showed he's got the pace, and a big lift out yet again for Shane Van Gisbergen. So again, these guys are thinking about it. In actual fact, I think that's the least fuel Shane Van Gisbergen saved down there as we're going to see a change of position.
Corey McFarlane up the inside of Rehan Leonard, heading into the chase. And job done.
Stovall and Veld still going toe-to-toe as well. I mean, that 707 entry. Remember talking to Tom Freer yesterday? His dogs weren't a fan of his performance in the top 15 shootout. Do you think he's got a few more fans on board today?
Hopefully they're not distracting him too much. We'll see Tom Freer back in the car soon as well. He and Jamie Stovall finished up very well at Sandown, where they were in 4th position, in fact, just missing out on a podium. So watch out for Tom Freer in the back end of this race.
Another issue for the Christian Smart, Damien Johnson entering its contact from the 951, and then he's very, very deep as he gets down here. And he looked wobbly as he returned to the road surface. I reckon this was an unscheduled pit stop, and I don't know if there was damage here.
Good job that he waited for the traffic to come through before cutting across to get into pit lane.
Can tell you no mechanical black flags. There's been no force pit stop out of that car. But remember what I was talking about. Some guys might try and undercut it. For 24 laps from here gets you to 119. 24 laps from 119 gets you to 153. No, that's wrong. 143. So just past the marker. So starting to see the triggers being pulled for all the undercuts here. Like this is about to get exciting. Yeah, we're right in the window, aren't we?
And with the undercut, it's not just the tyre situation, but it's also if your primary driver is slightly quicker than your co-driver, the earlier you can get them into the car to start punching out quick lap times, that's going to provide the potential undercut as well.
Just have a crack. I just want to see some of these guys. They're all waiting, aren't they? Everyone's wound up. Everyone's thinking about their strategy right now, but nobody's willing to pull the trigger. Somebody, somewhere, is going to pull that pit stop trigger, and you watch what happens afterwards.
The other thing I'd say is if you've got a penalty to serve, come in now, get it done, and then you don't have to worry about it later. Get it out of the way as soon as possible. We've already seen that teams have not been able to serve out penalties because of the safety cars and the rules that say that you can't serve penalties under safety car conditions. So if you've got a penalty hanging over your head now while it's green flag conditions and we're in the pit stop window to make it home, come in now, get your pit stop done, get your penalty out of the way, and then fight on.
One of those cars that has actually pulled that trigger is the 201 entry. They've just come in and served their penalty. That was a 15-second penalty. The benefit for that is I think they've actually gotten Andre Heimgartner's laps out of the way now. And I think, sorry, that was James Golding's laps out of the way. Yeah, James Golding has done 54 laps on the dot. Hand the car over, job done.
So Andrew Gillian will be in that car through the checkered flag. They had a fair bit of damage as well, so no doubt they would have taken the opportunity to get some of that fixed. Still going to be a long, hard climb back up through the field, though, for Andrew Gillian, because they're down in 32nd position and last car on the lead lap at this point.
Critically, they've got to get, they've really got to push on here as well, because they're only 20 or so seconds in front of our race leaders, and then you've got this pack that's sort of deep and just coming across the mountain. One of the bigger things that we saw during the middle period of the race was big trains, big trains of cars there, Lockie, and that was what caused a lot of drivers to get unstuck.
Most of the accidents that we've seen, though, that have caused safety cars so far today, Scott, have been single vehicle incidents. We've seen a couple at the Dipper, and we've seen a couple of blown engines as well.
Yeah, the blown engine ones can certainly happen at any time. They're not related to tyre wear. Madison Down actually just came on and just said, yeah, look, I think we're a fraction short of that undercut window. He reckons we're about the 10 to 15 litre range, so about that lap 100. So we're lurking on the front edge of that. So yeah, look, I mean, fatigue becomes a big marker of that. Does that now mean 3 stints to the end is a little bit much? I think these guys will be fine. It's also been the changeable conditions across the top. We're starting to come down in terms of that track temperature, grip levels going through the roof at the moment, Lockie.
It's not the super aggressive battling for position that we saw earlier in the race. I'm sure that will come as we get towards the end into the final stint when everybody gets into sprint race mode for the dash to the checkered flag. But right now, people are just being a little bit more circumspect when it comes to battling against their rivals.
Yeah, fraction early, perhaps, and remember fuel saving at the moment. So if you know that you're not squabbling to trying to pick up 3 positions because the groups are a little bit smaller. So if the groups are a little bit smaller, you're only really grabbing one spot, and then you've got to do all the punching through the air. So what I think we're actually seeing is just that lot of holding back. Everyone's just sort of thinking about strategy at the moment, not really quite ready to pull that trigger. We say unfortunately from a broadcast perspective because, I mean, it's a little bit more passive racing. It's not the exciting stuff that we're used to, but this is about to explode. We're on the cusp, we're on the precipice of this race blowing itself wide open.
It definitely feels like it's building up to something, doesn't it? You get the feeling there's definitely more drama in store. There's probably at least one more safety car, whether that's a random one or if it's triggered by an incident remains to be seen. But I do want us to see a bit of green flag running so that we can get a bit of an idea of the absolute fuel range of these cars, because that's something that we haven't really seen so far today.
Yeah, and running in safety car conditions and big packs has been the thing that we've seen thus far. The fuel spread's actually quite intense at the moment, and there's a risk of a couple cars at the back end of things going a lap down if they look to pull the undercut, which will basically be the disaster scenario for them, having to let cars go and cost them a bunch of time. So Yeah, in terms of things, we're in a difficult window at the moment. You're right. And I think this is the check-in with Hobbo, the live check-in with Hobbo from his Twitch stream. He's on board. He's chilled out. Look at that, Lockie. Chilled out. He's just making sure he's sitting back. He's relaxing. And the key factor for him is that he's not in the car at the moment. So, of course, really relaxed, laid back. He'll probably be bathroom break here in the next couple of minutes and then back into the car.
Yep, Richie Stanaway has done the bulk of the race so far in that car. Apart from that incident that he had with James Golding at Hell Corner, I thought that Stanaway had actually done a really, really good job today. As we see, Forza El Nabi making up another spot, gets up the inside of Hayden Veld, Griffin's Bend. This has been a big climb back up through the field for Forza El Nabi. He's back up into 13th position. And he is setting some pretty rapid lap times at the moment, so El Nabi continuing his charge forward.
Yeah, you mentioned what a drive. I mean, he had to get aggressive. They were very, very quick early, in a great position in terms of where their strategy was going, and then just out of sequence, coming out of pit lane side by side. They were the car ahead in that situation too. They were expecting the car behind them to yield, but it just didn't happen. And you know, those are the little things in terms of the sim racing community that can take the race away from you.
Here's Harley Haber, currently sitting in 7th position. Struggled for a bit of pace in one of his earlier stints, and we saw him losing some spots, but he's found a bit of a better rhythm in this stint. And that car's going to be in a pretty handy position when he hands it back to Rehan Leonage. They're currently in 7th position, and if you think back to the Sandown 500, Rehan Leonage was 7th at the last safety car race start and charged through to end up winning the race. Interesting to see if sorry, not Rehan Leonage, it was Luke Rosella, I beg your pardon. It'll be interesting if we could see a similar charge from Luke Rosella in the back end of this race. Speaking of Rehan Leonage, he's just on the tail of this battle group, sitting in position 10. However, Dylan Pereira still has some laps to do in that car in the second half of this race.
And Leonage has actually lost a couple spots in amongst this. So that says that McFarlane's, if you remember back to Sandown, that 19 car with Corey McFarlane and Dylan O'Shea, they had really, really good mid to back end of the stint pace. They were very, very good at looking after their tyres. And that says a little bit about the way that they set up their car. Now, do they apply the same dynamic to Bathurst? I would say right now, Corey McFarlane, the instant we get a long run, starting to come back forwards, had no pace at the front end of the stint, was going a little bit backwards, but responded nicely. So that car is looking after its tyres.
And that could be a big advantage when we get towards the back end of the race if people are fighting for position on old tyres.
Yeah, very, very important margin. The other question that's just come through, we were wanting to know who were the cars that still had drive-through penalties hanging over them. 5-second penalties. There's just actually been 2 fresh penalties that have been added. The 205 and the 19 still both have 5-second penalties. So we're just talking about Corey McFarlane behind the wheel. Have to hand over to Dylan O'Shea soon. Has done a mighty job and he'll have 5 seconds to wait. So that's why they're on a little bit of a press. The 888 car as well also has a 5-second penalty, and the 53 cars a 15-second penalty. 2 fresh penalties that have just come through for the 951 and the car number 8. So we're up to 6 cars that have penalties to serve. And it's Andre Heimgartner behind the wheel of that 8-2. I mean, make matters worse, he's really not loving life today behind the steering wheel.
No, been a tough race for him and some seriously heavy lifting required from Jake Burton when he finally gets into that car, as we see that looks like the pit stop shuffle is about to start because Brad Ryan is bringing the number 21 car in for a pit stop.
Well, that's the 8 car.
So
this will be the
Heimgartner. Yep.
And you can absolutely see, well, that's a 5-second penalty. That one makes sense. I think we're going to do a commentary swap out, Lockie. You've done an excellent stint. This is your main game driver role done for a little bit. You'll get to get up, go sit back in the pit box, and maybe ask Kimi Räikkönen if he's got an ice cream for you.
Yeah, quick bite to eat, quick refreshment break, and I'll be back very soon.
And that means commentary cycles over to Sandman and myself. Seaman, first time we've worked together. This will be fun.
Absolutely. And what a place, Mount Panorama, Bathurst. Here we are, lap 100. And everyone sort of gets to this lap, isn't it? When it's like they start thinking, right, they start the countdown, isn't it? 61, 60, 59 to go. And of course, this is when they want, I guess you say, all their ducks in a row to see how this race is going to pan out. I didn't catch a lot of the action while I was away. It looks like, thankfully, we didn't see another safety car, but we're probably not too far away from pit stops, are we?
We're right in the middle. I think we're on the leading edge of the cycle now. So Madison Down chimed in and said, yep, we're about 10 to 15 litres worth of fuel away before we can look for an undercut. We've hit that marker. So you can't make it to the end. There will always be a splash. If there's no safety car from here, there's nothing you can do about that. Undercut. Let's use that margin.
Yeah, isn't the safety cars been amazing this time round? You know, obviously we do have those random safety cars, but a lot of them have been for real incidents that have happened on the track.
Yeah, we've only had the one random safety car, so I don't know where that factored in. That says to me that the random call for race control would have been 3 safety cars, and the 2 of them happening before that one was due. I'd say we're probably done in terms of random safety cars. I would say that it's going to be on-track incidents, so we'll trigger another one.
So it's Warren, Van Gisbergen, Gardner, Shepherd, Knechtstad. That's your top 5. So I think it's really still too early to pick a winner out of this, isn't it? You know, these races are hard enough to pick as it is, but the way everyone is at the moment, and you know, pit stop's still ready to to play out, and then of course you just never know the chance of another safety car.
No, that's really it. So now it comes down to, yes, what has our co-driver done? I think Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rubb are punching a little bit above their weight, and they're in with a shot. Have a look at Corey McFarlane. He's going to come in, and they've got a 5-second penalty to serve for that car. So they're going to pit and go for the undercut. This is where strategy starts to play a window. Like we said, cannot make it to the end. Must do a splash and dash. Must get fresh tyres on for me. That's the big margin. And I think Van Gisbergen's done with fuel saving. I think this is a press now.
I was just going to say, you can see he's really creeping to the back of Warren now, and of course that's the last person you want to hassle on the back bumper and all over your rearview mirror. He's definitely got pace on board, and it's a different vibe of where Shane's at the moment, because earlier on the race, you know, he let the leaders get away by about 4, 5, 6 seconds. It didn't faze him because he knew how much longer to go in this race. We knew that safety cars were going to bring the field back, but he's definitely got some pace on board. You can see the way the car is at the moment, and be interested if he's happy to push on, or if he's just content just to sit there. They'll obviously have a number in mind where they know they're going to make their pit stop, but it's just you can see just the car moving around a little bit.
I'm curious what the response is to that 19 car, by the way, with their pit stops, because McFarlane's just come in. He will 100% hand that car over to Dylan O'Shea to go to the end, and they had 5 seconds of a time penalty that they needed to add to that one. So I get the feeling they would have served that at that pit stop. The problem is they're in the middle of that battle pack, so shorter pit stop wouldn't have filled the tanks. The longer these guys go, more time spent under the current pit stop. Will have a longer pit stop at their last one if they short pit now, but what they're looking for is a little bit of track position right now.
It's key when you're talking about those penalties, because, you know, the last thing you want them is to hanging over your head, because, you know, it's okay if you know the race is going to go green and you've got a 5-second penalty, you have to serve it at the end, you can push on and maybe open up that gap. But if you get a late race safety car and that punches the field up, that 5 seconds could put you back to 20th or 30th, depending on where you are on the day.
What was it, 2021, Bathurst 1000? Or was it last year that we were talking about where Shane actually got that penalty and he had to serve that one?
Yeah, speaking of Shane, he's looking for a move up the inside. He's getting racy there. He gets the job done side by side with Warren. He needs to be careful. We've spoken about how tricky it is on the outside there. Gets the job done, so that shows us that Shane was looking racy. He knows when he's going to pit. I think he's just going to use up what he's got and see how it turns out from here.
The side of this one is that he's done enough fuel saving. So that says to me 2 things. Either Warren's burned his tyres off, which I think may be a little bit, but the side note is I think Van Gisbergen had this pace in his hand the whole time. He's now hit that fuel number. He cannot get an extra lap out of this stint, so there's no more reason for saving.
The beauty with saving fuel too is that the flow-on effect is that you do save a little bit of rubber too, because you're obviously not pushing that hard, so you are careful with your throttle and everything else. So he'll obviously have maybe a little bit of a fresher tyre advantage. Not that it's going to be massive, but you know, that little bit with that little bit of saved fuel as well. He's looking pacey, and he's already starting to open that out to a 1/2 second at the moment.
Yeah, have a look at the response. That response is mega. So he's now going to press on. But remember, a couple of years ago, they stayed out under that safety car. in the 97 entry, and it went on to win them the race. And the reason they stayed out was because they had a penalty to serve. If they'd have come in with everyone else, they would have still been P nowhere. The aero effects across the top couldn't be close enough to get the job done. You had to do it on strategy, and that won them the day.
I do love that we're at this point of the race, Scott, that we just don't know who's going to win. You know, everyone's got a decent shot at this, and the unpredictability, easy for me to say, unpredictability of endurance racing is just what's key to all this. Is just you just don't know how it's going to play out. And I love that you've really got to focus on having that. I always have a little bit of a heart failure when you see someone disappear off the screen. The last thing you want is a netcode dropout or something like that, especially leading the race. But there's so many things to rely on, and having a good partner to race with and everything else. So many things have to come into line, and so far so good. It's playing out for Van Gisbergen and Warren at the moment.
And what were we talking about? Undercut windows. What was the one thing you didn't want to happen? Go a lap down and have to surrender position to, or let cars go that are on the lead lap. Luckily enough for the 205 entry, they've fed back in immediately behind our race leaders, and there is a small window there, but they're going to have to get up to speed quite quickly. Michael Whiting behind the wheel of that car. And that will be quite important. Yeah. So at this stage of the race, it's all about ticking all your boxes off. The bulk of people have now ticked all of their boxes. The one car I think that hasn't ticked their co-driver box is the 017, and that's got Jason Bentz at the wheel. Other than that, every other car has ticked off their boxes.
That's always a sigh of relief, isn't it, inside a team, because you know you can really just go about how the race is unfolding and try your strategy. You know, it's nothing worse than when you've got that thing hanging over your head as far as, you know, you have to get someone else in the car. You know, if it happens to go green and they want their driver to stay in, then they've got that opportunity. But nothing worse than having to come in and change drivers if you don't need to.
Well, I mean, you still don't want your other driver to nick off now. You don't just want them to say, yep, that's it. I'm going to get out of my race suit. What happens? James Scott gets back in this car, gets 3/4 of a lap in, and all of a sudden his wheel goes.
Yeah,
you want Shane. She wants Shane on standby just in case.
Yeah, we've seen technical issues. We've seen people with cramping and stuff like that. I mean, that's happened real well too. We saw what happened with Reynolds, but that happens in sim racing too. It's easy for it to get a leg cramp or something, and you know you can struggle with that. So, like you said, it's never good for the second driver just to disappear and maybe go shopping or something like that. It's good to have them close by just in case.
So I was actually thinking about this a little bit earlier on and never got around to looking it up. But have a think about the temperatures right around the globe. So I'm in Griffith. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm in the wine country, a little bit way out west. I can tell you the temperature here is above 30 degrees. I've got my AC running. I don't have good airflow into my sim room. How many other people out there are sitting in a shed out the back, don't have an air conditioning unit? Could you imagine if right now the temperature right around the country was above 40 degrees? Those guys would be struggling.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw on the podcast where drivers have got fans next to them, it's important to have that temperature, because yes, we're doing sim racing and it's not real world, but those things do come into effect. There's nothing worse than being in a hot, sweaty room when you're still racing and you've got maybe 50 laps in front of you.
Yeah, so just doing a quick look around the country, east coast side of things. Sydney's up to 33. Melbourne's down in the 19. It's lovely down in Melbourne always, isn't it? Brisbane's a little bit cooler than Sydney. Cairns is right in sort of that same range. I'm worried about potentially some of the guys over in Adelaide, Perth. So Perth's still nice and cool. Adelaide, very cool. And then over in, let's say Christchurch in New Zealand. Let's just stick a... Helps if I can spell actually as I type it in Google. So 19 degrees right around the country. So the only three places that are above about 25 degrees are Brisbane's, Cairns, Sydney. Everywhere else is under 20 today, so it's actually not too bad.
Yeah, it was one thing I was key when building my man cave. It was like I really needed to focus on having ducted air conditioning in here. Just obviously not everyone's got that luxury, and like you said, there are some people that actually have. Like you said, they're outside in a shed or something like that. So, yeah, that really does play key, and make sure you plenty of drinks, and you can see all the temperatures there around the country at the moment. So, didn't think I'd ever end up as a weatherman though one day.
When you're a race car driver, it's not something that you're thinking about, but all of a sudden it becomes very, very important. Pit stop windows are open. Here they come. Ethan Warren hits the front end of that window. Gridfin Gardner's going to follow him in. Well, all of a sudden, it's going to be activity. It's going to be a madhouse in this pit lane. There'll be guys running everywhere. Glad thing. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad I'm in the commentary box for about 15 minutes. Can't get run over.
That's right. So majority of this field now all darting in. So it's still Van Gisbergen and Shepherd that are up front that still haven't decided to peel off. They're probably not too far away though. But interesting that these all guys, obviously they've all got a number in their head and they're all now darting in. And it's this time round where we haven't had a safety car that's made these guys come in. It's been on their own, off their own accord.
Yep, so first green flag pit stop cycle of the day. The race starts to heat up. 105 laps will be in the book at the next time they pass the flag stand, and it will be 56 laps left to run. I tell you, that is just outside 2 fuel stints. 48 laps is that marker to go. That is 113. Got a driver. If you're starting to think about somebody, Sandman, that you think has got this thing.
Well, look, it's hard, isn't it, to go past Scott Van Gisbergen. They've been up front all day, but of course, you know, never count out TTR. But there's so many things that can happen. You know, whether they get caught up in someone else's incident. Looks like, you know, all their races so far are going to plan, but it can take, you know, one little mishap from someone else that can ruin your day. I know, unfortunately, I was involved in a Bathurst with Josh Muggleton one year, and we were on target for a top 5, and someone crashed coming into the dipper, and we came around the corner, and there was a car sitting stationary in front of the middle of the racetrack, and we nailed them, and that ended our day. So, and it can so easily happen for anyone of these drivers on the grid today.
I can tell you, nearly an identical thing. Lapped car we were overtaking or sitting third had a pedal failure going into Griffins, and we were side by side with them when it happened. Nothing we could do.
Yeah, that's right. So here we go. Van Gisbergen's in now. So his stint's over, gets to the line, puts the pit lane speed limiter on, and now he'll hand it over. Job done. He's done a great job, Van Gisbergen. We touched on it a little bit earlier, where his first stint wasn't all that great, but he wasn't too concerned about the leaders getting away. But after that, man, he was a man on a mission, stayed in touch with the leaders, led for a while, and actually leading now until he's made his pit stop. So well done, Shane.
And the key thing is they're going to be 1 lap less worth of fuel to add, so that's what, a second less at the final stop. Could you imagine if they go another lap longer on this next stint? He wouldn't be. James Scott will be happy to come out right behind Brady Myers. He'll jump him in the final stop. He knows that.
It'd be interesting to see what this 1 lap does for Myers. Whether I would imagine he'll come out in front, but we'll see. So Scott's now jumped in the car.
Where's the Rudd Rivera entry as well? Rudd and Rivera were racing each other in the last couple of laps, so they've popped out in a nice little bit of racetrack, and Marcelo Rivera, I think, actually just gave that spot away to Dylan Rudd as we watch the cars on the jack.
Yep, so Miles will go through. He'll be leading this one now.
That was a flash of white in the background. That's how close they are.
And that was just enough. That 1 lap on those fresher tyres was just enough to jump the Van Gisbergen Scott car. So good little run there. And now I guess we wait and see for the next round of stops. Is it a push? Is it a push now for Scott?
Why?
Do you think he just sits? Yeah, seeks and saves fuel. Like you said, they've already gone that extra lap.
So let's talk about things. We are 7 laps away from safety car pit window opening. Safety car pit window, right? I would not pit any earlier than that. I just don't think. I think it's the last stop. You're going to do the splash on. I think you're going to run it as long as you possibly can. Open that window up. Give yourself some options. So how do you give yourself some more options? Well, you run an extra lap in terms of fuel. Oh my word! Shane Van Gisbergen dropped out of the server half a lap after he got out of that car.
Ah, you're kidding.
Half a lap earlier than that, and they were in trouble.
So I wonder if did he fall out or did he disconnect after his stint was finished?
Well, it says dropped.
Yeah, right.
It doesn't say manually disconnected, it says dropped.
Wow. You imagine if they were going another lap on that and that had to happen while they were leading the race. Wow. I guess that's what we talk about. That's our 50-cent part, isn't it, in our series? You know, we talk about, you know, losing connection with the server or something like that. It's something you've got absolutely no control over, and unfortunately it's just part of our sport.
Oh, word. Interesting note. Yeah, you talk about it. 50-cent part. What's an Ethernet cable worth?
Yeah, that's right.
So, there you go. It is just about a 50-cent part. Luke Rosella Adam Briggs going toe-to-toe. I love watching this Triple Eight car work, by the way. You mentioned at the top of the show, Sam. Your favourite car on the field?
I'm a little bit biased. I do love that paint scheme. Obviously a big HRT fan back in the days. And yeah, that paint scheme, the red, white and blue, I was always a big fan of. Yes. So when I saw it on track, I was actually quite chuffed. I was like, okay, there's my fan favourite.
But working your paint in with the sponsors that you've got on your sim racing team as well, that's never an easy task, and they've done a phenomenal job with that one. Let alone some of the individual sponsors up and down the field as well. The 088 entry of Scott and Van Gisbergen has its unique sponsors and therefore slightly different paint scheme to the rest of them. What are you pointing at there, Sam? And you're quite chuffed. I can see you pointing at something.
Luke's like, oh, point out to you, because I've got an RC car. It's down in that corner. I don't know if he's so much junk in this man cave, but most of the day, Luke's been, what do you got back there? What do you got over there? So, but yeah, always a bit of a HRT fan, and you probably see in the glass cabinet back there, we've got a lot of cars from the 90s and stuff like that. But yeah, so when I saw that paint scheme on track, I was a huge fan, and yeah, it's nice to see that these teams mix it up a little bit. You know, so many of these paint schemes have played a big part in all our racing. You know, over the years as a fan watching races at Bathurst, you know, through the 80s and 90s, and when you see that people appreciate those paint schemes and put it, you know, in this server, it's just great to see. So I was pretty chuffed when I saw that.
It's just lovely up and down the field. Love looking at some classic cars. Nobody can ever forget the Green Iron Monster. That plays an important part in, I think, a few childhood nightmares.
Yeah, that's right.
But for right now, Brady Myers is having a few nightmares of his own as he looks back towards James Scott. And with the next car on the field, the 990 entry is actually closing up. I get the feeling all of a sudden, as soon as this becomes a three-way battle, that changes the tempo of this one. So we thought James Scott might go into fuel save mode. With Rudd starting to buy his way into the equation, he might have to push on.
Well, look further too. You got Down, Riviera, like they're all starting to close that gap. They know that we're slowly starting to run out of laps, so they need to start thinking about where they're going to position themselves. You know, we're hearing that a lot of these drivers are lifting coming into the chase. They're saving what fuel they can, and they're just making the most of the opportunity. You can see Scott, even though he had a run there on Myers, he's like, you know what, I'm just going to back out of it, save that, breathe the throttle a little bit, save that little bit more fuel as the race goes on. So yeah, it's the lift and coast that we're hearing most of at the moment.
All right, guys, well, that is my section of the show done. I'm going to go back to crunching numbers and seeing how far these guys can get. I think they're in danger, but your call to the end.
Thanks, Scott. Good job as always, and appreciate you filling in while Lockie and I had some lunch and we were able to step away from all the action. But yes, you get yourself a well-earned break and we'll crunch the numbers and see how we go towards the end of this race.
Easy odds, lads. Thanks for having me. Lockie, what do you got for us?
Yeah, well, interesting to hear that both of our race leaders are still in serious fuel save mode at the moment. So, based on how things stand at the moment, there's 1 and a bit pit stops left to get to the end. So there'll be one full load of fuel, but then there'll also be a second pit stop required for a splash and dash. The key thing is making sure that that splash and dash stop is as short as it possibly can be. So, at the moment, that's why these leaders are in full fuel save mode, and you would have to say that at the moment saving fuel is probably a much higher priority than track position, and that's how the drivers are treating this at the moment.
What I thought was interesting from that onboard shot, you could see that Myers was there, Scott was closing up, and then Scott would get out of the throttle and he'd back off, and then Myers obviously looked in his mirror, saw that he was doing the same, so I think Myers ended up rolling just out of the throttle a little bit too. So they're all playing that fuel saving game, but it's bringing this, what are we going to have, like a 6-car train here in a moment. So the top 6 are only covered by just over 2.5 seconds. That's really going to bunch up over the next few laps.
Yeah, it's interesting because towards the end of that last stint, we saw that Shane Van Gisbergen and Ethan Warren were both able to pull away. They put their heads down and they cleared out from the rest of the field. But now that everybody's getting back into fuel-saving mode again, it's all bunched up and we've got the top 6 cars covered by less than 3 seconds once again. So As he has a bit of a look to the inside. He does now want to take the lead, James Scott. That was a late move, but he's made it stick.
Oh, he's
Up
going to
the
lose another
inside
one.
of Brady Myers, and Dylan Rudd's going to go with him. Side by side up to the cutting. Rudd's going to be on the wrong side, awkwardly positioned. Can he hang tough? Breaks a bit earlier. Gets forced wide, and Madison Down sees the opportunity and pulls up alongside Dylan Rudd as they head up towards Farreig Park.
Oh, hold your breath for Madison Down. You don't want to go side by side through there. Smart heads up riding, just got out of the throttle. They don't want to do that. Man, a little bit of an opportunity. Scott saw that, made the jump, but then it made the mix-up between Myers, Rudd and Down. So that got juicy, and that's pulled Greg Galt, Rivera right into it now.
Well, that was interesting because James Scott, it seems like he was quite content just to sit back and save fuel in the slipstream behind Brady Myers, and it was a last-minute decision. So when they got into the braking zone for Griffin's Bend, he pulls out and he goes, actually, you know what, I want to lead this, goes up the inside. I wonder if that's because he's just decided that Brady Myers was driving a little bit too slowly for his liking. And because Myers got forced out into that dirty part of the road at Griffin's Bend that we've been talking about all day, that allowed Dylan Rudd to have a bit of a sniff as well, which ultimately didn't come to fruition. And now it's Rudd who's under pressure from Madison Down, who goes for the move down the inside into the chase. Give third spot to the Trans-Tasman Racing number 77 car, Madison Down, up to P3.
It was beautiful textbook braking manoeuvre there. He just made the move up the inside of the kiss. Here's Greg Galt. He's going to make the move too. Oh, doesn't quite get alongside, so he got out of it. Smart drive in there by Greg Galt. But yeah, Down made the move hard up the inside. Got a little bit of curve and got the car turned in. It was nice. So now I think you were touching on with Scott's decision to whether he took the lead. He was probably concerned. He could see the rest of the field starting to close in on him. So he was probably like, you know what, if Myers is going to do that, he wants to run his own race. So makes that position on Myers. Now he's got himself some clear air, and now it looks like they're just starting to push a little bit. So maybe that fuel saving thing's gone right out the window for the moment.
These two cars that are running at the front of the field, they've had pace to burn all day, but I get the feeling the number 77 car of Madison Down has the sort of speed that's required to run at the front of the field as well. It hasn't been right up the pointy end so far for that much of the day today, but the number 77 car, we've seen in the past that Madison Down is an expert of not getting himself to the lead here at Bathurst until it absolutely counts. And I reckon that the number 77 machine might now that we're getting towards the back end of the race, might start to make its presence felt in this battle for the lead as well.
He's won his fair share of races, old Mr. Down, so I reckon he knows what he's doing. And we touched on it where this race is all about buying a ticket to the end, and I think that's what he's done. He's cashed in his ticket. He knows he can see the leaders there, and he's got a teammate in front of him. So I think he finds himself in a pretty good position at this stage, and then he just needs to sort of let the rest of this race play out as we sort of get towards that last stint to the final run to the checkered flag.
So the cars in the lead pack came in anywhere between lap 99 and lap 105. We're talking about the top 6 cars. So the earliest to stop was the Marcello Rivera Brad Ryan car on lap number 99. Car 088 for Scott and Van Gisbergen, and car number 77 for Down and Shepherd. They both stopped on lap 105. So what that means is, based on getting 24 laps out of a tank in a green stint, green flag stint, it's going to get you anywhere from lap 123 to lap 129 before the next stop. That still leaves you anywhere between 8 and 14 laps shy of the critical lap number of 137. So, like I said, there will still be 2 more visits to pit lane required for all of the cars in the lead pack at this stage.
I actually love that that's how that's played out, because knowing that these guys can't really fuel save that much, they really have to make that trip to pit road. I reckon I love how that mixes this race up. But now Myers, he's really closed that gap to the back of Scott. So yeah, it's a little bit of toing and throwing. Really can't wait to see how they play this all out, whether they decide to do that. Obviously you don't want to pit earlier than you need to, so you're not going to do that little quick splash now, because you might have an opportunity later with the safety car to do it.
Marcello Rivera and Brad Ryan, that's been a quiet achieving car for mine today. They started back in 19th position, but steady strategy and good driving, they've worked their way up into the top 6. So that's been a good performance from them today.
Love this shot of visor cam. This really gives you a true understanding of what these drivers have to go through. And I was talking about it through earlier in the telecast. When you get tucked up behind these race cars, it's hard to actually see and hit your apex, because especially through the, oh, look at this, look at the gain that he's got down the front straight. Holds 5th gear a little bit longer, a little bit of bump drafting maybe just to let him know he's there. But when you're right up there, look how much, oh, look, it looks like it's Braille. It's like he's giving him a little bit of nose to tail, say, hey, you know what, don't check up too much here. I've still got a bit of pace on board. It's not often do you see that nose to tail contact coming into the chase.
Well, it's high-speed games of chess, isn't it, at this point?
Oh.
So James Scott's clearly now doing some fuel saving now that he's out in the lead of the race. And it's Brady Myers that's got the benefit of the slipstream. And Madison Down has caught right up to them now as well. So the top 3 cars separated by just 0.3 of a second. It's now only a second and a half separating the top 6. It's really bunched up at the front of this field.
Well, I wasn't expecting this. I sort of assumed they might sort of do a little bit of a run here and start to get away. But this nose to tail has really brought all these cars. Oh, look, Myers is going to look for an inside. Oh, I reckon Scott's done that on purpose. He's just like, you know what, I think I'm going to go. He wanted to tuck in behind. Oh, a little bit sideways on exit. I think he's keen to save fuel and he wants to use the draft to his advantage.
So he's fallen back to 3rd position. So Brady Myers back to the front. Madison Down now up into 2nd spot. James Scott deliberately giving away spots because he wants to save fuel. Interesting ploy.
You see, look at, you know what I mean, obviously Down was close, so you don't want to give up too much, you don't want to shut the door on Down. He was making that opportunity. Look at the sideways on exit, man, just trying to get on throttle near that curb, but holds on to it. So I think he'll be quite content. He'll just want to stay in touch with these guys, grab that draft where they can, but it's still all nose to tail. But look at that, Myers is down to 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, Myers has made enormous ground over the top of the mountain on this particular lap. I don't know that James Scott really wanted Madison Down to get past there. I think he was happy to give up the lead to Myers, but I'm not sure if he was quite so happy to be giving up the 2nd place to Madison Down. And the key thing there, so last time around on Conrod Straight, they were only getting up to about 275 k's an hour down Conrod. Normally the top speed is 290 plus, so it just goes to show how much they were really getting out of the throttle on the run down into the chase, rolling out of it.
So I think the concern for Scott here is that when he's tucked up behind Down's teammate Myers is leading this one, so he's sort of slowing up the field a little bit, obviously not on purpose to give Myers that gap, but obviously Down's in a different fuel saving mode. That gap's now nearly 3 seconds, so Myers has just disappeared up the road at the moment.
Ethan Grigault getting down the inside of Dylan Rudd into Murray's corner that time around as well. I don't think there was quite so much fuel saving going on Conrod Straight that time around because they were all much closer to their top speeds. James Scott, he's right in the tow. I think he wants 2nd place back, but Down defends to the inside. You don't want to be on the outside of Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, Down's going to really cover here because he knows he's going to try. Oh, that's heart and mouth stuff. You see him darting around. So Down will be fully aware that he can see how aggressive Scott is at the moment. He knows that Scott wants to get past. So, Down will be smart about where he positions his car and doesn't sort of make it too easy for him at the moment. But yeah, that gap in now 3 seconds between Myers and Down. So obviously at different points of saving fuel and not saving fuel. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how aggressive Scott gets, whether he wants to get the job done on Down or whether he's happy just to sit and try and save a little bit.
That sequence has all worked extremely well for Brady Myers though, because what he's been able to do is build buffer over his pursuers. So if he gets that sort of advantage, he can afford to back off and he can afford to save fuel but still have decent track position heading into the final couple of pit stops.
I think this will be key here. I think Scott will probably try and get this tow. Perfect to see. You can see just how much he catches Madison. If he doesn't pull out, no, he's happy to sit. That was the perfect chance if he wanted to pull out. And again, that speed tracker, it's only in the sort of Oh, no, he's going to make that move to the inside. I thought he was going to do it earlier if he was keen to get the job done. But at the end of the day, yeah, like we touched on, you know, they're not doing that full 290, sort of nearly 300 mark. So they're definitely saving fuel. And I think Scott was just quite content to get past down now, because you can see Myers 3.7 seconds up the road now.
Yeah, so I think at this point, James Scott needs to put his head down and actually start to catch back up to Brady Myers. You'd have to say, based on what we've seen, that the Scott car and the Myers car have been the quickest right throughout the race in terms of race speed. You'd expect that they'll be the two that will be battling it out for victory later on. So James Scott can't afford to give up too much time for Brady Myers, or it might be just too hard to get that time back later on.
Again, a good indication when you ride on this view, you can see just how much view actually gets taken up by the car in front. And it's really tricky, especially with the undulations in this racetrack. Just trying to pick that, the racing line, your braking markers. When you're too close to the car in front of you, it really does distract your vision a little bit. So it's really a good indication to see how much these guys are pushing. But, you know, it's always nice, you know, as close as you are to the guy in front, it's always good just to have that little bit of margin, just so you can hit your apexes.
That is true, and of course if there's an accident up ahead and you're buried under the rear wing in the car in front of you, it often doesn't give you a lot of chance to react to avoiding getting caught up in a crash either.
And Scott looks a little bit sideways coming off that last turn there, but just keen to get the throttle down. He has closed that margin up by a couple of tenths to Myers. But again, just being mindful. But how content is Myers at the moment? Obviously, that little bit of a margin, he's just running his own race. They obviously will be crunching the numbers and be working out as far as when they know they need to pit and all the rest of it. So quite content to push on at the moment and be pretty happy to lead in this race at lap 114 of 161.
So Brady Myers, your race leader, by 3.5 seconds from James Scott. Madison down third, Ethan Grigault fourth. And then it's Dylan Rudd, Marcello Rivera, Dylan O'Shea, Dylan Pereira in 8th position. Luke Rosella and Todd Hayne, the top 10. Dylan Pereira and Todd Hayne, the only co-drivers running in the cars at the moment. They'll both be handing back to the regulars at the next pit stop, you would imagine, once they've got their minimum number of laps out of the way. A bit further back, a few teams that are on the comeback trail. So Forza El Nabi and Wayne Burke, after all of the problems that they had with disconnections and penalties, they're back up to 11th. That's been a pretty good recovery effort for them. We're looking out the front of Blake Warboy's car. We saw that they were in the wars earlier on with a crash at Griffin's Bend, but they've worked their way back up to 24th position. You know, just ahead of them, missing its rear wing, the Mustang of Andrew Gilliam and James Golding. It's been fast, but James Golding caught up in that tangle with Richie Stanaway at Hell Corner. They're currently in 23rd position. And Jake Burton and Andre Heimgartner, they've had their dramas today, currently down in 30th position, and they've got a lot of work to do to claw their way back to a respectable result, as we see Warboys making the move on Andrew Gilliam into Griffin's Bend. I reckon that Gilliam's car doesn't have the pace that it would have had earlier in the race when it was damage-free.
You'd be breathing a sigh of relief. It doesn't have the physics too of not handling like a real supercar would without that rear wing too. So thankfully he's still able to push on, but yeah, that little bit of damage isn't ideal. So the storm's brewing, I reckon, Lockie. We're not too far from, you know, obviously them thinking about when they're going to do this last stop. You never know about the curveball. We keep saying about safety cars. You know, we've had one of our random safety cars, the rest of it have been caused by incidents, and who knows whether there's going to be another one later on.
So if there was to be a safety car now, everyone would come in on the basis that we are in the window now to get home on 2 more pit stops. But because everybody wants to try and make this last stop as short as it possibly can be, I think you'll find that people will keep stretching this run if it remains green. And James Scott was another 3/10 quicker than Brady Myers that time around. So when there's no fuel saving happening and when the drivers are pushing on, it does seem like James Scott has a bit of a pace advantage. The last 2 laps, he's been 0.3 of a second quicker than Brady Myers. The margin, it was out to almost 4 seconds a couple of laps ago, but it has come down to just on 3 seconds over the last 2 laps.
Just have a little bit of a think here, guys. If you're not playing the strategy game along at home and you're not really interested, all you're watching is for the championship standings, let's have a little bit of a think about that. Madison Down leads the way. Oh, that's got some heebie-jeebies associated with it if 2023 is anything to go by. 1420 points. James Scott is in P2, 1393 points. Ethan Greig-Gault, P4, 1353 points. And Brady Myers in 4th, 1340 points. This contains all of our championship top 4.
Fascinating, isn't it? All of our key championship runners have ended up at the pointy end of the field when it counts at the business end of the motor race. So James Scott continuing to gradually, little bit by little bit, peg back the margin of Brady Myers, but he is bringing Madison down and Ethan Greig-Gault along with him. One of the things that we've seen with Madison Down is he is an absolute expert in setting up his race cars to come on strongly as the stint progresses. We always say that Madison Down is very, very quick the deeper you go into the stint. So he might have been struggling for a bit of pace just after that safety car restart, but he is right now going blow for blow with James Scott, and together they're working to reel in the margin that Brady Myers has over them.
He's got a good knack of saving fuel and being able to drive the car relatively fast at the same time too. That's something that I could never master in this. Is just I was terrible at saving fuel. I could save fuel, but I wasn't going to be very quick at all. But you know, Madison, and there's a number of drivers that have got that knack of saving fuel and still being able to, you know, do reasonably quick laps, and you know, that's key. So whether he's doing that or not, I think he's quite content just to be sitting right tucked up behind Scott. Yes, you know, they are starting to close that gap on Myers, and you know, that little bit of a free toe around this racetrack is definitely working in his favour, as it is for Greig-Gault and Rudd there as well.
Shaping up as a big battle to the finish between all of these runners. There's still some other cars a bit further back that have got pretty good pace, so if we get another safety car intervention, and as the final round of pit stops shakes out, there are other cars that could find themselves in contention. So Luke Rosella and Harley Haber, they're currently down in 9th position, but Luke Rosella continuing to punch out some quite fast lap times at the moment. Dylan O'Shea's got pretty good pace as well. And a bit further back, Jake Burton. It's been a tough day for him, obviously, with the issues for Andre Heimgartner, and they're back in 28th. They're over 60 seconds away from the lead, but Jake Burton, his last lap was quicker than the lead of Brady Myers, so that car still has pretty good speed. The problem for them, of course, is that they don't have any track position at the moment.
Yeah, they'd be the one team praying for a safety car just to bunch the field back up again. You know, it's a huge margin to make up. You know, when you find yourself that far off the lead, the key is staying on that lead lap, and you know, there's still a way to go, and a safety car will bring them right back into it. Yes, they'll have a number of cars to get past, but just knowing that you've got that chance to peel off a couple more spots just to get that little bit closer is all worth the while.
So I think in reality for them, a win's probably out of the question for them at this stage. I think they're just a bit too far back. So what it's really about now for them is trying to get themselves back into the top 10 and salvaging some points, because Jake Burton coming into this round, 212 points off the championship lead in 6th position, so certainly not out of the title race. Needs to bank as many points as he can. It's a big points paying race, this one. 400 points up for grabs for the race winner.
And being that we're getting towards the end of our championship, Drew, I think there's only 2 more rounds to go for the Logitech G Supercar Series. So it's, yeah, the time's slowly running out for him. But you obviously want to put your best foot forward at Bathurst, but when you have a tough day, it does make it tricky.
And Andrew Gilliam, another one of our title contenders who's had a tough day, and just noticed him heading into the pits out of position number 23 for what will be that car's 5th pit stop of the race. Well, to the to that car at the moment as well. The margin just continuing to gradually come down between Myers and Scott. It's back to 2.5 seconds, the margin between first and second position at this stage.
A cracking race, isn't it? And Bathurst never disappoints. It's a huge day for everyone involved, and us in the commentary box. Big shout out to Luke behind the scenes, working hard, bringing us all these great pictures. Good job by yourself, Lockie, and Scott, who's doing all the pit lane stuff. We've had a couple of shout outs and some thanks. Jason and Karen are watching at home, and they're enjoying the show and appreciating the broadcast. So thanks for the kind words, guys. And yeah, I think we're up for an absolute cracking race. And you know, it's Bathurst, it's Mount Panorama, and it's warming us up for the next week for the real one.
It sure is. Marcello Rivera, so he was up right with the lead pack a couple of laps ago, but in the last couple of laps he's just drifted back a bit, so he's now 2 seconds behind the next car up the road of Dylan Rudd. So Marcello Rivera hasn't quite had the pace of our lead runners, as we see that there's a car that's just come out of the pits in front of James Scott. I think, is that the Blake Warboys car? No, it's Harrison Dengate, sorry. Good job, pulls to the right-hand side of the road just to ensure that those cars have got clear passage through.
Did a good job. He was just tapping the brake, letting the guys know that he could see the front runners were coming, and he moved over out of the way. That was really good sportsmanlike behaviour, really good to see.
So 4.5 hours into this race at the moment. Bathurst's always the same, isn't it? There's still such a long way to go.
Yep.
So we've got 43 odd laps to go in this one. We're expecting, if they run to the very end of this fuel load, we're expecting about lap 128 or 129 to be where most of the drivers in this lead pack will make their next pit stop. Like I said, though, if we were to get a safety car, then everybody will come in and take advantage of it.
A couple points to note at the moment. Lockie also just got a small break and everything breaking down. Remember the 21 car? They're starting to fall off the back end of this pack. They pit a little bit earlier than everyone else. They came into the pit lane on lap 99. I think they've burnt tyres off. So keep an eye on that. And if that's the case, what happens with everyone else and undercutting of that final stint?
Good point, and it was raised during the podcast, wasn't it, during the week, Sandman, where a couple of the drivers said that the tyres hang in there for about the first 10 laps or so, but after that the drop-off in performance is quite significant, and I think we're starting to see evidence of that.
And it goes to how you condition your tyres too, as far as whether you abuse them when you first bolt them on. I know there's not a massive difference, but there is a bit of a difference if you look after them at the start of a stint. So yeah, it's the drivers were saying it wasn't much fun when they decided to fall off a cliff a little bit. So Madison Down looking up the inside, he's going to get the job done. It was a bit of a late move there. Oh, that's pushed him wide. Quick goal. He's now got the job done too. It was always tricky. We spoke about that corner when you get someone alongside, but Good Golf's now thinking about a move around the outside, doesn't want to do it, closes the door because it was a chance there for Scott to take that position back off Good Golf.
Yeah, so again, quite a late move into Griffin's Bend, and Madison Down only just got that car stopped. You could see that he pinched the front right there at the turning point at the apex when it was unloaded, and Grid Golf taking full advantage of that. So James Scott relegated back to 4th position. Now, this has all worked to the advantage of Brady Myers, because they were railing him in, but all of a sudden his lead is back out to almost 3.5 seconds.
I'm interested to see how Good Golf's going to go from here on. You know, I'm not saying the dark horse because he's far from it. He's a great driver, but he put in a magic stint halfway through this race where he was peeling off some magic times and really quick laps. And now that he finds himself in P3, I think now is the time to sort of keep an eye on him. We haven't seen what he's been able to do up against these guys up the front. He's doing that now right towards the end of the race, and I'm not worried that of his pace at all. I reckon he's probably got a little bit to burn and something up his sleeve.
All of these guys are experts in setting their cars up for long races. Well, I mentioned before about how Madison Down likes to tune his car up so that it gets faster later in the stint, and we're definitely starting to see some evidence of that now. A 2:05.8 that time around for Brady Myers, a 6.9 for Madison Down, but of course he had to make a passing manoeuvre, and that's why Brady Myers' lead has opened up again.
And interesting with setups too, because obviously Myers and Down out of the same stable, out of Trans-Tasman Racing. So, you know, they may have pretty similar race car setups. They might do some little tweaks to suit themselves. I'm not sort of sure what they're doing. But, oh, here we go. Grid Gold now gets that move done on Madison Down. I said we were keen to see what he was going to do, and now he finds himself in P2. He's going to, I reckon he's now just going to push and see what he can close to Myers. We heard that he was saving a little bit of fuel early on. So he's probably got a little bit to burn now at this stage. Oh, Madison, a little bit of a wiggle there. I don't know if he got a tap there. Sometimes you get that wiggle when you get the nose right inside. There is that little bit of curvature in the road of the racetrack, but there in the dipper, it's so easy to get the car sideways, and I think that's what happened to Down.
It's actually starting to get a bit silly now. If they don't stop jostling with one another for position and start working together, Brady Myers is going to disappear up the road and they'll have no chance of catching him again. Yeah, I reckon there might have been a bit of contact there which unsettled the rear of Madison's Downs car, but James Scott, you can feel his frustration because he's been so fast, but he just, all of a sudden, he's lost some valuable track position, and it might not be that easy for him to recover it.
You know, I think now what he's saying, he knows Myers is up the road. He can see that Grid Galt's, got passed Down, and he'll be concerned of Grid Galt's pace now. So I think, you'll probably see that Scott will really push now to try to get past Down because, he doesn't want to see that gap, blow out too far in these dying stages.
And here's an idea of the gap. So there is our race leader, Brady Myers, swinging through the chase. There's Ethan Grid Gold up to second position. Madison Down back to third spot, and he's been closely shadowed by James Scott. Has James Scott burnt the tyres off it? We saw that he was pushing very, very hard to try and reel in that margin to Brady Myers. And incidentally, Myers' pace is still pretty much the same as what it was earlier in the stint. He's still lapping in the high fives. Grid Gold that time around was a 2:06.1, a 7.1 for Madison Down, and a 7.0 for James Scott. So the pace for a few of the other drivers has dropped off a bit. Now look at this, some of the others are starting to catch up again. So Dylan Rudd has caught the back of the cube. Marcello Rivera's now back in touch. Dylan O'Shea starting to make up some time as well.
Without giving too much away, we're hearing that there may be some fuel discrepancies between a couple of these drivers. It's obviously going to dictate how these guys push, whether they want to push now because they know they need to open up that little bit of a margin because they know they're going to be in the lane that little bit longer. So that's something for these guys to think about. But yeah, really recognising the fact that these guys are now pushing. They don't want to see Myers go out any further than it is. But again, how's the crystal ball? Are we going to see another safety car? Who knows? But the way these guys are pushing, they're not prone to maybe making a small mistake. And, you never know what could happen then.
That is true as well. So it was interesting because when James Scott was second, he was doing faster lap times than Brady Myers. He was gradually catching him up. Ethan Grid Galt's now up to position 2. But hasn't had the pace to be able to make up any ground on Myers. So Myers' advantage at the front of the field is continuing to increase. It's now 4.3 seconds.
Days like today, I'm glad I'm not a team manager and just up in the commentary box because there'll be a few of these guys just starting to stress and start sweating it out because they know we're starting to approach the dying stages of this race. It's the biggest race we have all year, and it doesn't get much bigger and better than the Bathurst 1000. So they know they've got themselves a ticket to the end. Now it's just see who can put the dot at the checkered flag.
Grid Gold was a bit slow out of Hell Corner then. He got the right rear wheel out over the exit curb. Cost himself some speed up Mountain Straight. That's allowed Down and Scott to close in once again. It was 6-0 the lap time last time around for Brady Myers, 6-1 for Greg Galt, 5-7 for Down, 5-8 for Scott, 5-7 for Dylan Rudd.
Battle between teammates here, the Trans-Tasman Racing there, and that Murphy-inspired paint scheme, that was pretty flash, but have a look at Rivera. Now he's just starting to close to the back of this field.
Yes, however, Marcello Rivera, because they stopped earlier than all of these other rivals on lap number 99, he will have to stop earlier for his next pit stop as well, and in fact we're expecting him to come in the next lap or two. This lap, in fact, we believe that Marcello Rivera is going to be coming in.
So the critical thing for that Rivera car was think about when they undercut on the previous stop. So the thing for these guys is that they were looking for the undercut on all of these guys. And that's all just changed. I can tell you that's all just changed right now. Guess what's just happened?
Safety car.
You bet.
So this will be one of our random safety cars. So Myers has missed the pit lane entry.
Yep,
Scott has
and
as well.
so too has James Scott. So, however, they should be able to be okay because I think they'll beat the safety car out of pit lane. Or they'll beat the safety car before it gets onto the track. And so they should just be able to go around, take their pit stop on the next lap, and they should slot back into the order where you would expect them to.
So I guess now we think about what sort of fuel they can save under this safety car once they make this pit stop. And then the charge to the end, I guess that sort of starts to play into factor now.
This stint changes massively. This safety car changes this next stint massively. So think about, we were just a couple laps away from pitting and we were just a couple laps away from going on. I think the Rivera car would have preferred to have gone one further lap. They could have gotten that undercut done. They would have jumped a couple cars, had a little bit more of a pit stop build to fill. We're halfway through a stint. We're halfway of a stint out. So this doesn't solve a fuel magic number at all. If anything, this blows that number out more. You cannot make it from here on fuel. There is always going to be one more stop. 137, guys. Time to start drilling that number into your heads. I'm going to be seeing 137 when I close my eyes tonight.
So we're thinking a splash. How much fuel?
Half a tank. You're looking about 50 litres. This is right on the realm of about half a tank. I think it's going to take about 60, 62 litres to get these tanks filled from home, which says undercut because you're going to need tyres as well. So now, you've got two ways to go. We've just seen it. We've just seen all this brouhaha kicking off over fuel strategies. Well, I think you're going to double down on it. I think if you're Brady Myers, go. Disappear. Stop trying to save. Because if you do that and the guys behind you save, race one. If you're the guys behind and the pack stays together, save, save, save. So it's going to be cat and mouse every lap. Cat and mouse every single lap on fuel.
So here they come. Our two racing leaders have both come blazing on into pit lane. There are a few other cars that missed the pit entry as well. So Luke Rosella comes diving in as well. But interesting to see where these guys come out relative to the people who were able to make their pit stops as soon as the safety car was called. You would think that Brady Myers would still have the advantage. The safety car will have made sure that it didn't come onto the track into a position where it was going to disadvantage people. Here we go. These are the catch-up flags in full swing now. These guys are pressing on at full race pace to try and get to the pit lane exit before Myers and Scott are released. So the interesting thing here is that Madison Down and Dylan Rudd have both beat Ethan Grigault out of pit lane. So there comes Brady Myers now. His stop's done, and he will catch the Aston Martin safety car. So he will be the effective race leader. Madison Down second, and James Scott just sneaks out ahead of Dylan Rudd.
Yeah, that was close.
That was so close. So we should very soon have a cleansed field. I'll tell you one person that this safety car has brought right back into the game, albeit he's still obviously a few positions back, but in terms of the field compression allowing him to make up a lot of the time that he lost, Jake Burton, we know that he's got a fast car. He'll still be outside the top 20, but at least he's now in touch with the rest of the pack. So the top 10 under this safety car: Brady Myers, Madison Down, James Scott, Dylan Rudd, Ethan Grigault, Marcello Rivera, Dylan O'Shea, Luke Rosell and Wayne Burke, and Rehan Leonage. We'll grab a quick break here on Race Stars TV, and we'll be back with the resumption of play very soon. You're watching the Logitech G Pro Invitational Supercars E-Series Bathurst 1000. We are on lap 126. We're under safety car conditions at the moment. This is, in fact, our fifth safety car intervention that we've had so far in this race. A random safety car, this one, and our race leader is Brady Myers. Everybody in the lead pack has come in for a pit stop. We are anticipating that everybody will require one more pit stop to get home, given that there's 37 laps to go since everybody filled up with fuel. So going to be an interesting battle of fuel saving, track position and speed in this final stint.
It's interesting, we're hearing reports that these drivers are actually switching the cars off just to try and save what fuel they can. You think to yourself, well, why would they do that if they still need to get at least half a tank? You're not going to save half a tank, but that bit that you can save is less time stationary in the pits. So all these teams and drivers are already aware of that, and that's what they're doing, just to save those little bits of fuel.
I've done some research on that. I was reading and watching some videos. This is in terms of fuel saving versus leaving the car in gear or in a high gear versus leaving the car in a high gear occasionally and shutting the engine off. The difference, and this is around an oval, this is based on the ARCA car, the ARCA Menard series car. The difference between shutting the car off and leaving it in gear around one lap of a 1 mile, bit over a mile oval is about half a litre. Multiply that by 6 kilometers here. There's potentially 2 liters to be gained under a safety car period there.
Yep, you'd take it though, wouldn't you? You know, any less time stationary in the stop, especially, you know, we touched on it. When you're nose to tail and you can jump someone in front of you, you'll take it every day of the week.
Everything that you possibly can. I'm just listening to Dylan O'Shea's car and I've been sitting on board with him. What he's doing across the top is to pull the car along second gear so that he's getting a little bit more of a pull. The problem that he's got right now is that car is burning a little bit more fuel, being higher in the rev range, but it pulls the car along so you can shut the car down a little bit sooner. So there's different styles. Leave it in 6th gear, pull it all the way up to the speed that you want in 6th gear, then shut the car off. Pull it back up in 6th gear, put it in 2nd, speed up quicker, shut the car down sooner, leave the car off for a little bit longer. Different ways, different approaches of doing it. Pit stop time that we're looking at for static time, and this is going to be critical, between 20 and 25 seconds. 25 seconds is what you have to add if you go green and you never save a drop. If you save drops, you shut the car down. 23 seconds, 22 seconds, 21 seconds. That's how critical it is, Lockie. There is nothing in this motor race and this safety car. You thought it was wild before with what were going on? Watch this next restart. Games will be played.
Oh, it's going to be a fascinating finish to the Bathurst 1000, as it always is. A bit of other housekeeping just before we get underway for the race starters, that we talked before about quite a few teams having outstanding penalties because our previous round of pit stops were able to be taken under green flag conditions. Most of those penalties have now been cleared. The only car that still has an outstanding penalty is the number 53. Of Hayden Veld and Josh Thomas, currently in 19th position. They failed to serve their penalty correctly. The safety car is in pit lane. Brady Myers is gone. What a restart from Brady Myers. He's caught the rest of the field napping, and he has accelerated away as soon as they've exited the chase, and he is going to have an advantage of almost 1.5 seconds by the time they get onto pit straight.
How's that in your back pocket right at the green flag? 1.5 seconds. No one was expecting that, even us. We were too busy having a bit of a chat. It looks like the rest of the field caught them napping a little bit. No one saw that coming. So interesting that he decided to start as early as he did.
Good strategy, or good tactics there from Brady Myers. Race starters, we've seen Madison Down taking a defensive line on the run into Griffin's Bend, drives it down the middle of the racetrack. That's going to check up the field behind, including James Scott, including Dylan Rudd, including Ethan Grigault, who was the big loser in that last round of pit stops and dumped some track position. But we've seen that Madison Down's car gets quicker and quicker as the stint progresses. First lap after a race start, I don't feel like that's when car number 77 was at its best, and already the margin that Brady Myers has over the field is out to 2 seconds as they crest the top of the mountain.
Yeah, so that was on behalf of a bit of clever strategy and a great start. But yeah, you're right. This car does get better and better as the race goes on. So, and maybe that could, hurt Scott a little bit. Whether he finds himself, he may not be. He may be quite happy there. But whether he finds himself a little bit frustrated that he's behind Down and that he can see Myers now that 2.3 seconds has gone out to. Obviously, Down's very, very cautious. He knows that Scott's pretty keen to get past him. So he's making sure that he covers off and doesn't make it too easy for Scott. But, I think you'll find that if Scott does get past, Down will just slip in behind and try and hold on. He won't want to let Rudd and Grigault get past him.
What a race start, though, from Brady Myers. He's going to have a commanding margin at the end of this lap. Here comes James Scott side by side into the chase. Through the kink, but Madison Down will be on the inside when they get to the braking zone for the left-hander. And contacts, they bang doors. But it's James Scott who pops out the other side. Dylan Rudd up the inside of Madison Down as well. And so too is Ethan Grigault on the outside now as they head into Murray's corner. Hard under brakes. Grigault trying to sweep around the outside. Madison Down and Ethan Grigault side by side up pit straight. And it will be Down who will have the preferred inside line when they get into the braking zone for Hill Corner. He brakes a bit later, hits the apex and swings across to protect his position in front of Ethan Grigalt. But that all started when James Scott went for an audacious move on the inside of the keep heading into the chase.
I just said that Down didn't want to have the position where Grigalt and Rudd would get past him, and Rudd's managed to get the job done. But Grigalt, oh, some drama back there. Oh, looks like everyone's been able to hold on to it. Man, a couple of cars got together a little bit sideways, but thankfully everyone got away unscathed. I thought that was going to be a big one.
I think that was Marcello Rivera and possibly Luke Rosella coming into contact. Indeed it was. So Rivera was wide because Dylan O'Shea was up his inside, and Luke Rosella went to field the hole, and those cars made contact. It'll be interesting to see how that one's viewed by race control. But the lead for Brady Myers is now out to 3 seconds over James Scott. We've seen, though, that when he's had clear track, James Scott's had pace. So this is the time, I think, now that we're getting into this late stage of the race, you don't want to think too much about fuel saving. It's as Scott Rankin, our pit reporter, told us earlier, if you've got margin, that isn't enough of an advantage in itself. So at the moment, James Scott has to not worry too much about fuel saving. He needs to get the margin down to Brady Myers because it is 3 seconds. It's going to be too much. Even if he was to have a shorter pit stop, it still wouldn't be enough for James Scott to reel in that time. And let's keep in mind that because he has the luxury of the margin, Brady Myers will be able to fuel save. So he probably will have a pit stop that's just as short anyway.
So interesting the way this is all starting to play out now. Lap 128 of 161. We're still none the wiser about who's going to win this. It's really open the door for a number of different teams. They're really bringing everyone else into the fold, but love how this is all playing out. But I think I'm still shocked at Myers' start. That was really good to see, and now he's benefiting at the moment, but that gap is just slowly starting to come down.
Yep, so James Scott, first lap of clear track, brought it down by 0.3 of a second, so it's come back to 2.8 seconds. We saw this a bit in the last stint as well before the fun and games and the jostles for track position started, that James Scott did seem to have a bit of a pace advantage over Brady Myers. So it's now a reset and James Scott can get to work at reeling that margin in once again. Dylan Rudd, really good opportunistic move when Madison Down got forced wide there at the chase. He was perfectly positioned to be able to seize upon that opportunity to move up into a top 3 position. And watch out for Luke Rosella as well. We know that he's got pace. Let's go back to this situation that happened at the chase a bit over a lap ago now. So they were side by side into the braking zone at the left-hander. They banged doors, but in the end it was Scott who had the momentum and had the advantage, and it was Down that got run out into the dirty part of the road there on the exit, and that was what allowed Dylan Rudd to slip up the inside. It was lucky for Madison Down that he didn't lose another spot to Ethan Grigalt as well.
Yeah, that was so close to happening, and that all started, I think Madison just locked the left front a little bit, and that's what just had that little bit of door-to-door. It wasn't a hard hit, but it was just enough just to unsettle him, and unfortunately lost that spot, but looks like he's pretty keen to get that spot back off Rudd, because he's now showing pace and down to the back of him, because you can see that Scott's starting to pull away now. So I think Madison Down will be pretty keen to get the job done here. Looks like he's going to get a nice toe. If he can get to the inside, yep, and he'll carry that pace all the way through and hold on to that position. The last thing he needs is for Scott to start getting away from him, because we were concerned, or I said to him that, the last thing that he needed was to be held up by Rudd and Grigalt, and that nearly happened. So he's got that position back, and now it's time for eyes forward.
Marcello Rivera and Wayne Burke battling. Oh, Wayne Burke's gone wide, and that's going to allow Rehan Linage down the outside, and so too Rick Kuznetsov. Burke will try and get at least one of those spots back as he dives to the inside of Kuznetsov into Murray's corner. And a penalty for Luke Rosella, 5 seconds
three wide
with Marcello Rivera at Griffin's Bend, as we see Jake Maloney up the inside. He's always good when we get into the final stint here at Mount Panorama, and he's starting to make his presence felt in the top 10 as well.
Strategy update, guys. Remember, 2 cars didn't pit on that first lap of the safety car. They effectively got 1 lap extra of free fuel. How long is that effectively worth? 2 to 2.5 seconds. That's the margin they've got. Guess where those 2 cars are right now? P1, P2.
That's true. They weren't able to pit because the safety car was called when they were already past pit entry. But it turns out that that's probably going to be a bit of an advantage for them. That extra lap of fuel could make all the difference. James Scott was another 0.2 of a second quicker than Brady Myers on the previous lap. The margin is down to 2.4.
Well done, Scott. That was a nice pickup. Yeah, obviously we didn't think about that. That little extra lap. We say sometimes they get caught out, but obviously there's not a huge disadvantage because obviously the race leader gets picked up by the safety car. So effectively everyone was allowed to get that pit stop done, but they did have to circulate one more time, and it's worked out nicely for them.
Well, think about this. If Brady Myers and James Scott's probably the bigger one to sort of keep half an eye on about that, because if he was in this battle pack right now, he'd jump these guys in the pit stop. That's now not necessarily as big of a question, but that sort of pushes these guys out. What he wants is he wants this to go green right now, and he wants to be able to just stretch those legs and not have to fight. If that does so, I think P1, P2 will stay exactly where they are. It's on everyone else now. They've got to save, or they've got to go with him there. Don't halfway go either direction. Don't try and have an each way bet. You've got to commit to your strategy and commit now. If you go fuel saving for 3 laps and then go, oh, I can't do it, well, you've lost 3 laps of pace.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to make the decision and then stick with whatever your decision is in terms of how you approach the back end of this race. 2:05.5 that time around for Brady Myers, a 5.3 for Scott, a 5.1 for Madison Down. So it's tightening up at the top of the order. 2.3 seconds the lead for Brady Myers over James Scott at this point. And Luke Rosella, as I mentioned before, 5-second penalty for that contact with Marcello Rivera at Griffin's Bend. He'll have to serve that time penalty in the last pit stop, assuming that pit stop happens under green flag conditions. Now, we're on lap 130 at this point. We're actually on lap 131. We've completed 130 laps. If we were to get a safety car in the next 2 or 3 laps, it would make things very, very interesting. Why? Because it's too soon to be able to hit and fill up with enough fuel to get to the end of the race if you run at maximum speed. However, if you were to start fuel saving, you'd just about be able to get to the end, or your other alternative is to go hard and go for the splash and dash. So the safety car in the next 2 or 3 laps would mix up the race even more than it already has been.
Yeah, I know if I had to choose, I'd rather save fuel than make that trip down pit lane, because you lose so much time just going through the lane. So yeah, it's catch-22, isn't it? So they'll be holding their breath a little bit, just making sure, you know, if that safety car comes out, that could really throw a spanner in the works.
So of the front runners at the moment, just having a look at their top speeds down Conrod Straight. So James Scott, Madison Down, Dylan Rudd, they're all doing around 300 k's an hour. Brady Myers on the last lap only got a top speed of 286. So I reckon Brady Myers is still doing a bit of fuel saving in the lead of the race at the moment. So he'll be trying to protect his advantage and his track position by having a shorter pit stop than his rivals when this final splash and dash comes up. I reckon that that's the game that they're playing in car number 22 at the moment.
I guess that's the advantage that he got, you know, obviously where he was able to get that great start and he had a couple of seconds up his sleeve. Now he can sort of bring the field back to him, but in a point where he's actually saving fuel and not too worried about the pack chasing him down, because he's doing it on purpose. He's saving fuel, he's running his own pace, and he's just bringing them slowly back to him.
So the margin down to 2.1 seconds. James Scott was another 10th quicker that last time through. Scott being shadowed by Madison Down, a bit like we saw in the previous stint. Dylan Rudd being attacked from behind by Ethan Grigolt at the moment. Luke Rosella was the fastest driver on the track last time through. We saw that at Sandown as well, where Luke Rosella was very quick right at the end of the race, but he does have that 5-second penalty hanging over his head.
I know everyone's got an idea as far as what they want to do with strategy, but I'd like to see Grigolt maybe get past Rudd, tack onto the back of Down, and just bring him back into contention with these top 2 or 3 cars, just to see, because I reckon from the pace that he had earlier on today, I reckon he's got something up his sleeve for these guys. He's just staying in touch with them. He's not doing anything silly, and I think he's just putting himself in a decent position. Whether he's thinking about getting the job done on Rudd, or whether he's just sitting there at the moment. He obviously didn't get a great exit there, but he may be just quite content to sit there for this stage. But I'd love to see him up the back, you know, past Rudd, get towards Down and Scott, and see how this plays out.
A bit further back, Jake Burton on the comeback trail. He's worked his way back up into 18th position. He's actually still got pretty decent pace in that car. It's just a shame for him that he doesn't have the track position at the moment, but if he keeps on charging forward, a top 10 finish is still very much within reach, and that would be a good recovery performance after what's been a pretty tough day for him and Andre Heimgartner.
Mate, if that was the case, if they came away from Bathurst with the top 10 after everything they've gone through today, I reckon they'd be doing backflips out of here, because that's, yeah, it's a good effort. And the best bit for him at the moment is that the field's relatively bunched up. So it's going to be sort of easier for him at this stage, where he's going to be able to sort of pick off a few cars just because that safety car's bunched everyone up.
Few performances that I'd like to highlight inside the top 10. Young Rehan Leonage is up in 9th position at the moment. Kim and Dylan Pereira, they've made up 12 spots, so they qualified down in first position. Here he is on screen at the moment, Rehan Leonage, involved in a battle with Rick Kuznetsov and Jake Maloney. We talked about Jake Maloney and the fact that he always performs well here at Bathurst, so Leonage having to work hard to try and hold on to that 9th spot. Baptism of fire for the young gun, getting into the sprint stage of the Bathurst 1000, and this will be a valuable experience for him, rubbing shoulders with some far more experienced drivers.
I'm loving this battle. I'm torn. I love Leonage. I reckon he's a great driver and a star of the future. I love the paint job that's there right behind him with Kuznetsov, but I've got Jake Maloney in the TTR car as well, so I don't know who I'm battling for at this stage, but a great little battle for these guys, and yeah, what an effort. It's really good to see his talent starting to shine, and yeah, definitely a star of the future, no doubt, for Leonage.
Let's not forget as well that Leonage, and actually more to the point, Rick Kuznetsov and Todd Hayne, they have come from grid position number 37 to be up inside the top 10. So it's taken them a while to do it, and it hasn't all been smooth sailing because they got a penalty earlier on that they had to save. But now at the business end of the motor race, they are running up inside the top 10 and still with the potential to make up a few more positions before the end of this race.
So as you're talking there, Burton's managed to pick off another car, so he's in 17th now. So, yeah, good on him. He's starting to pick them off.
So we're working a lap 134. I reckon if we were to get a safety car any time from now, you'd see everybody dive in, because we're not quite at lap 137, but I think we're close enough that with a couple of safety car laps, you could save enough fuel to get home from here.
Right, then if you save that fuel under safety car, and by the time we go green, then it's it's almost like a flat-out sprint there towards the end. So this margin though, Myers to Scott, 1.5 seconds now. So like I said, Myers is in cruise control at the moment, saving that little bit of fuel, just keeping an eye on that margin. He knows he's got his teammate behind Scott in Madison down. So it's only, what have we got, 5 seconds covering the top, or just over 5 seconds just covering the top 7. So yeah, it's certainly getting very juicy.
Brady Myers, I reckon, seems to be just as quick as Scott and down across the top of the mountain, but down Conrod Straits where he seems to lose a little bit, it could be that fuel saving where he's just breathing out of the throttle into the chase where he's bleeding a bit of time, but he was 3/10 slower than James Scott on the previous lap. So Scott definitely pushing on hard to try and bridge that margin. Brady Myers, incidentally, does now have the fastest lap of the race. He got down to a 2:04.5 shortly after the restart. So that's the best speed that we've seen in race conditions so far. And Ethan Grigolt has now got ahead of Dylan Rudd, who's now under some pressure from Luke Rosella. So 2:05.4 that time around for Brady Myers, a 2:05.1 for James Scott, a 5:2 for Down, 5:5 for Grigolt, 5:5 for Rudd, 5:2 for Rosella. So James Scott, the fastest driver in the league, packed that time around. The margin 1.3 seconds. It's come down again.
I know there'd be a lot of teams out here just, you know, they'd be ruling, they'd love for a safety car to come out just because it just, it tidies up the pit stop strategy and the fuel and everything to the end of the race. But for me, I just want to see how it all plays out now. No more safety cars, just go green to the end and just, you know, see who makes their pit stop, see who saved fuel, see who can gain time in the pits. So, you know, so many things can still play out. And lap 135 of 161 here at Bathurst for the 1000.
Without any safety cars, most of these cars have got fuel to get them through to about lap 148 or 149. And I reckon that most of the teams will stretch this out as long as they can, pit as late as they can, put in the least fuel that they can in that final stop to get themselves home.
And Tom Frere's got a good little view of the battle that's happening in front of him. But in saying that, it doesn't take much for one of these guys just to make a little bit of a whoopsie, and he can make up 2 or 3 spots, no problems.
Pretty intense here on the fringe of the top 10 at the moment, and Tom Frere's being caught by Josh Anderson as well, so it's going to be a great train of cars battling for the final couple of positions inside the top 10. Leonage defensive into the chase. Kuznetsov pulls up on the outside, tries to go for the switchback, but Leonage slows it up on the apex to make sure that Kuznetsov's not able to get the run, and now it's Kuznetsov who has to defend as Maloney looks to the inside. There's no space there. He'll go for the switchback out of Murray's corner. He'll draw up alongside and gets a great run down pit straight. Beautifully executed by Jake Maloney. They'll be 3 wide, in fact, when they get to the braking zone for Hell Corner. Oh, that's some nervous moment. And here comes Josh Anderson. Good run out of Hell Corner for the run-up Mountain Straight. And with a bit of a slipstream from Jake Maloney to tow him past Rit Kuznetsov as well. So that sequence did not work out at all well for Rit Kuznetsov in trying to make up a spot on Rehan Leonage. He got boxed out, 1 out, 1 wide, and has surrendered a couple of positions as a result.
The one who loved that was Renage, didn't it? He saw that all happening in his mirror, and he made it open up a little bit of a gap. But man, this was close. Look at the margin between these 2 cars sideways. I thought he was going to get into him and turn him round, and then it would have been head on into the Repco wall. But man, oh man, they got away with that. That could have been a big drama.
Really well done from Jake Maloney, because he positioned his car perfectly there, and also Josh Anderson, good heads-up awareness to understand the situation that was unfolding in front of him and position his car where he needed to be able to take advantage of it. And Josh Anderson, we've seen that car's been in the wars today, particularly with his co-driver Alexander Bird at the wheel, but Anderson now within striking distance of getting back up inside the top 10 as well.
Speaking of liveries too, nice little touch, and a hats off to Greg Murphy. It's a really good paint scheme that they've got on board this car, and it really looks the part.
Sure does. Flashback to the 2005 livery that Murph and Paul Wheel ran with PWR as Josh Anderson comes up behind Jake Maloney, under brakes into the chase. Maloney on the defensive. I think those two will start to try and work together to catch up to the back of Rehan Leonage. This is the margin between our race leaders, so it's now just 1 second between Brady Myers and James Scott, because Scott took another couple of tenths out of Brady Myers that last time through.
Ladies and gentlemen, your pit window is now open.
For the final pit stop, yes it is, because we're on lap 137, so we will reach the critical lap number this time around. So you are now right to take your final pit stop, put a full tank of fuel in, and even if the race runs green all the way through, you should be able to make it home with minimal fuel saving.
Just an update on that as well in terms of the fuel windows. I've just been doing some listening. Last time by Brady Myers' big lift, just as he got to the crest of the kink, he's been doing that just about the entire stint. He is still saving. I didn't hear the same amount of saving out of both James Scott and Madison Down. Remember, the 2 lead cars have 1 lap extra of fuel that they've already got on board. They don't have to take that this next stop, and I think Brady Myers is the best of them.
Yeah, which case it's been a smart stint from Brady Myers, and that's because he got such a good restart. So he had margin in hand. He had the luxury of being able to save fuel without a lot of pressure coming from behind. And it could be that those valuable drops of fuel that he saves, if that means that he has a shorter pit stop when we get to this splash and dash, if that builds him enough margin for the final dash to the checkered flag, it could be enough, but still so far to go, still so much to play out.
That's a good indication there that kilometres per hour is only sort of in the mid to high 80s, so definitely still saving fuel. Still got 8/10 up his sleeve, but yeah, he's controlling this race nicely.
Based on raw speed. Oh, as we see. Okay, so here we go. Here's the first of our runners. So Luke Rosella comes in now. Remember, he's got a 5-second penalty that he has to serve. So I reckon that that's the plan for this car, is to get in at the earliest opportunity, full tank of fuel, fresh tyres, serve the penalty. Don't have to stress about not being able to serve it later if there's the safety car. And then because he does have fresh tyres, at least he should have a bit of a performance advantage to try and get back some of the time that he's going to lose as a result of having to sit stationary longer with that penalty. The crowd are erupting on Mountain Straight. Or were they on Pit Straight? Not sure whether that audio was coming from. I probably need to save that to the end of the race. But yes, good to see that our spectators are getting into the spirit of things here at the Bathurst 1000. And Josh Anderson has managed to work his way past Jake Maloney and is now putting some pressure on young Rehan Lenage. So this is the contest for what is now 8th position as a result of that pit stop for Luke Rosella. Lenage, he's being tested in this last stint with some experienced drivers putting the pressure on from behind, but so far he's withstood the pressure and he's been able to hold out the challenges.
My only question to Rehan Leonage at this point in time is, has he learned Morse code yet? Because I'm pretty sure that was ... .. SOS.
It's Braille for him coming through. I'm a little bit faster.
So Leonage ahead of Anderson, Maloney, Kuznetsov. Here he comes up the inside. Josh Anderson into the chase at the kink. Swings through. He'll be well ahead when they get to the braking zone. And that is position 8 for Josh Anderson. So Leonage drops back to 9th position. He's got Maloney. He's got Kuznetsov. And look at Jake Burton. So Burton's now up to 12th. What a recovery drive this has been from Jake Burton in car number 8. They were down and out. They were back in 32nd position at one point.
And in that too, they probably weren't there just once. They might have dropped back there a couple of times. So the amount of cars that they've had to pass to be in that position at the moment, Burton would be absolutely over the moon. Obviously, it's not a win for him, but from what they've come back from today, to be in P12 at this stage, that feels like a win.
Jake Maloney up the inside, doesn't quite get the overlap that he needs to make the move on Leonage, who just breaks a bit later heading into Griffin's Bend. Here are our leading trio of runners, so it's now less than half a second the margin between Brady Myers and James Scott. How much fuel has Brady Myers been able to save? How much time will he be able to save in the final pit stop? Those factors are going to be critical in determining the outcome of this race. In the last stint, track position is going to be so important. So if you can emerge from this final splash and dash in the lead of the race, you are going to have a massive advantage.
But I'm so excited to see how this is going to play out. I just can't wait for the pit stop cycle to happen and just to see where everyone is at. You know, they're all going to show their cards, show their hand, and we're not too far away. Here we are, lap 139 of 161. Just the way that this top 3 is going about it, obviously with this pit stop, it's going to be interesting to see who's in the lane for what sort of time. But, you know, we know that Myers has been saving that fuel. They got that bonus, Myers and Scott, of that extra lap, and that's really sort of playing into their favour at the moment.
Spare a thought for Shane Van Gisbergen, because normally in the real life Bathurst 1000, he's the one in the car in this final stint, so he's in control of his team's destiny. Not today. Today he'll be sitting on nervously in the pits, or more accurately in his bedroom at home, watching his teammate James Scott bring this car home. Can Scott deliver SVG a final Bathurst 1000 win in the Supercars Pro E Series this afternoon? We'll know the answer to that question in around about 21 laps time.
Scott and Van Gisbergen, that car's been great all day, hasn't it? You know, he's been able to close up those margins. Obviously, you know, it's helped that Myers has been saving fuel, but excuse me, he's been doing a really good job, and you know, they're definitely going to be a threat towards the end of this race. He's definitely got pace. And this season has been terrific for Scott. You know, he's really had some decent results, being leading the championship, and just to be in a position now where he's at, up over the top of the mountain, it's really going hell for leather now as they start to think about that final pit stop.
What a race. Mount Panorama, it doesn't matter whether it's the virtual world or the real world, this place always delivers, and here we are, 21 and a half laps out from the end of the race. We've got the top 3 cars, all with quality drivers behind the wheel, separated by less than a second. It's building up, as it always does, to a grandstand finish in the Bathurst 1000, the Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series edition of this great race.
Look at the margin that top 3 have got over Greg Galt, nearly 6 seconds now. So, you know, obviously we keep talking about it. There's still pit stops to play out, but man, is that too much of a margin depending on how much fuel they need to take? The difference between, you know, Myers, Scott, Down, Greg Galt, Rudd, you know, everyone's going to be stationary for different times, but with that margin out to 6 seconds, that could be difficult for him.
Yeah, Ethan Greg Galt just hasn't quite had the pace, has he, in this last stint? He hasn't quite been able to go with the front runners. If anything, he's now coming under a bit of pressure, so he's got Dylan Rudd behind it. Dylan O'Shea has been on the march in recent laps as well, and is now making that a 3-way contest for 4th position.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because yeah, Greg Galt's pace mid-race was mega, and that's why I was excited. Oh, just thinking Scott was just putting his nose there. And you know what I like about what Scott did then is sometimes even if you're not committed to the move, just move around. Just get the guy's attention that's in front of you. Make him look in the mirror to see that you're actually possibly thinking about a move, because if you can move around in the mirror and distract the driver, sometimes that might force him into a mistake. So I like that he's doing that, just moving around a little bit. It'll have Myers second guessing a bit.
So last time around it was a 2:05.6 for Brady Myers, a 2:05.5 for James Scott, a 2:05.4 for Madison Down. Like you said, this trio of cars, they're now more than 5 seconds ahead of Ethan Greg Galt, who's got his own battle on his hands with Dylan Rudd and Dylan O'Shea. Marcello Rivera is 7th, Josh Anderson is 8th, Jake Maloney is 9th. Rick Kuznetsov and Tom Freer have both now moved ahead of Rehan Leonage, so Kuznetsov up inside the top 10 once again.
Update, just looking a little bit further back in the field. I've just gone back just to have a look through some of the traffic. Sebastian Vandel's got some right hand down, so something's happened to the 444 entry. Not confident on what it is, and the car doesn't look in great condition, but I've been riding on board with him. He's struggling to pull that car up. The car that's behind him, he's actually not fighting. It's Harrison Dengate. They're actually a lap down.
Thanks for that update, Scott. So Sebastian Vardell in 31st position at the moment, and the last car on the lane lap.
Greg Galt's in.
So Ethan Greg Galt has decided to pit, get his final stop out of the way. Incidentally, so the 32nd place car of Harrison Dengate and Josh Drake is 4 laps down, and then we've had 5 retirements from the race as well. So 32 cars still running at this stage. So Sebastian Flock has come in as well, and so has Luke Mitchison. So these drivers deciding to get their last pit stop out of the way a bit earlier, maybe looking for a bit of an undercut benefit. A move to the lead up the inside of the cutting. Wow, that was a late move. He went to the inside, he had to think about it, but ultimately wasn't able to get enough of an overlap to get the move done. But James Scott wants some track position in this final stint.
Oh, Scott to be disappointed that he didn't pull that off, because now he's shown his hand to Myers. Myers know that he's pretty keen to get the job done there. As we check out the replay, you can see he just sort of didn't look like he was going to have a go. Then at the last second, he just pulled in, just didn't quite get alongside of him. But yeah, he's shown his hand now, so Scott will be just kicking himself a little bit.
Yeah, the cutting, it's always a pretty brave place to make a manoeuvre. It looks fantastic if you can pull it off, but it can also end in tears very, very easily if you don't pull it off. On that occasion, at least both cars were able to live to fight another day. We're expecting probably about 6 or 7 laps worth of fuel left in the tanks for each of these leading cars, possibly a lap extra for the cars in first and second position, given that they were able to go round that extra lap before coming in for their previous pit stop.
Have a think about strategy now too, guys. Luke Rosella, he got a very, very quick pit stop. Think about Greg Galt. Greg Galt was about 6 seconds back off the leaders. Rosella pit on lap 138. Rosella is about 4.5 seconds up the road. When these guys resurface, Rosella's going to be in this pack.
That's interesting, because Luke Rosella had a 5-second penalty as well. So I'm wondering if he actually serves that correctly during the pit stop. So that's something that you might want to clarify for us as well there, Scott.
Alright, I'm taking a go.
Yeah, because if he didn't serve the penalty during that pit stop, then it will be added onto his time at the end of the race, which would obviously be detrimental to his finishing result. Marcello Rivera now in the pits as well. For that car's final stop, the number 21 car picks out of what was a position inside the top 10. Here's another strategy option. We're talking about these drivers running as long as they can, but if you are James Scott, do you actually pit a bit earlier and go for an undercut, get fresh tyres, get the benefit of the fresh tyres to get track position?
I'm laughing because I was thinking that exact same thing just then. I was like, what's the difference with the fuel? But then what is the advantage that he's going to get with those fresh tyres? Is that going to help him jump? So I was thinking about that exact same thing just as you were saying that, Lockie. Especially if you... Yeah, sorry, go Scott.
On that marker, I'm just digging through lap times at the moment. Each car's best fastest lap of the race was 2:04.5 for Brady Myers, 2:04.8, 2:04.9, 2:05.0, 2:05.2. That covers off our top 5 as they currently stand. Last time by, James Scott did 2:05.5, 2:05.5 for Brady Myers. So there's 0.6 of a second off of what they did before, but the track is cooled off. I think they're capable of getting down to a 2:04.2, 2:04.3. So we're looking at about 1.2 seconds a lap.
And some clarification as well. So Luke Rosella did not serve the 5-second penalty in that pit stop, so it will be added onto his time at the end of the race. That'll be a bit of a frustration for anyone who finds themselves battling against Luke Rosella in this final stint, because we'll actually be a bit out of sequence with that penalty. That was a pretty hot pit entry for Dylan O'Shea. Really hustled it over the curbs there as he dived in for what will be that car's final pit stop.
It's so funny because that's exactly what the guys were talking about in the Paddock podcast through the week, is that how much time there is to be able to gain through that pit entry, and how the physics have changed a little bit where you can be a little bit more aggressive on the grass where it doesn't hurt you as much. So, mate, he took that to the nth degree, and that was an amazing pit entry.
O'Shea just jumped Greg Galt on his pit lane entrance. O'Shea is now ahead of Greg Galt, and Greg Galt went for the undercut. That, for me, puts Dylan O'Shea... Look, if he gets 2 more laps on this thing, I reckon he's going to pop out with the lead of the race. These guys need to pit this time by. I don't think that they can wait.
Yeah, wow. So there is Luke Rosella, there's Dylan O'Shea, and there is Ethan Greg Galt. So... yeah, you're right. They're in danger of being undercut by these cars. keep in mind, Luke Rosella, he's got that 5-second time penalty hanging over his head. So whatever position that car emerges in, add on 5 seconds to get its true position in the race.
And what O'Shea wants to do is just basically get past and deal with Rosella as quick as he can, because, you know, obviously if he gets stuck behind him, you know, that's the last thing he needs. Oh, it's going to be a move up the inside, so Scott's going to get the job done side by side. Is there a little bit of contact? Oh, he got shoved a little bit wide there. So, oh, is that something that the stewards will need to look at? I don't think Myers was expecting that, whether there was some contact or not. But Scott now jumps into the lead, down into second. Myers has now dropped 2.2 seconds off.
Wow, it would not be the Bathurst 1000 without a bit of controversy, was it? There was definitely contacts, but at the same time, James Scott was well down the inside of Brady Myers.
This is where it is. Yep, doored him. Oh.
What do you think?
No habla español. I think I'm just going to wait.
That is being looked at right now. Race control just responded. It's being investigated.
Yeah, they have to. When it's a change for the lead like that, yeah, look, let's just leave it to them. So, yeah, this could not be over just yet. But these guys tripping over themselves a little bit like this, they need to worry about the cars that are starting to chase them down. We're already talking about, you know, the possibility of being passed with these pit stops. So if they start tripping over each other and slowing themselves down, that's going to make things worse for them.
205.8 for James Scott on that most recent lap. 205.8 for Down. 207.8 for Brady Myers. That's enough time. I think O'Shea's going to jump the lot of them. It's going to be really, really... right now, I'm not sure if they go... They've got 5 laps worth of fuel on this tank. If they go those 5 laps, that's critical. That is so important for Dylan O'Shea. If he got that move done, he's gone.
Oh, he's going. He needed to get this job done. He's going to move up the inside. It's going to be close side by side. Contact! Oh, they're going to hold on to it. Wow! That was a pressure move. He needed to get the job done. He didn't have the chance to be able to be held up. We know Rosella still got that 5-second penalty. It was crucial for him to get the job done. He made the pass, but man, there was some side-by-side contact. You don't want to go through there. Unbelievable. That was wild.
Oh, that's not a part of the track where you normally see overtaking manoeuvres like that, and that could have ended a lot worse for both of those drivers. It would not be the Bathurst 1000 without a bit of controversy, would it? Rehan Lenage, he's been in the thick of battles all race long, now finds himself battling it out with Jake Burton. They're squabbling over positions 9 and 10 at the moment. Both of those cars still yet to take their final pit stops, as Josh Anderson and Rick Kuznetsov both come in. Jake Burton is in, so too Brenton Hobson. So more cars taking their final stops and no further action. So there we go. Wow. The umpire has called it fair bump play on. The contact between James Scott and Brady Myers has been deemed to be a legitimate move. There will be no penalties applied. There you go. Wow.
All right, so it's race on. So these guys now just, they need to just put that behind them. There's nothing they can do about that, whether they felt they were, you know, whether there was contact enough where they felt it was a penalty or not. They just need to worry about the race at hand and the position they're in. Just run as hard as they can, get that pit stop done. But, you know, are these guys running and not worried about O'Shea, or they think when they stop those fresher tyres, they can get that margin and position back on O'Shea, perhaps?
Well, looking at the margin, so at the moment, Dylan O'Shea is 45, almost 46 seconds off the lead. The final pit stop's not going to take quite that long, so I reckon these guys might just be okay in terms of being able to take their final pit stop and get out still ahead of Dylan O'Shea. And mind you, I reckon that the Dylan O'Shea contact with Luke Rosella will probably be looked at by race control as well. So a few incidents for our driving standards observer Thomas Randall to investigate in the late stages of this race. And coming back to that incident at Murray's Corner between James Scott and Brady Myers, I think it was a case of Scott got far enough down the inside and Brady Myers did squeeze him right to the inside at the apex. So I think that they've decided that that was just a racing incident and clean, hard racing. Not such a good outcome for Brady Myers, because not only did he lose the lead, but he also lost second position to Madison Down.
I think the beauty of it, though, is that, you know, that's happened, but he's still in touch with them. 1.8 seconds, as we see Dylan Rudd now. He's in the pit lane. Oh,
and Jake Maloney's in as well, so...
He nearly made a meal of it, though, and nearly clouded the tyre wall.
So these pit stops will be interesting. Where does Dylan Rudd come out relative to Dylan O'Shea? That's going to be absolutely critical here.
Here we go, watch this. Gets across there, look at sideways, nearly collects the tyre wall on the outside and then nearly fires to the one on the inside. Man, he was lucky to get away with that.
Almost shades of Larry Perkins 2001 there. Ending up in the tyres there at pit entry. Fastest... so the fastest lap was set by Brady Myers a bit earlier on. Last time around it was 2:05.4 for James Scott, a 2:05.6 for Madison Down, 2:05.4 for James Scott. Dylan O'Shea did a 2:05.0, so O'Shea is eating into the times of the race leaders on those fresh tyres. He's currently in 9th position. We're expecting pit stops within the next 2 or 3 laps for these cars based on a 24-lap run on a tank of fuel. We're predicting lap 148 or lap 149 is when they will have to stop.
About the furthest these cars can go, they can get to 150. They absolutely can get to 150. Can they get to 151? I don't know. 152 I think is right out. 151 I think is within shot. I think 52 is out, and we're on 47, so there's nothing in it. Big problem for O'Shea now. He's just caught traffic.
And Scott's in, and it looks like Myers has decided to fire in as well.
So that will leave Madison Down out for another lap as the leader of the race. So James Scott has pitted early, and I think one of the reasons that he's doing that is to cover off the danger of being undercut, because if Madison Down was to come in the lap earlier, get a fresh set of tyres, that might have been enough for Madison Down to undercut him. So by taking the pit stop now, James Scott takes care of that possibility of being undercut. Rehan Linage is going to float up the order here before he takes his final stop. Here is Ethan Griggold attacking the back of Luke Rosella. And just ahead of them is Dylan O'Shea.
Oh, close.
Robert Gibbs has dived for the lane. Here comes Dylan O'Shea across the line. Where is James Scott? Just coming out now with Brady Myers right on his tail. And there is O'Shea in the background. So they make it out in front. And Madison Down, your race leader, still yet to pit. When he takes his pit stop, where he comes out, that's going to be a critical and decisive factor in determining what our podium positions are going to look like.
I think if these two don't get in a battle, if Myers doesn't have a shot on Scott, I think Down will come out in 3rd.
Brady Myers made up a lot of ground on James Scott in that pit stop because they were separated by over a second on the way in, but Brady Myers had a quicker pit stop. It was over a second quicker, and that's why they've emerged absolutely nose to tail at pit exit.
In saying that, I didn't think about what sort of fuel load that Downs. You'd think it's going to be fairly close, like everyone would be roughly the same. So,
meanwhile, down in 10th position with the absolute fastest lap of the race, Josh Anderson at 2:04.2. So a bit further back, there's some serious energy in the racetrack. Josh Anderson's already taken his last stop, so he's on fresh tyres, a light fuel load, and he's pressing on very hard.
All right, so Down's in, he's in the pits, and I was looking at the track too because there's not much sunlight on the racetrack, so that's really helping these cars at this stage. So Down, it's all going to be about how much time he spends stationary. So this is actually a great shot, but this will give you an indication of when Down's car comes to a stop, and you'll be able to see the guys down the front straight.
So remember, guys, that this was the one car that was in that lead group that pit earlier. So he will have to take more fuel on. I think it's just a race between two. Yeah.
Yeah. That was my concern. If they were going to take the same amount of fuel, you would have thought he'd come out 3rd anyway, just with that tyre advantage. But yeah, if he has to take that little bit more fuel, then he's definitely going to come out 3rd.
So where does he come
is he
out
going to hold on to 4th, mate? No,
yeah,
3rd.
Where does he come out relative to Dylan O'Shea? He'll definitely come out behind James Scott and Brady Myers, and he makes it out fairly comfortably in 3rd. So there we go. It's now a race to the finish between these drivers. Meanwhile, here's a good story. The youngest driver in the field, Rehan Linage, leads the race.
Absolutely. Good on
That's
him.
pretty cool. I mean, obviously he's still got his final pit stop to take, but it's still a great story for this young gun to be leading the Bathurst 1000 inside the final 20 laps.
Yeah, and to be in that position, obviously, you know, we saw that he was, you know, battling sort of top 10, top 15. So, you know, that's nothing to sneeze at either. You know, this is a long race and tough enough as it is. So if you can be sort of in the top 10 and 15 of this field, that's certainly something to be proud of.
What do you
So
think?
by my reckoning, there's still a couple of cars yet to take their final pit stop. So Leonage is one of them. The other one will be Adam Briggs in second position. Once they take their stops, we should have a cleansed field.
What do you reckon? Has he got the lollies, the teeth lollies in there with the big old grin on going on the front of that helmet?
He'd be pretty happy with himself, I reckon, regardless of what's today's result. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you have a look back a couple of weeks ago, and he completed all of 2 or 3 laps at Sandown. He's popped out the other side, and he's done this here. You can only be proud of yourself, and at the end of the day, you can say you've learned a lap of the Bathurst 1000, and you put this one in the book for next year. He hasn't got experience where the rest of these guys do, so he's doing a phenomenal job.
Oh,
This is naughty by Luke Rosella, waving left and right on Conrod straight. That's not on. You really need to be holding your line in a straight line. Grigolt up the inside into the chase. Rosella trying to come back at him under
he's
brakes.
gone deep.
And he fires it off the road. 2 deep under brakes on the dirty side of the racetrack. And he'll give up at least 2, possibly 3 spots.
I don't know about that.
That's out of order. I'm sorry. But he'd gone off the track. In coming back on, he then weaved very sharply to the left to try and defend from Josh Anderson. And now he's crowding Anderson
he's
into
put him in the wall. Yeah, that's not on. I understand about moving around, trying to break the toe down the straightaway, but when you rejoin like that, I think the stewards will have something to say about that one.
He's already got a 5-second penalty on Luke Rosella, but I think if he keeps driving like that, he might be in a bit more strife. Josh Anderson, as he now moves to the very defensive side of the racetrack and gets a wheel on the grass in the braking zone and cops a whack for his troubles at Griffin's Bend. And Josh Anderson finally sails on through on the inside.
Yeah, look, I don't blame him. I reckon there was...
Look at this.
Yeah, that's not on.
That is out of order.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think that was just he wasn't impressed about putting into the wall there. Like he's ran straight into the pit wall there. So I think look, I'll leave that to the stewards.
I'm not tuned into Josh Anderson's Discord channel, but I imagine that he'd be blowing up Deluxe at the moment. Because
and this is where it would have been like, there you go, Tiger, take some of that. You know, if you're going to start driving like that. So there you go.
Has been immediately reported by his teammate Alex Bird, so that has been reported to the stewards. The other thing of note that'll be in that one was that Dylan O'Shea, what we didn't see as a part of that one, Dylan O'Shea on Conrod was weaving as soon as he got by Rosella.
Oh, here we go. This is for the lead. And contact between our 2 race leaders as James Scott and Brady Myers bang doors in the kink, and Scott's off the road.
Oh.
And now the rejoin for Scott's going to be interesting right in front of Brady Myers. And they are side by side heading down into Murray's corner with Scott on the inside, Myers on the outside. Again, they bang doors, not for the first time in this race. And somehow James Scott manages to hold on to the race lead. How on earth did all 3 of those cars get through that one without somebody ending up in the fence?
Mate, the last place you want to make contact with someone is right here as they turn in. I hope the trees don't get in the way. Oh, he just didn't give him much room there, and then there was a little bit of contact on the way through. Man, oh man, off through the grass, manages to rejoin. Down's probably looking at going, what is going on here? And trying to think, how can he get through everything that's happening there? I think he just backed out of it just to be sure, because he wasn't sure how the rest of that was going to play out.
I just can't believe that one of them didn't end up firing backwards off the racetrack there, because there were several occasions where it could have happened, but some excellent car control for both James Scott and Brady Myers in that little exchange.
And don't forget, Myers would be still fired up after that. You know, he probably felt he was a little bit hard done by with that incident at the final turn, but stewards deemed that as sort of play on. So, you know, obviously it's a little bit... it's a little bit different when you're in the race seat, you know, so he would already be fired up about that, and now to have that battle again, you know, definitely get the heart going.
So this does it, all of the strategy's done. So now it's a simple case as who has got the fastest package underneath them for this final sprint to the checkered flag. All three of these cars have demonstrated pace at various stages this weekend. So now it's just a case of who's got the best car underneath them and who can drive it the fastest to the finish line. We saw Brady Myers trying to make a move on James Scott last time around. This time he's a bit more circumspect, but Scott has to run down the middle of the road in the braking zone for the chase. Myers has fired up in this final stint. That looks like a very, very strong package indeed. And once again, it's James Scott who has to defend as Myers has space to squeeze down the inside. Not quite, because James Scott was driving it right down the inside of the road and there was not a car width of space for Brady Myers to be able to squeeze up the inside. Madison down, potentially in the box seat here. He's got a bird's eye view and will be ideally placed to pounce if either of these two other drivers, Scott and Myers, come together.
Absolutely, and the thing that Myers will have at the moment is that, he won't have too much pressure from down just yet. Obviously, it's not going to be that way all the way to the end, but I think down will just be cautious to say, they know that Myers and Scott are just having this little battle, and, if they take, an opportunity on each other and they trip over each other a little bit, down can capitalise on both of these without making too much of an effort. So he'll be very cautious just to see what's happening in front of him, but Myers will be able to concentrate eyes ahead on Scott because he knows that little bit of pressure for the moment off Furtis and down isn't going to be there just yet, but it will come.
Another sting in the tail for the battle going on behind. Dylan O'Shea is massively fuel saving. That's where he found the time in the pit lane. He underfilled that car, just dropped half a second back to Dylan Rudd.
Okay, so we don't think that Dylan O'Shea is going to have the pace to be part of this leading battle in the closing stages, if indeed he is in fuel-saving mode. So it's probably a case of, and then there were three in terms of the contest for outright victory. Back down the main straight. If anything, James Scott's just been able to open up a bit of breathing space on this lap, and now it's Myers who's vulnerable to his Trans-Tasman Racing teammate Madison Down, who is right in the slipstream as they head down Conrod Straight, but not close enough to go for a move under brakes into the chase. Brady Myers seems to be getting consistently very good exits from Forest Elbow. It's the back section of the circuit from Forest Elbow down into the chase where that car seems particularly strong at the moment and where he's making up time on James Scott.
I think the thing that works in his favour too is that if he has down just sit behind him and sort of push him a little bit, that will help him drag that little bit closer to Scott too. So knowing that he probably hasn't got that pressure from down just yet, those two can just sort of stay nose to tail, and that will help bring Myers back into the fold to the back of Scott.
So further afield, Dylan O'Shea 4th, Dylan Rudd 5th, Ethan Brigol, Luke Rosella 7th, but with the penalty hanging over his head, and a big queue of cars behind Luke Rosella. There they are. So Josh Anderson back behind Luke Rosella now. We've got Jake Maloney in there as well. Marcello Rivera, Jake Burton in position 11, Tom Freer, and Rick Kuznetsov right in the battle as well. As again, Luke Rosella driving mega defensively on the run into Griffin's Bend.
I was almost expecting that to be a replay. It was like what we saw before, but man, oh man, there is a bunch of cars up here. He's defending for all he's worth. Oh my God, it's really getting tight there as far as pushing the limits as far as blocking and everything else. But man, he is giving everything he can. Rosella's just trying to hold on. Doesn't look like he's got the pace, and he's just trying to position that car as wide as he can just to see if he can hold on. But he's got his work cut out for him. There's still a decent amount of laps for him to hold on.
Yeah, the problem for him is that he's going to lose all those positions at the end anyway, because he's got the 5-second penalty, and all of these cars that are behind, they're well and truly within 5 seconds. So yeah, you have to ask yourself the question, is it really worth fighting to the death of track position when you're going to lose it anyway, and potentially creating a multi-car collision that ruins the race for other competitors? And I don't think the answer to that question is yes. Dylan Rudd has just made the move through on Dylan O'Shea. So we talked about O'Shea being in fuel-saving mode. Dylan Rudd clearly not in fuel-saving mode at the moment, so he's able to press on full reach at this stage, and he's been able to use that to his advantage to grab a spot down into the chase. here they are, our trio of race leaders continuing to battle. As we say, that is that Hayden Sell has a 15-second penalty for contact with Brian Borg, I believe.
How close do you like your leaders, ladies and gentlemen? Half a second covering the top three. Lap 154 of 161. This is far from decided. This is really going to come right down to the wire. We've already seen a couple of tasty battles between Scott and Myers. Now Down is right there on the scene. Absolutely no pressure from behind. Almost 10 seconds. So it's a race of three. The last person to make a mistake is you just don't want to be that person. You really want to be there right at the end. Make the most of all these situations if you can. But how much longer does Down sit there? Obviously, he's got his teammate there. He can see what's going on. He's got good pace. He wants his teammate to have a crack, but he doesn't want to jeopardise his own race too.
Keep in mind that all three of these drivers are in championship contention as well, so it's imperative that they come away with a big bundle of points from this race. The last thing you want to do after doing all of the hard work today is to have a late crash that puts you out altogether. They are right on the ragged edge, these three drivers. Madison Down, last time around, set that car's best lap of the entire race. Wow. All in the high fours. And so there's some serious energy in the racetrack at the moment. With these drivers lighting up the times, and Brady Myers with a great tow once again. Down Conrod straight into the chase, pulls out for a look. Scott covers to the inside. Does he outbrake himself slightly? I think he was a little bit wide there. And he'll again have to be on the defensive as they run down to Murray's corner. Drives it down the painted white line. Forces Myers to the outside and contact. Scott cleverly slowing it up, propping at the apex to make sure that Myers had no opportunity to do the switch back.
Yeah, it's a tough ask, you know, when you've got that pace and you try and make the move around the outside into the chase, you're just not going to be able to get it done. It's hard to have that car position and then be able to carry that speed without getting defended. So, well, as we see, it's Hobson. Has he had a moment? Into the chase. Oh, has he gone in deep? Oh, he's tried his best to avoid. Oh, my goodness, how lucky was he not to get involved in an incident there.
It did really well to not take out any other cars in that incident. And as we said about Luke Roselli's got a penalty for that incident that we saw earlier on with Josh Anderson. Incidentally, Luke Roselli, despite the massive queue of cars behind him, is still resolutely holding on in 8th position. Jake Maloney's been able to get past, so Maloney now up to 7th, but Luke Roselli still with Josh Anderson and Jake Burton both behind. Here he is, so like I said, Maloney's been able to get through, but I think things might have got a bit personal between Rosella and Anderson, because Rosella seems absolutely determined to not let Josh Anderson through no matter what happens. And Jake Burton back up into the top 10, so we're talking about what a tough afternoon it has been for him, Andre Heimgarten, but they have worked their way back up into the top 10 positions. As this time, it's Myers who's vulnerable down Conrod Straight. So he must have got a slower run out of Forest Elbow, and it's Madison Down who pulls up alongside him as they swing into the chase, side by side. And Madison Down moves up into 2nd position. So Myers, he'd been attacking James Scott for several laps. He'd had a couple of opportunities to get through, couldn't make it work. And Madison Down's going, you know what? I've had enough. Now it's my turn to have a crack at attacking James Scott and saying if I can deliver a Bathurst 1000 victory for the Trans-Tasman Racing Team.
Still action going on here. Oh, Rosella. Oh, but yeah, we were talking about that before, that how much longer could Down sit there and jeopardise his own race. So they would have had a chat within the team, I would imagine, and just said, look, I'll give you a few laps to get the job done on Scott. If you can't do it, you need to let me have a crack, and that's where they're at now. So, you know, Down's obviously got some good pace. There's only sort of 4 tenths between those two. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out over the next few laps, whether he's got anything for Scott.
Have a think about everyone from Trans-Tasman Racing at the moment, because the guy that's getting held up in this battle pack, another Trans-Tasman driver, the 51 of Josh Anderson. The difference between Anderson car, they are sitting off on their own Discord server at the moment. The entirety of the rest of the Trans-Tasman crew are all working together, all communicating currently in the same server, so they are absolutely talking to each other directly too.
You can see the attitude of these cars really picked up in these dying laps. Scott will be very much aware that Madison Down is right there. And he's just chipping away, just slowly. Look at the gains that he's making under brakes. What's he want to get? A good exit? Just to try and get some of that toe advantage. It's 0.4 of a second. And he'll just slowly start bringing that number back now. You can see it just declining now, slowly starting to pull him in. He won't be close enough this time by for a pass up the inside, but he's definitely getting himself in position.
We'll have 5 laps to go when we cross the start-finish line this time around. What a performance from all of these drivers and teams. They've been fighting it out right at the sharp end of the field all day long. And spare a thought for their co-drivers back in the pits. It's out of their control now. They just have to hope that their lead drivers do the job for them and bring it home. Here we go. Josh Anderson, does he finally get the move done on Luke Rosella into the chase? Yes, he does. So Josh Anderson moving up into 8th position.
Oh, it's under 2/10 now between Scott and Down. You can see he's got that draft. He's going to be all over it though, Scott. He knows he's not going to leave that inside open because you're just crazy if he does that. Oh, Down's going to try around to the outside. Oh, he doesn't want to get on the marbles. He's got to be careful of that. Now he's got his teammate in Myers. He's going to be alongside of him. These guys don't want to race. He backs out of it. Lets Down have another crack at it. But man, you don't want to be on the outside around there. We've already spoken about how crucial it is just to go single file through there today. You don't want to do it around lap 157.
And James Scott knew that, and he positioned his car exactly where he needed to on the inside to ensure that Madison Down had no overtaking opportunity around the outside into Griffin's Bend. 4.5 laps to go in the Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000 for 2023. And it's a battle royale, a fight to the death between James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen and Synergy Sim Racing, and a pair of Trans-Tasman Commodores, Madison Down and Corey Shepherd, Brady Myers and Ethan Warren.
Oh, what's his exit like? What's his exit like?
Luke Rosella, another 5-second penalty for blocking Josh Anderson. So, in my calculations, that's now 15 seconds worth of penalties for Luke Rosella. So, it just gets worse and worse for him. Madison Down really fast out of Forest Elbow. Does he dive to the inside into the chase? He had to think about it, but James Scott was awake to it and covered to the middle of the road. But Down, quick out of the chase. Is he going to be close enough to go for a lunge into Murray's corner? He is, but he's on the wrong side of the road. Once again, James Scott taking the defensive line.
He's going to go
sideways. And now Scott has to defend. And there's contact on the run up pit straight.
Oh, you could see he was checking his mirrors. He was offline. Down had a bit of a run there. They had a little bit of an overlap, but man, that was so lucky that they didn't end up swapping ends.
This race has gone nuts. How these 3 cars cannot get involved in a pile-up. Unbelievable. And now
Down's
it's a drag race up Mountain Straight.
Yeah, he's going to try around the outside. You've got to be careful. Single file through here, remember. This is going to get tricky. He's gone in deep. Now he's going to try the over and under. Didn't quite get the job done. I can see Scott look like he locked a brake, but man, oh man. What Down is trying to do is put that pressure on Scott. Scott's defending, and he wants to have that inside run, so Scott will hold it in tight and possibly try the crossover. That's what Down's trying to get him to do.
James Scott is out on his feet, and we've said it all race long. Madison Downs car, the deeper you go into a stint, the stronger Madison Downs car gets. Oh, gee, that was a lucky escape on pit straight when they were banging panels. That could have so easily been an enormous shunt for James Scott. He could have ended up in the concrete wall on the spectator side of pit straight. Somehow managed to gather it up. And look at this, they are still absolutely nose to tail heading down into Forest Elbow.
As close as they were, that could have involved Down and Myers as well. So yeah, it could have been a massive game changer. So what Down needs to do now is just compose himself. He knows he's still within the slipstream. That's exactly where he is now. He knows he's got good car pace. Probably sees that Scott struggle a little bit, especially when he starts defending as hard as he is. Absolutely entitled to. We're 158 of 161. Down's got pace here. What do you think about the move? Obviously, Scott's going to cover. He's going to try around the outside. What he wants him to do is get Scott to go in deep. He tries to cross over again, but Scott's all over it. He knows what the games that Down's trying to play.
What James Scott's doing is he's making sure that he props the car on the apex of the corner, and what that makes it really difficult for Madison Down to do is to execute the switchback manoeuvre. So it's been textbook defensive driving from James Scott so far. 3 laps to go in the Bathurst 1000. I know this sounds insane, but could Dylan Rudd win this race?
Stranger things have happened. If these guys all end up in the fence, you'd never know. You never know. Never rule it out, because, you know, we already saw that contact on the front straight and how easy that could have been with all 3 cars being involved. Then, of course, you just don't know what angle they hit the wall, whether they do motor damage or steering damage. You know, definitely don't rule it out.
Dylan Rudd a bit further back in position 4 at the moment, battling it out with Dylan O'Shea, who you'd have to say is probably just content to sit in the slipstream and save some fuel at the moment, given that he short-fueled that car in the pit stop. We're on the 3rd last lap of the race, and it's still all to play for. We still do not know who is going to win this thing. It's another classic finish in the Bathurst 1000, and there's still battles going on right the way through the field. Luke Rosella now gets into contact with, that's Rehan Leonage, who taps the wall on the exit of Griffin's Bend.
That's not what you want, especially a couple laps to go. You've done so well to get in this race and make this distance. The last thing anyone wants is to have contact. Oh, we're seeing dramas here for Sebastian. He's, I don't know if he had contact just then or that was damage from the earlier incident. But, man, we can't look away from this front couple. Look at this. 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second for Down. And what Scott's doing, he's spending more time looking backwards than he is forwards at this stage.
He's got a little bit of breathing space on Conrod Straight this time around, James Scott. Madison Down's not quite close enough to get the sort of toe that he got on the last couple of laps, but he ranges up under brakes. Oh, James Scott, I think he went in a little bit deeper there than maybe he was planning on. Look at the amount of ground that Madison Down made up in the braking zone, the chase. And once again, James Scott just having to cover a little bit to the middle of the road as they head onto pit straight. Focusing on getting the braking points right, focusing on making sure that he doesn't miss an apex, focusing on making sure that he gets on the power hard and early, but not enough to excite the rear tyres and lose time with unnecessary wheel spin out of the slower corners. We are on the penultimate lap of the 2023 Bathurst 1000.
Just opened up that little bit of a margin, 3.5 tenths. That's probably enough for him at the moment at this stage. Then he goes across the top of the mountain. He knows he doesn't have to worry about too much pressure as long as he gets the cutting okay. He just wants to get up here through here, not worry about sort of a dive underneath, because then he knows the rest of the top of the mountain, it's all single file. Then he only has to worry about the last part of the lap.
Riding on board with Brady Myers, who's sitting in position number 3. A case of what might have been for Brady Myers. Well, it's not over yet. He's still got the chance to pass both of these cars in the last couple of laps and snatch victory. Listen to the crowd on top of the mountain. They know that it's the second to last lap. They are going nuts. And James Scott hustling the 088 car for all he is worth across the top of Mount Panorama on this penultimate lap. Down into Forest Elbow.
You've got to think this is maybe Down's last chance. It's going to be tricky. We know there's one more lap to go, but man, the clock is just slowly starting to beat Madison Down. You can see from this camera angle, he's just slowly starting to creep onto the back of Scott. We know Scott's going to defend for all he's worth. It's the biggest race of the year. It's the Bathurst 1000. He's not going to give it up without a fight. He knows that Down's hungry. He knows Down's keen to position his car wherever he needs to. He'll go to the outside. He'll go to the inside. He's just trying to get Scott to make a mistake. But none of these guys have blinked. It's been an absolute battle with one lap to go here in the Bathurst 1000.
Out of Murray's corner for the second to last time, and there are 6.2 kilometres of racing remaining in what has been an epic, enthralling edition of the Bathurst 1000 Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series edition. And all three of these drivers are now out on their feet. You can see the cars sliding sideways. They're all out of tyres. They're all out of brakes. They're all fatigued because they've all been in the car for very long final stints. Last roll of the dice. Here comes Madison down to the outside into Griffin's Bend. We've seen how hard it is to go the long way around there, and he's not able to make it stick on this occasion. Up to the cutting, and James Scott turns it in nice and early. Brakes, covers to the inside. Makes sure that Madison Down's got no opportunity to pull a surprise late manoeuvre through there. And now it's single file across the top of Mount Panorama on this final lap.
This hold your breath stuff. This is what everyone battles for, to be a part of this race, to have a ticket at the end and a chance to take the win in the Bathurst 1000 across the top. Now it's all single file now as we start to make our way down the mountain. Madison Down putting on as much pressure as he can. It's all going to be into Forest Elbow. Is Madison Down going to have a chance? He wants to get as close as he can and make the most of that draft to have a last-ditch effort.
We saw that fans were on the edge of their seats, biting their nails in the AFL Grand Final yesterday, and the co-drivers are going to be on the edge of their seats, biting their nails as the top three cars make their final run down Conrod Straight, and you can see James Scott moving left, moving right, doing what he needs to do to break the toe. 2 overtaking opportunities left for Madison Down if he wants to have a crack at winning this race. Through the kink and Down is super close. They'll be side by side into the braking zone for the left-hander at the chase. Scott pulls it up, drops at the apex. 1 corner left to run for James Scott in car 088. It's been a fine demonstration from 3 quality sim racing drivers, but after 161 laps of thrilling motor racing, it is James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen who get the job done for the Synergy Sim Racing team and win the Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series Bathurst 1000 2023 edition. SVG gets a Bathurst victory before he departs to head to the US, and James Scott bounces back and redeems himself after the disappointment for him and Van Gisbergen at Sandown. The top 3 cars separated by 0.45 of a second after 6 hours and 8 minutes of motor racing.
What a brilliant race, all coming down to those final laps, and what a battle. Like you said, half a second covering the top 3. That's our podium. What a brilliant, brilliant race. And hats off to Jake Burton to bring back, just missing out on that top 10, 11th place finish after the dramas that they had, the amount of cars that they both passed, and, you know, himself. Oh, my goodness. I mean, what an effort and what an unbelievable race. This race never disappoints, does it?
What a cracking finish to the race. Those 3 drivers, they were all absolutely on the ragged edge. They were driving qualifying laps pretty much since the second to last pit stop. And wow, that was super intense, and good to see James Scott. We know that Shane Van Gisbergen's no stranger to doing some spectacular celebratory burnouts, so good to see that James Scott has kept that tradition going on the cool down lap here as well. I'm out of breath. What a thriller. So, recapping the top 10. So, James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen are your race winners. Madison Dowd and Corey Shepherd second. Grady Myers and Ethan Warren in third position. Dylan Rudd and Griffin Gardner fourth. Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane coming home in position number 5. And then Ethan Grigg Galt and Ian Ford in 6th position. They were in contention there for a while, but didn't quite have the pace in that final stint. Judd Maloney and Joe Mugford managing to work their way up to 7th there in the final stint. Josh Anderson and Alexander Bird caught in some dramas today, but get themselves back up to 8th at the finish. Rick Kuznetsov and Todd Hayne, one of the performances of the race. 37th on the grid up to 9th at the finish. Marcello Rivera and Brad Ryan rounding out our top 10. And then it was Jake Burton and Andre Heimgartner. They yo-yoed up and down the leaderboard today, but they finish up just outside the top 10 in 11th spot to at least salvage some points from what has been a challenging day. Tom Freer and Jamie Stovall 12th, Blake Warboys and Scott Gamble 13th, Andrew Gilliam and James Golding, another combination that was involved in a bit of drama throughout the day. Rehan Alinage and Dylan Pereira, they were in the top 10 for a while there heading into the closing stages, but maybe just a bit of inexperience there for young Alinage in the closing stint. Still a respectable finish though to bring the car home in position 15.
Absolutely, a top 15, and we saw the damage there. We had very hard contact. Rehan did towards the end of that race too. So, mate, I'd be absolutely stoked with the top 15 finish. It's an epic field of drivers, and mate, what an incredible race! Absolutely brilliant, and it really came right down to the wire.
It had everything that we love from the Bathurst 1000. It had strategic variation. It had a little bit of controversy here and there. And it finished up with an absolute classic between three quality car and driver combinations that were all battling on the absolute limit in what was a flat-out sprint to the checkered flag. So all around, that's a deserving podium as well, because all three of those combinations that finished first, second and third, I think it's fair to say that the six drivers across those three cars all performed superbly right over the course of the day.
Yep, they did everything they needed to do as far as, asking of their teammates and their strategy. And of course, things were changing throughout the day with, safety cars and everything else. But to have the top three covered by less than half a second at the end of that race was just, a good battle to watch. And just not knowing who it was going to go down to the end was just so good. And another 1,000 under our belt. That was so much fun.
What we'll do on Race Stars TV is we'll take a very quick break. When we come back, we'll have the podium presentation, interviews with our top three teams on the other side of this. Some celebratory burnouts for our Bathurst 1000 winner James Scott after he crossed the finish line, and well deserved as well, because they had to soak up an enormous amount of pressure in that final stint from a couple of class acts, a couple of the quality drivers from the Australian sim racing scene. So it's now time for the podium presentation for the Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series Bathurst 1000, and our winners today. And let's give it up for James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen. James, how was that? You were under some serious pressure in the final stint from two of the best drivers in the Australian sim racing scene, and you were able to withstand the pressure and hold on for the win.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Obviously with the draft and everything around here, it's worth a fair bit, so it's really hard to get a gap or anything like that. But yeah, no, they were fast, but just tried to make the car as wide as possible, and lucky held on for the win.
Talk us through your day overall, because you were at the sharp end of the field pretty much right throughout the day. Obviously, Van Gisbergen did a superb job of balancing both fuel conservation and pace during his stints, and it ended up that you were pretty well placed to fight right at the front there at the end.
Yeah, no, yeah, start's probably the first half of the race. We just wanted to have a clean car and, you know, drive around. But yeah, no, Shane's stint, I don't know when it was, somewhere just after the middle part of the race, was awesome. Like, kept up with the leaders, made a move for the lead with like a couple laps to go in the stint, but also like the fuel save got us that extra lap, which, yeah, really helped in that next stint, having that bit fresher tyre and whatever else. But yeah, no, it was a good day.
Shane, congratulations, mate. I have to ask the question. Normally, we're accustomed in real life to seeing you in the car at the end of the Bathurst 1000 and your co-driver back in the pits biting their nails. Today, roles were reversed. How was it for you watching James fending off those attacks at the end there?
Yeah, no, firstly, thank you, and thanks to James for having me on again after my average performance at Sandown. But yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking. Didn't think I'd get nervous watching a video game, but yeah, it was pretty cool. And a good battle at the end. Those guys were playing their tracks and stuff, and you know, James just answered with pace, which is perfect. So thanks to him, and yeah, we had a good time.
Talk us through your stints as well, because particularly towards the end of your last stint, you were having a pretty good battle there with Ethan Warren, and you actually managed to make the move on him and get to the lead there.
Yep. Yeah, we had a really good stint. He was probably a bit faster than me, and I was just keeping up because of the slipstream. But then at the end, he kind of went off, and I was kind of just saving fuel, hoping to help James out later, but then I couldn't help myself. I had to go for the lead, so it was pretty cool to hand it in the lead, straight car, and did my job as best I could.
One question we wanted to ask, Shane, we heard reports that not long after you handed the car back over, you fell out of the server. Was that right?
Oh man, as I came into the pits and got out, and it was the driver change was happening, my internet dropped out, so wow. I couldn't get it going until like an hour from the end. So amazing timing. Yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking that when we heard those reports. It's like if you'd had gone another lap longer, that would have just killed the race. So yeah, dodged a bullet there, but well done to both of you. James, that was just an epic battle in those final laps. Your heart rate would have been through the roof, surely.
Yeah, no, it was certainly tough. Madison had those 1 lap fresher tyres, and probably they didn't use them up as much when me and Brady were fighting, and sort of just sitting back, conserving them a bit. So I knew once Brady, I think he hit the inside wall at Forest Elbow and Madison got past, it was probably going to sort of go up that next level, considering he had a bit fresher tyre. But car was good. I think, yeah, no, the car was probably really good across the top, just to get that sort of bit of a gap that they couldn't really draw alongside down Conrod, which really helped. So, really good.
Good stuff. Lockie, anything else? Obviously, these guys would be pretty keen to get out and start celebrating. They'd be pretty chuffed with that result. It was a great drive from both of them. They were very quick all day, and to walk away with the goods at the end of the day, that's an absolute ripper.
It sure is, and I think just a big congratulations to Shane Van Gisbergen, obviously ticking the Sim Racing Bathurst 1000 box this weekend, so we wish him all the very best for the real life Bathurst 1000 with Richie Stanaway next weekend. So just finally, to both James and Shane, who gets it done for you off the track? Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, obviously, firstly, thanks to Shane. He was awesome, Sandown and here, right on the pace, and really knowledgeable as well, along with Brody and Jared as well with the setup. So yeah, no, can't fault it there. It was on rails most of the day, so really good. The guys at SSR as well, Watercraft Performance Centre, Dr. Epoxy, Too Easy Finance, West End Motor Group, and yeah, no, you guys for the broadcast and the series admin guys as well.
And Shane, how about yourself? He's probably already celebrating now, I think, so he's not worried about that. But well done, boys. That was a great effort. Oh, he's back. Okay. Anyone to thank there, Shane?
Yeah, no, just thanks to the SSR guys again for having me and James. Richie's dog shop there, and we proud to have done that for Jared.
Good stuff. Well, there you go, Lockie. Our winners for the Bathurst 1000.
Congratulations to James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen. Well done, guys. We'll move on to our second place competitors. So for the Trans-Tasman Racing Team, a couple of drivers who always perform well when it comes to Bathurst, Madison Down and Corey Shepherd. Congratulations, Madison. It was a typical Bathurst performance for you, where your car got stronger and stronger as the race progressed, and we observed in commentary that it seemed to get particularly fast towards the end of each stint. And you had a couple of cracks there at getting past James late in the race. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, pretty awesome day, really, to come away P2. Yeah, overall pretty happy. I mean, to be 2/10 off victory is always hard to take, but at the same time, good pace, and the car got better and better, as you said, and the cold track came to us. But big thank you to Corey teaming up with me again for Bathurst. It was another podium, round of podiums this year for us in both Enduros, so certainly held up his end of the bargain. But yeah, shame we didn't go one better.
Corey, how did the race go from your perspective, mate?
Oh yeah, it was a pretty cool race. Like Madison said, we're really happy with second. The start was I was quite nervous at the start. It was hot temperatures, car was sort of all over the place a bit until I got it sorted. And the big stint in the centre, that was pretty cool. It was a long stint, but we sort of kept it under control, didn't really make any mistakes, and it was all happy days.
With everything that happened, Madison, did the race kind of go to plan? Obviously, you said you fell a little bit short. It's still a decent result. But as far as strategy going out through the day, you obviously got a plan for normalities as far as where there's safety cars and that involved. But did it roughly go to the way you thought the race might go?
Yeah, it pretty much went how I expected. There was probably a few more safety cars than we thought. We didn't get to run a full green flag stint till about halfway through the race. And like Corey mentioned, he was in the car a lot longer than we planned. But that was the same across the board for all the teams and drivers. So overall, I mean, it worked out well. We probably didn't expect pace that we had. We didn't expect to toe to toe with Brady and James there at the end. I reckon we were about it. I thought we were a tenth or two away, but to have the pace to actually be in that winning battle at the end was really good.
Before we guys let you go, is there anyone you want to thank, and we'll let you start to enjoy this one?
Yeah, look, big thanks to everyone at the team. A lot of setup work went in this week. Of course, we analysed that through virtual racing schools, so that data telemetry for us is very important. Big thank you to Corey. I know he's been out of the seat all year, and it took a little bit of convincing to get him back. I said, hey, let's not take it serious. Let's go have some fun, and that's exactly what we've done. So big thank you to him. And overall, a quick shout out to a lot of the management team at Super Cheap Auto as well. Actually, a lot of those guys were tuning in as well throughout the race, and family and friends too. So I hope that was a thrilling finish.
And Corey, how about yourself?
Yeah, well, first of all, big thanks to Madison and TTR for having me, and yeah, it was just a really cool race. Also, big thanks to you guys and all the TTR sponsors for all of their support. And yeah, of course, big thanks to the family and all of my supporters too. So thanks, everyone.
Well, no doubt you guys enjoyed the race. We did from the commentary box, and mate, I guess Madison, now it's all eyes turn to the rest of the season and see how that all plays out with 2 more rounds to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, obviously good points, pointing not to win, but that's pretty much the next best thing to grab a P2 there, a whole bag of... So, yeah, it's going to be bloody close these last 2 rounds. So, yeah, we'll see where we end up.
All right, all the best.
Thank
you. Lockie, we go to our P3 people now. It's this race is really one of those races where it can be won and lost at different points of the race. But I tell you what, these guys threw everything at it and had an incredible battle all the way to the end.
They sure did, and like I said, all 6 of the drivers that finished on the podium thoroughly deserved to be there, because all of them were right up the front and fighting it out at the sharp end of the field all day long. So Brady Myers and Ethan Warren for Trans-Tasman Racing coming home in 3rd place. We'll start with you, Brady. third place, right in the lead pack all the way through the race. But is it a bit of a case of what might have been for you? Because in that last stint, it felt like there might have been a couple of opportunities for you to grab the lead and perhaps go for the win.
Yeah, definitely had a few things go not my way in the last stint. Just did maximise the opportunities I had, and it was a bit gun shy on fuel, so kind of took a bit more than I kind of needed to. But yeah, in the race all day, just fell a bit short at the end when it really mattered. So it's a bit disappointing, but it's the way it goes sometimes.
On a more positive note, though, there was definitely some brilliant moments. We saw that your pace on cold tyres after the safety car restarts on a couple of occasions was very, very strong, and you were able to build quite substantial margins over the rest of the field. Heading into that final splash of fuel from the last pit stop, were you deliberately trying to save fuel to make sure that stop was as short as it could be?
Yeah, 100% knocked it on the head. It was just basically saving fuel and saving tyres, just so if we had, like, if James had an attack, then we had something in reserve, and got caught napping at the last corner, so almost worked and almost didn't.
Ethan, you're obviously an accomplished sim racing competitor. You were in the co-driver's seat this weekend after we saw Emily Jones in at the Sandown 500, but you got back in like you'd never been away, and you were fighting with some of the front-running series regulars during your stints. How did the day go from your perspective?
Pretty smooth sailing, I would say. It was good to jump back in after a while, being out of it, but it's always good racing with Brady. Our car felt good all day, so I had the easy job of just keeping it out of the walls and saving fuel, so I wasn't really pushing too much.
So you had the easy job. How do you go as a spectator when you see your car that's fighting for position?
That was definitely nerve-wracking for sure, but I had full trust in Brady to do the right job, so he did great.
And preparation and lead up to this event for you two, where if you guys look back on your preparation for this week, obviously your pace was incredible. Is there anything else that you could have done differently to change today's result?
Probably could have taken less fuel. That's about it. Preparation-wise, I think we did as much as we could. We, maximised the time we had, and got the most out of the car. Was just a little bit off James today in terms of outright pace.
I know it's never a fun situation to be in when you're so close to a victory and it disappears from you, but it was an absolutely incredible battle to watch, especially from the commentary box. Seeing you three all battle it out, it was just really good, and to have half a second covering, less than half a second covering the podium at the end, that was just an absolute cracking race, and hopefully you guys, rather than be disappointed, hopefully you can enjoy what the battle was.
Yeah, you always want to battle. Everyone wants a good race to the end, and I think we managed to serve that today. And just a shame it didn't go our way, but our day will come.
Well, congratulations, guys. Before we let you go, is there anyone you want to thank? We'll start with you, Brady.
Yeah, I just want to throw a big shout out to Ethan. He's been out of the saddle all year and just plugged in and done a ripper job up with the main drivers, and never in doubt of his speed and consistency. So massive thank you to Ethan. Big effort from everyone at Trans Tasman Racing. We worked really well, and we had broke the calculator today, managing fuel and all that stuff. But big effort from everyone, and really appreciate it. Big ups to Extra Motor Trimming. They look great on my car, and do an awesome job with me. Virtual Racing School to Ethan and his dad at Card Effects. And Lee Ellis Designs and TP Race Design, and to you guys for the broadcast.
And before you let you go, how about you, Ethan? Anyone to thank?
Of course. Just like to thank Brady for having me in the driver's seat again. It was good fun. All the TTR boys for all their work. You boys for the broadcast, of course.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, guys. There you have it, Lockie. The top three. Bathurst 1000 is under our belt for another year. What a race.
What an absolute belter of a motor race. The mountain delivers once again. Congratulations to our winners. James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen. There are still 2 rounds left to go in the Logitech G Pro Invitational Supercars E-Series. The penultimate round will be held at Road America on the 25th of October. It's actually, we're calling it round 4 of the series because it replaces the round that was supposed to be held earlier in the year, and then it all wraps up at Road Atlanta on the 15th of November. So a couple of iconic American circuits to decide the 2023 title. And the title battle has certainly closed up between Madison Down and James Scott at the top of the standings, so it's going to be a ripper finish to the championship, that is for sure. A lot of people that we need to thank, starting off with Scott Rankin, our pit reporter today, so I'll bring Scott back into the chat. Scott, thanks for all of your hard work in the pits, keeping an eye on all of the strategies and all of the news up and down pit lane. It certainly proves itself to be very valuable throughout the broadcast.
Mate, that was my first crack at that, so I had fun. I do what I do for a day job. I played around with data all day, so yeah, look, that was fun. To be perfectly honest, thanks for being a part of the event. That was probably one of the best Bathurst 1000s I've ever seen. That was nuts.
I want to say a big thanks to you. You filled in for our lunch breaks too, so nice to step away from the commentary box a little bit, but also jumping in for me last night. I got a little bit carried away celebrating the good old Pies winning the grand final. So my voice really wasn't up to standard last night, so I just want to say a big thank you to you, Scott, for jumping in and helping us out with that broadcast.
No worries, guys. And for those of you who are listening along at home and thinking, oh, but Sandman could have done it. He sounds okay today. He did not sound okay yesterday. Nowhere near it. This is a completely different man, I tell you, to last night.
It was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Got to enjoy it when it happens, brother. Yeah, no, that was a phenomenal motor race. Thank you for having me.
Our absolute pleasure. Big thank you as well to Luke Lucas for all of his work behind the scenes on the Race Stars TV coverage. Also, our team of officials in race control for all of their hard work. They were kept on their toes throughout the race with lots of incidents to assess. So a big thank you to them as well. And as mentioned, the next round is coming up at Road America on the 25th of October, and you can watch it right here on Race Stars TV. On behalf of the entire team, this is Lockie Mansell signing off. This has been the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational E-Series Bathurst 1000.